Drafted
quit,
him
right?
twice. He has hamstring, something going on.
Big shock.
Devontae Adams putting up numbers, but they can't do it consconsistently.
What about Chandler Jones, right?
Chandler
Evan
Jones.
Ingram laughs at Darren Waller going, that guy can't stay on the field.
Yikes.
Max Crosby's about the highlight and I guess Josh Jacobs is kind of turning into a little bit of a highlight, but the rest of that team, they are a big letdown.
If it makes you feel any better, Corey, from the 214-469-401, Las Vegas Raiders. And then they said Raiders and Colts. I think Colts is a broader thing because Jonathan Taylor has been a giant disappointment this year. I know part of that is injury based as opposed to just like quality decline for Matt Ryan. But if you're a fantasy football player, I already see it. They don't care.
Yeah, and you just think with a father like Tim the Toolman Taylor that he'd be able to go out and do some amazing things.
That is his dad, though. To be fair, I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah.
To infinity and beyond.
Yeah.
That was going back to...
Oh, I know what you're doing.
Okay.
Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Yeah, all right.
But we'd already made the jokes, Kevin.
Okay, gotcha. My bad. All right.
So I got the Raiders. Josh McDaniels. What about the Cardinals? Do you have the Cardinals? Is Kyler Murray a bust for you?
See, I had
now?
a different team in that division, but go for it in the Cardinals first.
We'll start with the Cardinals. I kind of gave up on them going into the season. I had high hopes for them in 2021, and since they disappointed so much down the stretch, and then Hopkins was suspended the first 6 games, Kyler Murray, the whole thing is weird, right? He gets a big contract, but it was all negative going into this season on Kyler Murray, and so I didn't have high expectations for them. Have they still underperformed? I'd say, yeah, they've still even underperformed to thinking they were going to be around 500, which looks like that's, not much of it's not a high bar to get to, and it doesn't look like they're going to get to that.
Okay, I'll argue it's the Rams that are the biggest, bigger bust in that division than the Cardinals.
Fell apart very quickly for them.
Man, they really did. And to Mike's point, kind of about what happens with the Cardinals, and I know this is a tough road ahead, but can't you at least conceivably see of a way they can turn it down? Like they fire Coach Bro, Kyler turns it on. Like I know these are still big ifs, but you could see a path for them. For the Rams, what the hell are they going to do?
Turn Matt Stafford's arm into a robotic arm because I think his arm's shot right now.
That actually is a pretty good idea.
My opinion, which I don't think they will, but they might because they did the total opposite. Trade everybody.
Yeah.
I didn't even mention yesterday, what could you get for Cooper Kupp in the offseason?
6 picks. Nah, probably 4 picks.
Two
firsts and a couple seconds.
Yeah. Okay. And now what do I get? I know I don't want to go over it all, but
too much. 2 firsts and a second and a third.
I think that is too much for a receiver. I do think there are elements. If you said you have first, second, and third,
what did the Raiders give to get? I mean, that gives you an idea.
Adams. Yeah. That's a good point. Do you think Cooper Kupp is, and I'm seriously asking, do you think Cooper Kupp is judged the same because his skill set, I know he's awesome, but his skill set is a little bit different in terms of stretching the field. He is more apt to stretch the field after he has the ball.
Or a first and a second.
Okay. So I think.
Okay. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I do think that Sean McVay does a great job of schemes for him, but I also do think Cooper Kupp is a top 5 receiver. I think if in his prime right now, if you put him with a good quarterback in a good system, he's going to get you 100 catches, 1,500 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
For sure. What about, because I see this from the 360, Chargers didn't show up. From the 469, Chargers. From the 214, Herbert. He always flashes, but always comes down. Do you think...
I do think he has a little bit of an excuse. Not that I'm like a huge Herbert fan, but he does have a little bit of an excuse. His best offensive lineman is out for the year, who they drafted. He's in his second year, right? I'm right about that, right? Their guy got hurt for the year?
Yes, correct.
And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on his name because I know it was...
Sean Slater.
Thank you. And his wide receivers have been pretty hurt this year.
That is true.
That being said, still, I agree with what everybody's saying with that. And this one doesn't really count because everybody thought they'd be somewhat of a bad team. But I think there was a lot of hope down south for Davis Mills that they wouldn't have to draft another quarterback, that would be the guy they could start building around after his kind of half of a rookie year. And I think he's been a major disappointment. Houston now has to look at all right, we know Davis Mills is not our answer to turn this franchise around.
And the good news for them is if that is the case, you're looking at a draft class where you probably feel like there's hope that you have plenty of options there. When you said down south, I was thinking down southeast. What about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Like, I know we focus on teams a lot and individuals a little bit less, but do you say with Tampa Bay it's injuries that's taken them down, or do you think they've been disappointing? If you're battling it out with the Falcons for the division title,
injuries across the offensive line are one, and then injuries at wide receiver have been very inconsistent there. And then the off-field stuff that's just bothering Tom Brady. The simple fact that dude did not prepare for this season the same way he typically does. And it's showing, and you're starting to see his arm fall. Like that, Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, okay, there it is. That's the throws. Tom Brady, I'm like, that's a throw. What just happened there? He's skipping balls to guys. And whenever you start seeing guys skip balls across the field, that's when you're like, okay, that's problematic.
Oh, my God, it's a miracle. We actually do have Mike McCarthy. Let's hear from him right here on The Fan.
Today, obviously we'll just watch the reps with Zeke, but I see Sam and Malik taking the majority of their scheduled reps.
And at this stage, when you're coming back off of a bye, and now you're about to start a stretch of 3 games in 12 days, how do you adjust what these Wednesdays and Thursdays look like?
Excellent question. I think there's a couple things. When you come off of a bye week, that Monday practice is important because, what I've learned over time is that's a stressful practice for fatigue injuries. So, so that was all calculated, and I thought the guys did a really nice job on the Monday practice, getting back into it. But this week will be a semi-normal schedule, coming off of, what we did going into Chicago. But, we'll start to wean back going into Minnesota because of what follows from Minnesota. So it's something we obviously spent a lot of time on, but it's all about projecting and making sure your workload capacity is in line with the different stress points you think you have, particularly with the personnel as far as guys where they're at, injuries, so forth, numbers. Because we have a couple of receivers that I'll check on when I get out of that may be sick. So the flu bug going on. So those types of things affect practice a little bit because you got to adjust your look teams and so forth. And so all that comes into play. And frankly, it seems like every year when you hit November, and especially being a team that plays on Thanksgiving each and every year, you got to be very conscientious how you practice, particularly how much time you're on the field, and more than, in my opinion, than you need to in September and October.
John Michaud, The Athletic. Being a team that plays, most of your games inside, and obviously the weather here is nothing like it's going to be in Green Bay. How do you do anything different? Is there anything you can do to get your team prepared for that?
I'll tell you, I always try to have a fun fact or two for the guys each week, and if you look at the part of the country where our roster, as far as where our players come from, and compared to where Green Bay players come from, they actually have more players from the South than we do. So I think we have more players from the the upper Midwest, the northern type states. So the only point I was making is this is going to be a fun environment. Big Ten type football, and they're tired of hearing me talk about the right shoes to wear and so forth, and the expectations of what the grass is going to be like, and so they got the full talk, dew point, the moisture in the air, so it's they'll be ready to go. So,
Mike Todd Archer of the ESPN. The practice days that David was talking about, is that confused how you get Washington's practice plan started for him because you're not going to be practicing as much?
Yeah, and that's frankly, why we're gonna probably hold off on James for at least another week because of exactly what you brought up. Because you look at this week's a normal practice as far as Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, but next week will not be, and then obviously Thursday, the Thursday game coming off of the Sunday away game in Minneapolis, so that's not that's definitely not a week you want to bring a player back as far as getting them ready with the extra stuff. So that's one of the items that go into these types of things. And but James is very, very close to being ready.
And then with Anthony Barr, What's his stat? How's his
We're going to hold him today, so I would say limited at best. We'll see what he does with Britt in the early, the pre-practice part. So if he does get anything, it would be limited. That's would be the most he would do.
Clarence.
Getting back to Zeke, would he go on a pitch count, or is he full go? How would you look at?
Excellent question. I think just like anything, we're I call it a proposed 48. We start building that Tuesday as a coaching staff, just because we're obviously game planning for Green Bay and how we the distribution of personnel and so forth, and going in with three running backs and having one that's on a pitch count, you got to be careful there. So frankly, I always when I think of running backs going into a game, I always go back to 2011. I think we were 13-0, and we went into Kansas City and we took only two running. I've only gone to the game twice with only two running backs, and it got me both times. So my point is, I'm very conscientious of that. So we'll watch Zeke work throughout the week and have a good idea where he is.
Michael Gilkins, Dallas Morning News. Which wide receivers won't be available today for practice?
Well, let me find out what's going on first, as they may be. So just young guys, young players, practice squad players. Yeah.
Scott.
Dixon with the AP. Back on Zeke, the injury last year did limit affect his production a little bit. How concerned are you that he's going to kind of have to go through that again?
Well, I think like anything, every injury is different, and this is definitely a different injury. But Zeke's an old-time pro. I mean, so and I know I say this every time we talk about players return to play. I think our process here is excellent. I think Britt Brown does a really good job, especially with players like Zeke, Dak, and D-Log, men that he's gone through this before. So. I feel like we have a very good handle on it. The bye week was obviously very important for Zeke. He's made a ton of progress, and I'm frankly I'm the wrong guy to ask. I just came from the walkthrough with Zeke, and he told me he's fine, ready to go. But I mean that's what they all tell me. So, but everything looks positive.
All right, there's Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get some baseball nuggets from Mike Bassett.
Shortstops and prospects and DFW Security. With DFW Security, you're going to get better protection, cutting-edge smart technology, award-winning.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority of Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
Okay, so one thing that's going pretty well for the Texas Rangers right now, and you're like, what? Is Kumar Rocker. He is having a pretty good Arizona fall.
Yeah, he is.
Obviously, look, it's a short season, but it is against great competition. And it doesn't mean he's ready for the major leagues in April or probably not even ready for the major
opening day.
He just said no.
But you're sitting in choppy seat. Don't say choppy things.
Oh, my God. That is.
Come on, you know I'm joking about this, Mike.
But I will say
well.
with what he's doing in Arizona Fall League, I think there's a high probability he starts off in Frisco next year.
Are you concerned about, like, we've heard some things about arm? And, I mean, the way he's pitching, are you concerned about that at all?
Sure, when you hear stuff like that, you get concerned, but until it maybe kind of plays out, you have to say the Rangers doctors cleared him to be drafted number 3 overall. If they thought his arm was about to fall off or that he was in need of more major surgeries, that they wouldn't have cleared him. If they take him and in the next 2 years he has to have major surgery, it's just, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful that Kumar Rocker can stay healthy. I think he's going to start off in AA, but I think they're going to give him the whole season in AA. They're not even going to, I shouldn't say that. If he starts off the year, and I won't put a record on him, but if he throws 50 innings in AA and has an ERA under 2, they might go, well, I guess he's ready.
But that feels like a fairly extreme example.
And
but
wouldn't that be a little bit weird that Jack Leiter just the year before was considered better than Kumar Rocker at the same school, and Jack put up a 5-ish ERA?
Hear me out for 1 second.
Okay.
I would think it's weird, except haven't we like kind of cleaned house a little bit and brought in some new people, and maybe you see their work coming to fruition quickly.
Like the pitching coaches teaching them a better.
I know that would be a lot, but
I hear you. So I wanted to talk about that real quick. I have a lot here, and if I don't get to, we have Nuggets tomorrow. Shortstop. The position at shortstop for free agency is tremendous. Now, last year, you remember Trevor Story was there, who struggled in Boston, moved to second base. Corey Seager came here and had a good power season this year at the plate. Hit more home runs than I think anybody thought he would hit. Other things didn't go his way. Defensively, he lacks, now that he plays for you every day, you get to see he lacks a lot of range at shortstop. But, you know, he's okay at shortstop. He's okay defensively. And then you look at Carlos Correa. He went last year to the Minnesota Twins. Javier Baez. Thank God we didn't get him. He went to Detroit and has been a complete and total bust. He's been the worst Javi Baez that you could possibly be. Carlos Correa is now back to being a free agent after having a very good year. I didn't know this, but there's 4 major free agents at shortstop this year. 3 of them had the highest batting average at shortstop this season. It's Xander Bogaerts, Carlos Correa, Trey Turner, and I know I'm not going in the order of what they had batting average-wise, and then you have Dansby Swanson, who I believe finished 7th in batting average.
Okay.
And they're all pretty much top 5 to top 7 in almost every offensive category, plus most of those guys are very good defensive players. So Bogaerts, I would say, I lean towards, I'd have to ask some other people, but from what I watch, I lean towards he'd be the worst defensive shortstop out of all of them, but maybe the best offensive shortstop. I think Dansby Swanson would be the best defensive shortstop, but the worst offensive shortstop, but still a pretty darn good offensive shortstop. Well, what I was thinking
has this offense, I don't want to slow you down too much. Has this offense gotten better? Because
Swanson?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think he batted .277 with 25 home runs this year.
Because I feel like for a while they're like, well, the defense is there, but like we're still kind of waiting on the offensive component.
Yeah, I had it pulled up yesterday, so I'm going off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I do remember going, 277, 25 home runs, really nice offensive season. And I thought, wow, that's, to your point, I thought, that's better than what I remember. Now, Corey Seager is probably not long for shortstop for the Texas Rangers. And I know that sounds weird to people because you just signed him to a 10-year contract to be your shortstop. But even when, whether it was John Daniels, Chris Woodward, remember Chris Woodward and Seager were super tight.
Yes.
That was the major sponsor to get Corey Seager to be the number one target of the Texas Rangers. And literally halfway through the season, they let go of Chris Woodward. And now you have Bruce Bochy. And hopefully Bochy gets the most out of Corey Seager. But I'm wondering, with this crop of shortstops, if this isn't the best path to make the Rangers better offensively and defensively. As defensively, I think most people who watched the Rangers last year would say they really struggled with infield defense. I thought outfield defense was very good. Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia. I still think Adolis Garcia should be up for Gold Glove.
Yes,
I can't believe he wasn't.
I agree.
Bubba Thompson can fly around the outfield. In left field at times he had option or guys that weren't the best, but Cole Calhoun was actually very good. By the way, the Rangers did let Cole Calhoun go. They did not pick up his option. So,
but the word is they're probably going to pick up Leclerc's.
Yes,
is what I've heard.
As of yesterday, Chris Young at the general managers meetings said we haven't decided yet, but we're leaning towards picking up his option at, I believe, $6 million. That's not a ton for a guy who's coming off injury, as in he got through last year, pitched most of the season. Yeah. You're hoping that guy will be better with a full offseason of being completely and totally healthy. So I just wonder this, guys. What if the Rangers, and I know we'll get into this a little bit more at noon with maybe like dream scenarios. What if the Rangers went to Corey Seager, who doesn't seem to want to talk a whole bunch?
This feels like a tough sell. And
say, hey, we see an opportunity to get, I don't know who it is. Let's just say Dansby Swanson. I think he's the most gettable guy. Now, I don't know what the Braves are going to do. Maybe the Braves are like, no, he's not gettable. We're going to make sure we keep him. But Dansby Swanson, all of a sudden, we get a Gold Glove caliber shortstop. Corey, we're going to get this Gold Glove caliber shortstop. He's also going to really help us offensively by batting, a good batting average in Major League Baseball. Yeah. He does have some pop at 20-plus home runs. And Corey, we're going to move you to third base. And then you move Josh Young to first base.
You can be a 35 home run, power hitting, left-handed third baseman, which is
where you don't need range.
Awesome.
You have to have quick. You have to be quick, right? I mean, the ball's hit hard, so they call it the hot corner. You're just moving left or right, pretty much one step. You're charging the ball on balls that aren't hit well or possible bunts. But I'm just wondering if the best way to improve the Rangers without pitching, I know pitching's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
But if you want to improve this team, it has to improve defensively in the infield. And you could do it, but you have to convince Seager to move to third base.
I wonder if he'll feel it's a demotion. Like, I can't help but think that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good idea, but I just don't know.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, and I want to investigate that further. We might need to pick this back up tomorrow. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus what the hell happened with the Stars last night. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well. We are doing well. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, although we can go in whatever direction you want from there, what have you thought about the play thus far of Deron Bland and his prospects going forth in the second half of the season?
I think it's pretty encouraging. I think that in the two games that he's had to play extensively, I think he's played about as well as you can expect your, fourth corner to play. I don't think that he's hurt them. And I think they'll probably stick with the way they've been going with him coming in on the nickel as their slot corner. If you factor in that he's only a rookie, I think you couldn't ask for anything more at this point.
How are we looking on the future of James Washington exploding out as a wide receiver? What are we looking at here?
I feel like the countdown to James Washington has been going for a really long time.
It's the longest countdown ever, right?
Yeah.
Which one's more intense, that one or the signing Odell?
I don't know why. I thought for sure you were going to say, or what we're going to have to deal with for the next month in Georgia. I don't know why I thought that's what you were going to say. Back to you, Mickey.
Don't make me sick to my stomach.
It's going to take another month, Mickey. Get ready.
Oh,
So, but yeah, where are we with the James Washington saga?
That's a better question.
Good, thanks.
It's a better question.
And I got a better answer for
Good,
that,
good.
too. Mike just said today that they're not going to start his practice this week because if you do 3, then that gets you into a lighter practice next week because then he's going to have to pull back because they're going to have to play the following Thursday on Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah.
And then the Thanksgiving week basically is kind of like one practice. So I think at the earliest, taking that into consideration, they would start him maybe next week. And then they would have a whole nother week after Thanksgiving to also get him ready. So that's where that looks like it's going with Washington because he's somewhat. I mean, he looks ready. Watching him run routes, watching him do his rehab, he's running really, really well, and I think he's got his confidence back in his foot. So, but yeah, not this week for sure. I think the guy this week that they're somewhat concerned about would be Anthony Barr.
Hamstring.
And, at best, Mike said he would be limited this week. So they're going to see, just what he can do. But from what I kind of heard the week before is that, he's a little bit older and you got to be careful with the soft tissue injury. So we'll see where he's at. They seem pretty confident that Malik Hooker and Sam Williams will be ready to go today, maybe on a limited basis, but they feel like they'll be able to do most of the stuff. And then Zeke will depend on what he's able to do today and going forward. McCarthy said that when he just saw him, during the walkthrough or whatever they had, Zeke said, yeah, I'm ready to go. He goes, so, yeah, well, as he pointed out, they all say that. So that's one that if he does anything today, it'll be on a limited basis, and then they'll just kind of see what happens going forward.
Is there any part of you that would have thought we would get to this point in the schedule and look at Green Bay as not so great?
Like they're not going to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC?
Yeah, actually, we were having the conversation yesterday, and Mike said, is Green Bay one of the worst 5 teams in the NFL? And we scoffed and then came up with they're probably about the 7th worst team in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and just because it's Green Bay and it's Rodgers, but I think you have to take into account, what they're playing with on offense. the fact that those wide receivers don't have much experience. They don't have much experience with Aaron Rodgers, and I hope everybody's seeing this notion that the quarterback's got to carry the load, right? That doesn't matter who he's playing with because he's making so much money that it's all on him to carry everybody along. Well, it just doesn't work that way. Now, the tough thing for them is the fact that they signed him to a 3-year, $150 million extension, and he was more than glad to accept that money. And then you see where they didn't have enough money for wide receivers. And so, he kind of helped the bed he's laying in right now.
What is when the difference between what they've usually done versus where they are now and versus what this Cowboys secondary and their passing defense looks like? What do you think that they can do, that Aaron Rodgers can do against this secondary?
Well, I don't know if it's so much Aaron Rodgers, but I was looking at this, and for a team that's 3-6, check these numbers out. So 9 games. In 6 of them, they've rushed for 111, 203, 199, 94, 208, and 106.
Let's do the 94 or the 106 one this weekend. Is that? Are you giving
can you
me
make that deal before the game?
I'm sorry.
Because what do you think when they look at this Cowboy defense and they're going to say, I don't know how much we want to throw against this team because of their pass rush.
Mm-hmm. That makes more sense.
Maybe we need to load up on the run. And, I had to double check because I thought I saw it wrong. They ran for 208 against Buffalo.
Yeah.
Against Buffalo. All right? So, that would catch my attention, and I'm sure it's caught the Cowboys' attention. And, Mike McCarthy talked about it today, about, the run defense. That's something that people see on tape. And as he said, several times, if I was the opposing offensive coordinator, I don't know that I want to throw against him as much as I want to run against him. And, if you are able to stop the run, then you force him to do what maybe they don't want to do as much against this defense. Because now if you stop the run, then chances are they're going to be more in 3rd and long. But that's something that catches my attention. And that's something that I think we talked about yesterday. One of the things this defense needs to improve going forward is stopping the run. And, there's probably, I would think, at least a 50-50 chance you're not going to have Anthony Barr in this game. That means your rookie, Damone Clark's going to have to play as much as, he did last game. Now, it wasn't bad, right? He had 6 tackles, but it wasn't perfect. And that's just throwing another rookie out there into the mix.
If for future discussions, if you could just make it so I could pick the stats that we'll give up for the upcoming game, I really feel like
awesome. That would make it easier on picking a winner on Friday.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win, but I understand what you're saying. Absolutely.
And here's the other thing is like this past week, they get beat 15-9.
Right.
They had 389 yards total offense. The problem was the interceptions. There was 3, and the fact that they got down into the red zone and couldn't score in 1st and goal situations twice. So they were moving the football like everybody else does against Detroit. They just turned it over. And I don't know that you can say, well, they got 3 interceptions, we're going to get 4. It doesn't work that way. So I just think, just a little leery of, Aaron Rodgers putting it together for one game. Everybody's asking Mike McCarthy about, psyched up for this game. You think Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to beat Mike McCarthy?
That's a good point.
It works both ways. And, and I'm sure there's some guys still in that organization that, worked or played with McCarthy, and they're all fired up. And it's like, okay, Coach, we're going to show you we can do this without you. And So yeah, it's an interesting dynamics going into this game.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up again tomorrow.
All right, see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right
Did
here.
you ever see Herschel Walker being the guy?
No. He's gone
because he covered Herschel back then. I don't know if he actually had like any like. I'm just wanted to know. I'll ask him tomorrow.
Okay, I might need to take a break.
Sorry, I missed my spot on that.
Yes, you did. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, if we can fire off cut number 2 and make it seem like the Stars game went well last night.
Young now worked over to Robertson. He scores!
He did.
Jason Robertson now has goals in 6 straight.
Yes.
And the NHL's #1 star of the week has the game's first goal.
All right.
Call that Super Tuesday.
It's like he scores every time he shoots, you know?
It does kind of feel like that. Because remember, we talked about the exercise he went through about not getting so many shots blocked.
Yeah.
Is all of that happened, and all of that's true, and nothing can take that away. Except, of course, the Winnipeg Jets, who would take that lead away 21 seconds later.
Why would they do that?
And I know you're like, that's okay. That's
Stars
okay.
just ran out of time.
Ties not so bad. Well, another minute and 10 seconds later, Winnipeg would take the lead for good in a second period shellacking where they put not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 goals on the board, and they were victorious 5-1.
Golden sombrero.
Why did you fist pump that though, Mike?
Yeah.
That was,
Action.
So you just support action in the game as opposed to, all right. So here's the thing.
But the Jets only scored 1 in the third.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And
like completions for Zach Wilson. He's winning games with 5.
That's right. That does sound right. And this is no knock against Wedgwood because we talked about he's been fantastic in the stead of Ottinger. It was a rough night across the board. Here's my concern, though, because we talked about this last week, is when we talk about aspects of the Stars, they almost immediately go wrong. Now, consider this, if you will. Joey, you're an avid hockey person, and let me know.
Erickson.
If we, yes.
Hold on, but his name's Joey the Jet on Twitter. Does that
So you
mean
think
he's
he should be a
Winnipeg fan?
No,
Oh.
I used to play on the Jets hockey team here in the Metroplex back in the day. So
You used to play on a Jets hockey team.
Yeah,
huh?
it was called the Dallas Ice Jets, man.
I see.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All
Did
right.
you guys also not let the Stars have the lead for more than 21 seconds?
Well, yeah.
Was that an answer? Was that his answer?
Just say no. We never did that.
No,
we were
we never
really
did.
nice to the Stars. We love them.
Here's my concern: is we started out talking about the Stars, and immediately they lost their first game. And then when we mounted the campaign for Jake Ottinger to win the Vezina, he got injured the very next game. The last segment that we had about the Stars was talking about the fact that how they lead 36 minutes and 46 seconds per game, which is the best in the league, and they trail 5 minutes and 58 seconds per game, which is the lowest number, which is good, in the league. What happens? The very next game, they trail for 35 minutes and 23 seconds. That's not quite, but not too far away from what they've trailed the entirety of the season.
Well, welcome to being a Dallas Stars fan for the past decade. It's a
Man,
roller coaster.
hey.
That's a good. He's not
it's a roller
wrong,
coaster.
though.
That's how it is.
We just need a bubble.
He's not. That is a good point. And also,
It sounds like we are the curse and that we should stop mounting things.
well,
They call Highland Park a bubble. What if they started playing in Highland Park?
Corey.
I mean, we're close already.
Yeah.
Is there space to build
Also,
an ice hockey
you
place?
have no say in whether or not that happens.
What do you mean?
We
No
do have say in what happens on our
but
show.
This is not a red
Have you ever
city.
seen backyards in Highland Park? They're so small. There's not enough space.
So your thought was we were going to build it in a backyard?
Well, it just shows they lack space. There's not like big lots available in Highland Park.
We can
Let's
knock
just
down
have a
some
bunch of
houses.
Winter Classics.
Yeah. we
And
can
there's
knock down-
definitely not a big lots in Highland
There's
Park.
no way Highland Park would ever allow that
lots?
to happen.
Where's the nearest big lots to Highland Park?
Man,
Richardson.
yeah. So, but in reality,
Big lot store locator.
I know we're kind of joking about that. I will say, however, in the midst of the road trip, you got the win against JV Arizona. You crushed Edmonton, and so
And you're tied with the Jets for first in your division.
There are 121 big lots in Texas.
Okay, I thought you were going to say in Highland Park. I was going to be like, I don't even understand how that could be possible. So it was a bad loss. Oh, yeah. Here's the other thing. What was the other thing we just talked about with the Stars? They have no losses that are, or they have very few wins where they're not blowouts. And they definitely, I don't think they had lost a game by more than 2 goals. We talked about that too. And what happens?
Way to
They
go,
get
Kevin.
freaking run off the ice. So, look, they play against San Jose on Friday. Do we dare preview that game? I don't know. I want to say yes, but then I also have to reflect on these facts and the fact that Joey used to play for the Jets and he might be a shadow Canadian all along. I don't know. Were you born in Canada?
I was not.
Okay.
The 214 sounds like you guys need to stay in your lane.
Yeah.
The fan never talks about hockey, so keep it that way, you jinxes. So they're not saying that we have bad hockey talk.
Okay.
They're just saying that our hockey talk is clearly jinxing the Stars. And that's our problem here.
It really sounds like you're saying honky tonk. Like, like at a Billy Bob's or whatever.
Which is probably also not in Highland Park.
That's in Fort Worth.
I mean, it's not. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Near Joe T. Garcia's. That's a fun place to go to.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, with the Cowboys looming, which Packers injury will or could make the biggest impact? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, the holiday season is here, which means holiday deals for you at the Black Friday sales event. It's happening all month long.
Fan, I'm glad I cut that sentence off. Is I have heard rumblings off air that Mike and Corey have fixed the country. I don't know if that is an off air conversation or not, but we're going to have to
just get along.
We're going to have to put off the discussion about the Packers injuries. Maybe we can pick that up tomorrow or later in the show because there's a whole bunch of doings happening in the sports world. Do you want to go with baseball first or basketball first?
Let's go with baseball. That's a local thing that's happening that I think is significant for us.
What's the word on the baseball front? We trading Martin Perez?
No, John Morosi.
He's not even under contract.
I mean, we could.
That's what Bobby wants to know.
Just sign and trade him then. The John Morosi is reporting, quote, source, Rangers are increasingly likely to extend Martin Perez the qualifying offer. It wouldn't be a surprise if he accepts, given that $4 million in 2022 to $19.65 million in 23 would be quite a pay raise.
Can I just say one thing about that? I would be quite surprised if he accepted, just because I know the average value is more than he's going to get, but I view him as saying, hey, this is the best year I've had of my career. This is the time that if I'm ever going to cash in, it's now. And I have to imagine he thinks he can get $40 million out there.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just wondering. I think this is always a tough conversation. One, I do think he wants to make his life here. He's not going back to Venezuela. I mean, he's going to live here the rest of his life. And I think that living in Dallas-Fort Worth is where he's going to live. I think from an agent standpoint, you have to have a good feeling, and this is where you have to have a good conversation of, hey, I've reached out to teams. I think you're going to be, I'm guessing, this is a total guess, but this is an agent-client conversation. Hey, I think we're looking at right around 12 a year, give or take, maybe $2 million.
Right.
And I don't know if we'll get to 14, and I think we'll get higher than 10. Do you want to go out on the market and hopefully get the 3 for 36, or do you want to take 1 for 19, and then next year, maybe if you put a back-to-back season together, maybe we are looking at a more 3 for 60. It's a risk.
Okay.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do.
Right now, I think
Is that what you would advise?
I would leave it to the client. I would say, here's the deal. Because if, you don't want to put negative thoughts in his head, but if you say, hey, obviously, if you were to get hurt or anything like that, you are leaving millions of dollars on the table on a multi-year contract. This gives you security in a place that you want to be, and I'll try to get maybe a few no-trade clauses in there to help out that you wouldn't have to go to a place you don't want to go to. But I think that you kind of lay it out for your client, and you say, in this scenario, I can't get you $19 million a year.
Okay.
There's just no way I can do it. You can get 1 year at 19, and you are only 31 years old. So I think if you hit the market at 32 years old and you pitch another season where your ERA is around 3, then I think that you might be able to get now $15+ million a year on a multi-year contract. So it is, you're taking a risk.
Yeah.
And so to your point, you are taking a risk by not taking a possible 3-year, $12 to $13 million contract, but you are getting a lump sum that I can't get you in one season.
And okay, I would be excited about that. I know Martin Perez is not somebody that generates a ton of excitement because he's not the flashiest pitcher in the world, but he was damn good last year.
Yeah, no, if again, to Mike's point, and I think the valid discussion, if he can be your 4th, 5th pitcher, Kevin, that's perfect. As long as you get Verlander and DeGrom and name another pitcher. Let's trade for Aaron Nola. Yeah, well, add those. No, listen, if he's a 3rd, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah. If
he's that far down, if he's a 4th or 5th, you're just sitting there going, championship.
All right. Now, on the basketball front, sorry, some people said baseball first, and now I see the one that's I wanted basketball first. Well, you'll still get the basketball news nonetheless. This has been a roller coaster, and now it sounds like Ime Udoka is out of consideration for the Nets, and they're sticking with Jacques Vaughn for the season. Do I have that correct?
Sounds correct to me.
The Nets pivoted amid reports that they intended to hire Udoka instead of lifting the interim tag from Jacques Vaughn's title as their replacement for Steve Nash. Quote, Jacques' basketball acumen, competitiveness, and intimate knowledge of our team and organization make him the clear-cut best person to lead our group moving forward. He has proven the ability to get the best out of our players, hold them accountable, stuff, and other things.
But they said not as intimate as Udoka was with Boston's organization.
Oh my gosh.
What an amazing press release that would be. But also, can I translate that press release for you? Hey, look, Jacques Vaughn is here. And as our second option, that's going to work totally fine. You know it. I know it. We wanted Udoka. We were going to get him for nothing. But then apparently new information either A, came to light, or B, we found out how pissed everyone was going to be if we went in and hired him. So we decided that that was not going to be a viable option for us.
Yeah.
Do you think that is a
pretty
more
accurate,
representation of what happened?
Man, you're getting good at this. I'm pretty impressed by you, man.
Okay, with all that being said, does Udoka ever coach in the NBA? And is that tied to, do we ever find out what exactly happened? Because it's hard to have a take.
We're going to find out a story. I think it's really fascinating, Mike, the times where, look at Mike Vick and other people, times where somebody has done something that there's been a massive outcry. They've gone on to be open and honest about their story, done something to kind of redirect the position they were previously in, and then change their entire career from there. So he might still have people that hate him, but he can definitely do something. He can go on is it Barbara Walters and have a conversation with her.
Does she still do that?
I don't know. I don't know who that person is anymore. Have a conversation, and then
Kelly Clarkson.
And then a lot of people will forgive and move on. Maybe Kelly Clarkson just seems more like a fun, like, let's eat some crazy potatoes or something. But I don't know.
Actually, now that you say that, I can't imagine a TV commercial being like, coming up on the next Kelly Clarkson show, we're going to eat some crazy potatoes.
We get in depth with Udoka.
Is that show still on there too?
So yeah, I think that like he does a feature like that and then shows that he's trying to do some things that are positive. I think he definitely can get a chance to, extend what he was doing in Boston even further, because he was a really good coach there.
I think sitting out this whole year helps. I won't say he's not the Brooklyn Nets' next head coach. Is that I think now sitting out the whole year possibly gets where, hey, he kind of served his time too.
Okay. And then on the college football front, I know there was some concern, but the concern unwarranted for now. TCU comes in at number 4 in the college football playoff rankings. Georgia number 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4, Tennessee 5, Oregon 6. TCU is set at 4. If they win out, they will go to the college football playoff. And the reason
didn't they win their last game 73-0, and they still took them from 4-5 at the end of that season 5 years
I
ago?
thought you meant their literal last game. I was like, I don't think so.
When Baylor and them were competing, I know they lost a late game to Baylor, but it was like, hey, but they're the number 4 team in the country, and they just won 70-0. They're going to hold on, and they slipped a popular team in there, whether it was Notre Dame or Michigan or something.
I think the other issue there, I think it actually might have been Ohio State. The other issue
that's
was,
right, because
Zeke
won it all.
I think the other issue there was that there was no conference championship game. And now there would be. And here's the thing, to your point, is some people said yesterday they're just trying to get the best 4 teams in. Vegas doesn't think TCU is anywhere near one of the best 4 teams. Is their underdog? Do you know they're dogs by 7 points this weekend against Texas?
Dang.
And that means even if the game was in TCU, it would be at best even. If it was in Fort Worth.
How much do we actually trust Vegas, Kevin? That's the question.
There are some people.
They know what they're doing, right? They're telling everybody put money on TCU. See, they're number 4, and it's going to be an easy win.
Exactly. There are people out there who will they'll follow the Vegas power
Tennessee's
poll.
number 4.
From the 940, enjoy week 1, the 1 week TCU. About to get your bottoms rolled this week is what they said.
And that's the thing is
although they didn't say bottoms.
That's true. Let's say TCU did lose to Texas. Well, then they would probably rematch in the Big 12 championship game. But even if TCU wins, that's not going to be enough to get you back in the playoff. Fair or unfair, I'm not here to argue that they're getting treated properly, but TCU can only make it if they go undefeated. So if they lose to Texas or lose either the 2 games or the potential rematch against, whether it's Texas, Oklahoma State, Kansas State, whoever it ends up being, they have to stay undefeated. Whereas opposed to I hate to say it, but couldn't you see a world in which Ohio State and Michigan play and the game ends by a last-second field goal and they're like, I don't know, that other team looked really good that lost the game, and we've definitely all heard of them on a national scale.
There's no way they want TCU in this thing. I know that they're in right now. I want them in. I am not a TCU hater. I want them to be in, but you have to realize TCU and fans of Texas football in general, they do not want TCU to be in this thing. So they are going to look for any way possible that's why TCU, to your point, they have to go undefeated. Yes. And I don't know what their last game is, but it probably needs to be a really nice win at the end for them not to sneak in Tennessee or something into the mix.
Yeah, I don't think either one of their last 2 games are with ranked opponents or against
just win by 100.
Yeah, marquee opponents or anything like that. And then, you have Tennessee, Oregon just kind of lingering right around there. All right, Mike, then I got a quick question for you. You always want Texas teams to do well. Yes. Are you going to root for TCU this weekend against Texas, knowing that? Okay.
TCU, I'm rooting for TCU the whole way. Just like if A&M right now is undefeated, I'd root for A&M. If Texas was undefeated, I'd root for Texas. If Texas Tech was undefeated, I'd root for Texas Tech. Like, I don't really have a huge favorite. I would always like Texas Tech to be the best out of all of them. I know that that's very unlikely. Even though Joey McGuire thinks doing a decent job there. That's what I do for college football. I'm not a huge college football fan. I didn't really attend a college like the way most people would attend a college. So that's how I root for Texas football, is I want them to be good. We're really good at basketball in this state. We're not as good at football.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is it time? And are Raiders fans ready to move on from Derek Carr? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
I'm Howard.
You know where sports content originates in this town? Of course you do. Thanks for listening and being an awesome teammate of the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish this year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with Jim Irsay, who is shocked and appalled that you would dare insinuate that his team is tanking. How dare you? Did we bench our quarterback, who quite frankly wasn't that good anyway, and fire our coach? But he said, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. And do you remember that one story about me?
No,
okay,
he didn't say that
part. All right, he didn't say that part. His actual quote, except for the part I have to censor, that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, that we're tanking. That's BS. We're in this thing. 9-7-1 gets us in, no question about it. We're not tanking this season.
Give me a pill.
Whoever says these things, they're not playing Matt Ryan because of an effort to tank. That's all BS. That's not true. We're going to do what it takes to win. I don't know who people think we are. They don't know us. We don't tank in Indianapolis.
I mean, they absolutely tanked to get Andrew Luck for sure. Like that was an absolute tank job.
That is a fair point.
They're like, we could start Peyton Manning, or hey, Peyton, why don't you just go ahead and have that surgery and everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
We'll be fine, buddy. No, they do tank in Indianapolis, and they've proven it before. And then their GM, when Chris Ballard was like, hey, you guys been kicking the S out of me for years about not having wide receivers, and now you're mad about me not having offensive linemen? Come on. What does a guy got to do around here? Come on. Exactly how he feels right now, too.
So they are not tanking?
They are. They're definitely going to tank.
Oh, my God.
Smartest move they've done. I heard Choppy say this. They should know. It led them to somewhat of I won't say dynasty, but a great 12 to 15-year run with Peyton Manning, and then they were making the playoffs consistently until Andrew Luck got hurt.
And had to go to the Civil War. I don't know about that. I would go the Jerry Jones route when he's like, did you like those 3 Super Bowls? I would be like, did you like when Peyton Manning was here? Did you like when Andrew Luck is here? Did you see CJ Stroud play? Yeah, we're tanking.
Yeah, but you can't say that. Mark Cuban did it one time with like Dr. J or something and got in trouble.
And then Mark Cuban started denying things that definitely happened. All right, let's go from that to Josh Allen. Sean McDermott says Josh Allen is day-to-day. We'll see if he plays on Sunday, but I'll tell you this, we do not tank in Buffalo.
No, he didn't say that
not
either.
That last part either.
They are too good to tank anyway.
But the rest is true. He said Josh Allen day-to-day. We'll see if he plays on Sunday.
Kevin, this is awesome. I'm sorry. This is something that's never happened before.
By the way,
are you breaking news?
Jimmy Johnson just retweeted my tweet.
Oh, my God.
I've been told that Jimmy Johnson is joining Sean and RJ tomorrow at 7:20 in the a.m. morning.
Let me ask you a question.
Which is very similar to 2:30 o'clock.
It's that happened one time. It's a 2-pronged question.
Okay.
A, would you like us to try to steal
Absolutely.
the Sean and RJ interview away from them?
I want to, but they need it.
I got another. Oh, my God. Or B, would you like us to also schedule Jimmy Johnson in an attempt to display our superior interview skills?
First off, I say they need it because of their egos. All right, all right. That's what I'm really like. They love interviews.
Are you insinuating that Sean and RJ are tanking? What are you doing right now?
Secondly, we would have to. It's tomorrow, so that's a Thursday. We would have to schedule it 4 days afterwards because that's how we do with Jerry. We ask for, hey, let's show. Isn't it Tuesdays for them, and then
how many days do you think it takes to get from Tuesday to Friday?
It's Tuesday is a day.
No, you
Wednesday
don't count
is another
the day.
day.
You're already
Thursday
on.
is the third day.
It is 3 days from Tuesday to Friday. 3 days.
That is 4 days.
It is not 4 days, for the love of God. I'm not going to let you drag me into this conversation. I think you're doing this on purpose.
All I'm saying is Jimmy Johnson going to be on tomorrow with Sean and RJ at 7:20. That's awesome. And Jimmy Johnson retweeted a tweet that I tweeted. And that's awesome.
Now you should DM and be like, do you want to come on our show and also have an interview? All right, let's go from.
Do you want to have fun?
Yeah, we might get in trouble for that. I'm really not entirely sure. All right, so the question, is it time for the Raiders to move on from Derek Carr? Because I took a look contractually, they can get out of this, no problem. $5 million dead cap, who cares? $5.6 million. But they can get out of this, no problem. This season, it's been a catastrophe. They might end up firing their head coach after 1 year, but also you're kind of seeing that maybe Derek Carr ain't the dude.
I hear you. Right now they have the 3rd pick in the draft. So if the quarterback is there they like, then I would say, yeah. But I still think Derek Carr has value in the league. If Carson Wentz keeps getting draft picks and people wanting him, I feel like you can't just say, well, we're just releasing him. I think there's going to be a team that'll say, oh, wait a second, they might draft a quarterback with the 3rd pick in the draft. What can we do to get Derek Carr? And
don't you feel like you could for sure get like a 2nd round pick?
Yeah, the Colts love doing stuff like this.
That is a good point.
The D.C. Attorney General's office emailed reporters regarding a press conference tomorrow where AG, I don't know what that word that
Attorney
means,
General
Carl Racine will make a major announcement related to the Washington Commanders. The D.C. Attorney General,
I have a prediction,
is going to have a big press conference about the Washington Commanders tomorrow.
I think it's going to be the list of charges because remember we talked about we talked about last week, I want to say, that they had officially opened a criminal investigation to some of the financial doings of the Commanders. I believe that maybe this is insight into the investigation and what charges they're bringing, everything like that. And I'm telling you, I believe 100%. I know Jerry came on here and was like, oh, they might be looking for money to finance a stadium, and I don't believe that. I think that he saw the writing on the wall and saw the charges on the wall, and he's like, I got to bail.
I never got into this discussion yesterday, Kevin, but do you, on the front of Jerry Jones just talking about that, do you think that is one of the reasons that the owners are out, is that Dan Snyder has been incapable of getting a sale or a new stadium propped up?
Yes.
They're like, let's just look. It makes money. New stadiums make money, so we need money from y'all, and y'all are crapping the bed on all this. So hey, it's time for you to go.
That is absolutely what I believe.
If they don't like you, you're not worth it to us anymore.
Yeah, let's not pretend like that's not a thing. And so, yeah, I thought I would go ahead and throw that out there. All right. Let's go from that. I am super intrigued by that, by the way, Corey. And so we will keep an eye on that tomorrow. You always have good information.
I'll call in to Sean and RJ at 7:20 tomorrow and break more news.
Why are you taking shots at my information?
Well, Mike, we have
what am I, like a pollster from yesterday?
Oh my God.
Those are the dumbest people. They can't get anything right.
I know. I feel like they course corrected too much. The last couple, they're like, oh crap, we gave the Democrats too much credit. And they're like, you know what, this time, let's give the Republicans too much credit and it'll all be a wash. I think they're taking a 3-election cycle, like a compilation, and they're like, hey, but if you look at the average numbers, we nailed it. Is Justin Fields was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Did you know? Over the last 4 weeks, he has a total of 110.52 fantasy points, which is the best in all of the lands.
I had a football question I didn't get to yesterday because it had to do with Justin Fields, and it had to do with Zach Wilson's record, and it had to do with Trevor Lawrence actually winning a football game. And Mac Jones did win a football game too. Is when you start looking, and Trey Lance is hurt, so he can't play. Who do you say right now is going to be the best? I know that's a weekly question because the 2020.
I'm shifting to Justin Fields.
You think that's your guy though, right?
I do
but that's good.
I do like Justin.
I think, for me, I guess I'll still lean towards sticking with Trevor Lawrence.
Sure.
But Justin Fields is getting intriguing that he's starting to rush for 50 to 100 yards a game.
He's realizing the full breadth of his skill set. Not his school set. By the way, speaking of their rushing attack, last 4 weeks, 237 versus Washington, 243 versus New England, 240 versus Dallas, 252 versus Miami. They're the first team in 46 years to rush for 225 or more yards in 4 straight games.
Right now in a mock draft, they would take the Ohio State wide receiver. Would that help them out a lot?
Njigba?
Yeah.
Yeah, Njigba's really good.
Smith. Njigba.
Oh, okay.
He has 2 last names.
Yes, that is
Mr.
true.
or Mrs. Smith wants their last name in this.
That is a very dated reference, but I am familiar with that movie. Let's talk about what a scumbag Brett Favre is. It's been a minute. I know that
not too long though.
Yeah, no,
this is wild that this dude is in zero trouble yet causes this much problem.
Hey, as long as those AGs out in Washington, D.C. are getting stuff done, we need to farm some of that ability to get stuff done around because how Brett Favre is still By the way, the plural of that is attorneys general. I will never say that, ever. It's attorney generals. You know it and I know it, even if it's grammatically incorrect. All right, so Brett Favre was like, hey, remember how I stole money from the welfare thing? And then I claimed that I didn't know about it. And then I claimed I would pay it back. And then it took a really long time. And then they were like, but you also have to pay the interest because you stole this money. And he's like, don't worry, I'll totally do that. And then it's still up for debate whether or not he actually did that. Well, there's more. And I know you might be thinking, but how can there possibly be more? Well, remember, nobody cared when he stole that amount of money. It's because the state of Mississippi was more corrupt than they could accept. $1 million, $2 million, fine. $75 million, too much. We got to do something about it. Well, as it turns out, Brett Favre is also involved with multiple drug companies that are also tied into the welfare scheme. So here's how it works. Like I said, they didn't care when it was just one guy who stole a few $1 million. They were like, we'll be fine. But then when you find out that the state of Mississippi and their other corporations as a whole stole approximately $75 million, they're like, all right, that's too much. And it turns out that Brett Favre not only got some of that money personally, other companies that he was involved in also got that money. And I know that you're thinking, well, that's pretty terrible. Well, guess what? We're not done. Because as it turns out, these companies also overstated their connections to the NFL when peddling their drugs, which they also over-exaggerated how efficient the drugs they had. All right, look.
You said a lot of things. I understand.
I finished up the very end of that sentence. The rest of it is valid. The last 3 words of that sentence were a catastrophe.
Was there a comma right before had? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, my brain was like, that's not the word you want to end with. And they're like, what else you got? Kept spinning.
You ever express commas? Like, you ever say in comma this?
Well, sometimes. But my point is, he was involved with a couple of companies who were also caught up in this welfare scheme and also lied to people about how close they were to the NFL and also lied about how efficient their drugs were.
And is he getting sued? Is he getting sued or is it the companies?
This is the companies.
Yeah.
And you would think that would put more spotlight on Brett Favre. And they're like, hey, guess what, jackwads? We didn't do anything about the other thing except investigate him.
Shouldn't he go to jail when this goes to trial?
What a fair question that is, Mike. Yes. Yes, he should.
And he should go to jail for stealing all the copper. Remember when people were stealing copper and he
bracelets?
was the only one with all the copper out there?
I don't think
knee
that
brace
is.
and your
Were
arm
people
brace?
stealing copper for those bracelets to make their knees and wrists feel better?
That's where him and Jerry Rice were going around Mississippi
in jeans playing football.
We'll play a 2-on-2 football, and we got some copper in our truck.
I'm telling you, man.
His Wrangler jeans.
Yeah. If Jerry Rice and Brett Favre are challenging me to a game of pickup football, I'm thinking we're going to lose. If I see them in jeans, I might be like, you know what? We might be able to take this.
They put their copper sleeves on.
Yeah. Like, have you ever been in a situation?
They bring that dog out and that dog's running routes and you're like, oh, crap.
See,
I think Jerry Rice is thinking this day and probably months ago, I shouldn't have done these commercials with him.
Yes, I do. I want to know I want us to make a movie where there's going to be a pickup football game and we're like bragging and clowning on these people. And then they put on their copper bracelet in that sleeve and they're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
You were sandbagging.
We're going to lose.
You were copper bagging.
I don't know if that's going to pick up. Isn't that an old-timey political term? Copperbagger? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. That's
carpet?
That's a carpetbagger. Yes. Thank you for picking that up, Mike.
What does that mean?
We'll talk
I know
about
what
it.
sandbagger means.
Coming up next, the top MLB free agents. Who would be your dream number one choice for the Rangers?
Mike Trout.
We'll do it next. He's not a free agent. Right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The top MLB free agents. Who would be your dream number one choice for the Rangers? You know what I learned yesterday? For a lot of people, it's Jacob deGrom, because in that feverish few minutes where it could have been from Bleacher Report and it was a prediction, not an actual signing, people flipped their S and they were ready to go. So I think my vote was always going to be Jacob deGrom, but after yesterday, I think a lot of other people vote is Jacob deGrom, whether they admitted it or not, because people are like, oh my God, yes.
I think one thing about Jacob deGrom is he doesn't have, what I say, any strings attached, is because I want to say, I'm kind of with Jacob deGrom too, but I kind of want to say Justin Verlander, because you get the 2-for-1. You take him away from the Astros and you bring him to the Rangers. But I do think a lot of Texas Ranger fans would say, I would rather have Jacob deGrom because he was never an Astro.
Huh, okay.
Because Verlander, even though he didn't benefit, the pitchers in a way didn't benefit from the trash can banging and everything.
Yeah.
As in but they did benefit in their team scored runs. And so they got to pitch with the lead because it helped them score runs. And so I think that for me, Jacob deGrom, obviously there's a lot there that you get scared of his injury history. But you are getting the best pitcher in the game.
I would be so excited and terrified all in one at whatever that contract comes out, because I think the one we saw speculated was 4 for 180, which is
I think that's right.
That is so much money, but like you said, for the best pitcher in the game when he pitches, and that's why I think that will be a nerve-wracking consideration.
Yeah, it'll definitely be as soon as he has a hangnail or something and he's out, you're freaking out about it. And you're like, good God. And also, Mike, for the sake of what are his injuries? His injury history?
It's arm. It's arm.
It's
stuff.
all arm related.
I won't say everyone's arm, but most of them are arm stuff, like shoulder, elbow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, oh, he sprained his ankle or he has blisters on his, finger that led him, to be like. It's not like what we dealt with last year with Jonathan Gray, where they're minor things. They're things where like, oh crap, is he done? Can he pitch? I mean, he sat out, I don't know, 3 months to start the year. Like
and we're not that far removed from he was having the greatest pitching season since they changed the height of the mound, and then he missed a huge chunk of time.
So I'm going to throw this name out. Would a lot of people would it be Clayton Kershaw?
I think so,
because of the relationship of Highland Park and that. You've always heard that he kind of wanted to be a Ranger at some point in his career. I would love for him to be a Dodger for life. But I understand.
Just because of the romanticism of the game and
the way that Tony Gwynn was a Padre forever. I think we do look at like Tony Gwynn differently than we look at Wade Boggs, even though they played in the same era, very similar careers. We look at Wade Boggs and we go, is he a Red Sox? Is he a Yankee? Then he finished with Tampa Bay. Great. I mean, he was a great player, but I do think we love the guy like Dirk Nowitzki who played a long time for one organization.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a list right here. If some people,
Chichi Gonzalez isn't on the list, right?
I did not see him.
He is available again.
Can I tell you from a local perspective? I'm going to run down the top 10 and then we can keep going. But I have to tell you, I have a huge beef with this list from CBS Sports.
All right.
Number 1, I'm going to quick go through these and then we'll revisit. Aaron Judge.
I don't think the Rangers are interested.
Yeah. Then Jacob deGrom.
Okay. Then the Rangers are interested.
They are. Then Carlos Correa.
I think the Rangers were interested last year, and I know I brought up during Nuggets the shortstop situation. I do think that you're going to have a hard time going after a shortstop and convincing Corey Seager and his agent to move to third base in year 2.
Trey Turner feels like
I would be very interested in that, but I don't think the Rangers are.
Xander Bogaerts. So very similar situation.
This is an unbelievable shortstop class,
absolutely.
By the way. And maybe the Rangers jumped the gun on signing shortstop.
Justin Verlander, as we kind of
I think
kicked
that
around.
you're looking at, in a weird way, I think you're looking at one less year
Okay.
than Jacob deGrom. But you are looking at the $40 million marker. He put up a 1.85 ERA in the regular season.
Brandon Nimmo?
Interesting. I didn't know that he was going to be that high on the list.
I think it's because kind of like with shortstop, the shortstop of the outfield, if you will,
Yeah.
in center field. I wonder if that kind of factors in. Carlos Rodon, which we know the interest level is there. Dansby Swanson, which we mentioned, and Clayton Kershaw. Now, I want to scroll down this list just a little bit to tell you the part that really agitated me.
Okay.
Top 50. They're both in the top 50. Is Martin Perez and Jurickson Profar. Jurickson Profar is 28 on this list. Martin Perez is 39th. I think that's insane. First of all, I get it. Jurickson Profar is younger. He's 2 years younger. Neat. And he has a WAR this past year of 3.1. Martin Perez is 5.
Okay.
I am shocked.
And where does this list come from?
CBS Sports. I'm
the
shocked
Padres played
about
in
that.
games that mattered.
They
and
did.
I just think the Rangers were a non-factor that nobody was following around the country.
Okay.
So, yes, Martin Perez did make the All-Star team. Jurickson Profar did not make the All-Star team.
And he legit made the All-Star team. Not like you got to give me somebody.
I do think this list of your upsetness does show what it's like playing for the Texas Rangers, and at times, not all the time, at times, that's why it's tough for players to choose the Rangers, as they are a non-factor in national stories.
You know what I didn't anticipate when we were going through this? I see at least 3 different folks that voted for Justin Verlander because you also get Kate Upton. So when you said a 2-for-1 by taking him away for the Astros, their 2-for-1 has been that you also get Kate Upton. But seriously, if you look in the top 10 and beyond, who's your one guy? Because I know you mentioned Dansby Swanson, and tomorrow I'm going to give a way bigger project, but you can only get one. Who's your guy?
My one would be Jacob deGrom. If there's
over
just
Judge?
One. Yes.
Okay.
Because I think they both are big injury risk. I just, at 6'7", 280 pounds, I don't know how many more years Aaron Judge can be great. And what I mean by that is, I know you're giving me dream scenario, but but also a little bit of reality sets in that I do think Aaron Judge is getting an 8-year contract.
Yeah.
And so with Jacob deGrom getting, I think, a 4-year contract, because really what they're hung up on in New York is the Mets. They're trying to get something done right now. They're struggling to get things done because they want a 3-year contract.
Okay.
And so and I understand that from the Mets. They're like,
of
look,
course.
we're willing to give you $40 million a year. We're willing to pay you very similar to Max Scherzer's contract that we gave Max Scherzer. But when you start adding another year on that at $40 or $45 million, it makes them more worried about if he is hurt and can't pitch, we're spending 40-something million dollars on a person who can't even play. And I do think you run into that with Aaron Judge. What if years 6, 7, and 8 on his contract, he can't really play, because that's a big size to play a long time in Major League Baseball.
And I know I know you're not supposed to do this, we'll never get a time when all of the teams, because this is collusion, talk with each other and they're like, hey, why do we keep doing the same dumb crap every single year where somebody will pay year 6, 7, and 8, or in deGrom's case, year 4? Because if you're the agent, that's why I'm like, I know somebody will give us year 4.
Right. And I think that a lot of times teams say this. Well, really, last year Aaron Judge was what? Was he let's be honest here. Was he $100 million player? Was he worth $100 million last year? Because I think he was close to worth $100 million.
I could see that.
I mean, he single-handedly, I hate saying it because there's a lot of players that end up winning 100 games for you or 90-something games. But I mean, he pretty much was the reason that they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so when you start looking at what players do in those career unbelievable MVP years, I do think they're worth somewhere between $70 to $100 million. So what you're hoping is, what teams are saying is, hey, we're going to pay him $40 million per year. what we're hoping is in those first 4 years, his real value to our organization is probably more like $60 to $75 million. So we could be taking a hit, but we have to realize that during that time, he was worth this. Or you run into, and I hate saying this because he ends up being one of the 10 greatest hitters of all time. You run into the Angels and the Albert Pujols situation, and he never really lived up any year to how much money he was getting paid. Maybe he barely did a few years in the Angels contract, but a lot of years he disappointed because his feet, because of his injuries, because of then lack of production, because of his injuries. And that's, I worry about that with Aaron Judge. But if you do get 50 plus home runs and 100 plus RBIs at a 300 batting average, that's more of a $55 to $60 million player.
And then when you get to years 6, 7, and 8,
and he's
it
doing
doesn't
nothing.
sting.
Yeah, you go, well, gosh, I guess we were getting a $10 to $15 million discount in those first 3 to 4 years.
Is that the same way we're going to view a DeGrom who is already 34? Is maybe you do get those lights out 2.5, hopefully at least 3 years of the 4 years that brought you to relevancy.
Yes. And that's where that fourth year becomes scary, and you're hoping, but if the fourth year becomes absolutely nothing and you're paying $40 million for nothing, you hopefully got 3 years of 50 wins with an ERA under 2.2 for those 3 total years. And then you say, hey, that fourth year is the fourth year.
Okay.
It is what it is.
That makes sense to me.
Because we're going to probably be with Corey Seager that way. I mean, let's be honest. Corey Seager, even when we signed him and we were all excited, we knew that probably in year 8, 9, and 10, you're probably not going to have a premium player at close to 40 years old. And where in the world is he going to play? Even before he played shortstop this year for you, you kind of looked at it and go, is he a DH his last 3 years on this contract?
I appreciate the optimism that's happening right now on the fan text from the 682. If DeGrom signs here and Bochy gets his old pitching coach, it's going to be multiple Cy Youngs. So look, I think the fact that they just cleared out a bunch of the pitching coaches that weren't working. Now, I also, just me personally, wish they would have cleared out their drafting and development group as well, because I do not feel like we've done a great job.
True.
But I think that has led to some optimism among fans that, like, the new group can do something.
Did anybody on the fan text put Carlos Rodon?
They did not.
Because he's the realistic guy, right? He's the realistic guy to get. DeGrom is the fantasy. Can you imagine if they got DeGrom and Rodon?
And look, and I know this is probably not how it would play out, but if they also kept Martin Perez and you're rocking with John Gray, then I'm like, take your time, kids.
You do have a chance.
Yeah.
At that point, if you get DeGrom, and I'll just say another premium guy, because I think the dream would be for Ranger fans, DeGrom and Kershaw pitching 40% of your starts. Now, that's a lot to ask for them to be healthy for every start that they take. But can you imagine if you got Kershaw and DeGrom, and I should put them in opposite order, DeGrom and Kershaw. And that's your 1, 2. And then you would still hope your 3 and 4 would be Perez and Jonathan Gray.
Look, okay.
And then your 5 eventually is maybe Jack Leiter in July or August.
Okay, look, we are going to get carried away with this tomorrow, Mike.
Oh, sorry.
I have big plans.
Did I go too far?
No, you're fine. But you have big dreams. We will try to live out your big dreams
or
tomorrow.
something. Isn't
big
there a rap
dreams
song?
and big teams. We're
and
gonna
big rings.
Yes,
I almost flicked you off. You put it on this finger.
I appreciate
I wasn't trying to do that.
You did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, 5 things to watch across the NFC East in the second half of the season. What's it for you? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation. Starting at
This segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
So it's 3rd and 16 at the Chicago 19. Fields in the gun. Back to throw. Parsons coming. He flushes out left. He stops. He dumps it short to the 25. Still moving Montgomery. Fumble the ball. Recovered by Dallas. Micah Parsons is on the ball.
And he's still alive.
He's still running. He's still moving with the ball. To the 10, to the 5, to the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
Type of sorcery was that? It was amazing. All right. So I have put together something, and if you don't like it, it's all on me. Is the Dallas
deal
Morning...
with it is what you're supposed to say.
Pretty much. If you don't like it, deal with it. Actually, I really do hope that you do like it. Is Dallas Morning News put out there 5 things to watch in the second half of the Cowboys season. And I was like, meh. So I put together my 5 things to watch across the NFC East.
Okay.
For the second half of the season.
And I'm supposed to say, good job.
I mean, or if you thought it was stupid, I definitely want to get that feedback.
I just wanted to make sure you gave me the power to say wrong.
No, absolutely. You have that option. And,
veto.
All right. Question number 1. And I think this has to be question number 1, even though it's not directly, well, it's kind of related to the Cowboys. Can the Eagles go undefeated? Like, I honestly do feel like that's the number 1 thing people are watching in the league right now. Or in the NFC.
I've seen it on TV. I can't remember, I flip to a lot of different shows during the week to see what they're talking about.
Always balanced, though.
Thank you. So I go to Fox and I go to ESPN, I guess.
That's right. And then CNN, and then back to ESPN. And you just kind of go back and
I'm watching
forth.
the one David Hellman's on. I'm watching the one.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
David Hellman is awesome on that show, by the way.
Yeah, he's so much. Okay, first, he's so much better than LaShawn McCoy.
Okay.
Right?
Fair.
I mean, when they get into arguments, maybe I'm biased because I know Dave Hellman and I'm also pro-Cowboys and anti-Eagles.
Yeah.
That it's kind of like, I feel like LaShawn McCoy should do a better job.
Okay.
I don't think they will.
Good note.
First, I do think there will be a loss. In fact, I do think the Cowboys have a great chance of beating them the next time they play them on Christmas Eve.
And if I told you I believe that will be their second loss, I think that's viable.
Yeah, I do. I think 15-2, and that's going to get the number 1 seed.
Yeah, that would be incredible, yeah.
So I think the Eagles are going to have the best record in the NFL this year. I don't think they're going to go 17-0. There will be a slip up. And then how hard do they go at it if they are 15-0 and they've wrapped up the number 1 seed? And I don't think that'll happen. To your point, I don't think that'll happen. But then you have to start going, hey, I know we have a bye, but how much do we push for this?
Yeah. No, that's a good question.
I feel like the Colts were in that situation a time or two.
And it feels like more often than not, it didn't totally work out for them. Now, you're going to have to project into the future.
You said they're going to have, how many losses at the end of the year? You said they're going to have at least 1 loss going
2.
into the Cowboys?
Yeah, I say 2.
And lose to the Cowboys?
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Will this division have the best 2 teams in the NFC. Now, I know we will have the power rankings coming up, but will this division have the best 2 teams in the NFC?
Man, I'm pausing here because I'm deciding between Minnesota and Dallas. And
Very fair.
Next week is a huge game in that.
Oh, yeah.
So if
Are you already kind of amped up for that game?
Yes. I do think this. I know that I shouldn't overlook going to
I
Green
know.
Bay and the history of Lambeau and the Cowboys' history at Lambeau, but I think that they're a crappy team, and we'll get to the power rankings, and I did write down where the Packers are. Hint, they're not a top 10 team right now in the NFL.
And just to your point about how good the Cowboys are, you know what the spread on that game is?
It was 5 when I looked at it.
Oh, no, for the Vikings. Sorry, jumping ahead.
It's at Minnesota. I will say Minnesota by 2.
Cowboys by -1.5.
Wow.
I guess I could have just said Cowboys by 1.5. But yeah, Cowboys by 1.5. So even on the road, Vegas says Cowboys.
I think this is a toss-up. I think that's a 50-50 game, by the way, next week. I'll lean towards no, the Cowboys are going to have the 3rd best record in the NFC.
Okay. Is Daniel Jones going to prove he's the guy going forward? I know the Giants have been good, and I have another Giants question in a second, but is Daniel Jones going to show he's the dude?
Is he franchise? He's
out. Oh, I mean, he can franchise him.
I don't think they're going to give him the dude contract.
Okay.
I think they're going to franchise tag him.
Okay, so you think he'll get at least another
Which is
shot?
close to $40 million, right?
So if you're
At this
Daniel
point?
Jones, you're like, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to get just like Dak at one point was like, man, I'd love to get the security of a 4 or 5 year contract. But I think Daniel Jones, the Giants will go, look, I think they're gonna make the playoffs, and they're gonna go, but we're not willing to do this yet.
Right.
And so they're gonna do the 1 year franchise tag to see if he can do it again.
Now, somebody said, what time is the Vikings game? It's at 3:25, so it's not it's not prime time, but it is.
Yeah, and it'll be the game of the week, and Cousins loves peeing his pants during that time. Should they wear yellow pants?
Yes. Yes,
I guess if you wear dark pants, you're in good shape.
That is a weird but probably true point. All right, to go along with that, and I have stats if you need some help with the numbers. Will Saquon Barkley remain healthy?
Did you answer the question, or did you just ask about the Cowboys being the 2nd best record?
Yeah, I do. That's a yes for me.
And I said 3rd. Okay.
Yeah, I say yes, and then I just think they're still going to move on. I think.
Oh, you think? Wow.
I do.
Okay. You think I'm just throwing it out there. Are you thinking like, in a weird way, like there's no way they'd go Derek Carr's a better situation? Like who's their better situation in the offseason? Because they're going to have a low pick.
No, that is true. I am curious because it is a new coaching staff, and I'm just looking at his numbers, and he ain't the guy.
I'm with you, but I think that if he wins 10 or 11 games,
it's going to be hard to move off of him.
Yeah, because who's better?
Well, I'll tell you what they're going to view as better, and this is why I think they're going to split the combination apart. Will Saquon Barkley remain healthy and lead the league in rushing? And so this kind of ties into my last question. I think they're going to take a step back, even though we've established maybe not our philosophy of paying running backs. I think they're going to take a step back and be like, we need to keep Barkley. We can figure the rest out at quarterback. Now, Saquon Barkley is currently 3rd in the league.
That's what I was trying to look real quick.
He's 3rd in the league in rushing yards. Derrick Henry has 870. Nick Chubb has 841.
Yeah, he's not going to lead the league.
Okay, because he's 91 yards behind.
And I'm assuming this. I'm trying to click real quick. They've all 3 played 8 games.
Correct.
I was like, is maybe Barkley have a bye and he can make up those 100 yards quickly? So I don't think he'll lead the league.
All right, what if I said he stays healthy and finishes top 3 in rushing yards?
Yes. Because Travis Etienne has played an extra game.
Yeah, by the way, Travis Etienne, do you know he leads the league in 25-plus yard carries? He has 6, and Tony Pollard has 5. So, while we rest of the humans haven't been paying attention to the Jags the same way Mike has, Travis Etienne, he's been having a hell of a year.
Yeah, and I was not happy with that pick as I became a Jacksonville fan when they took him number 1. even though I was really hoping, just to be honest, I was hoping Jacksonville didn't end up with the number 1 pick.
Right.
Because they're such a poor organization, and I was hoping a better organization.
Right.
Can you imagine I know this wasn't going to happen. Can you imagine if San Francisco was able to trade up to number 1?
Oh, my
Like if you would have just gone to like that pre-made ready team, you just have to kind of drive the bus, and as you get better, we'll give you more responsibility, but we think we already have. Like if he was the quarterback of Jacksonville last year.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, of San Francisco last year and then San Francisco this year.
Wow.
I mean, just throwing it out there. Like sometimes I do think I love Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback, but he did get taken by a team that made the playoffs.
That is true. All right. And then
I think he'll finish top
three
Yes.
and stay healthy.
Yes.
I say yes and yes as well. And that's why they're going to feel more comfortable breaking those two apart. All right. Last question. How many of these NFC East teams make the playoffs?
3.
So you do think the Giants are going to make it?
Yes, because I want the Cowboys to win the division. Don't get me wrong. I want them to, but we just went through this Philadelphia schedule, and they're probably going to lose 2, maybe 3 games. Let's just put them at 4 losses.
Yeah.
That means the Cowboys have to have a tiebreaker with only losing 2 more games the rest of the way. That could happen.
I do think that could happen.
If the Eagles only lose 3 more games, now you're asking the Cowboys to only lose 1 more game the rest of the way. That's really tough.
If the I know we can't go back and change this. If the Commanders would have beat the Vikings, would you have considered all 4?
I would have to look at schedules, but I think there'll be an elimination of. I think it'll be impossible for it to ever happen. Not just the NFC East. I think it's going to be impossible as long as they keep it. There's only 3 wild card teams that all 3 come from 1 division.
Yeah. Now, this is an interesting point. I hadn't considered this. Thank you very much from the 405-406. Minnesota sports people are predicting the Vikings-Cowboys game is going to be flexed to Sunday night.
Wouldn't that have already happened?
Exactly.
I think it's too late.
Because you just saw Chiefs and Chargers get flexed, and that's like 2 weeks after that, or maybe
I think they have to do it
that.
at least 2 weeks out in advance.
Yeah, so unfortunately, my guess would probably be that does not happen. All right, so I promised you 5 things to watch for in the NFC East going forward. Those are the 5.
I like that. You made that up.
I made that up.
You did a good job.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. I was looking for that kind of adulation.
I'd slap you on the butt as you were coming off the field.
Thank you very much. And then if I was outlighter, I'll tell you to calm the F down. It was just 1 inning, and I still got a lot of good baseball to go. All right. Is there anything outside of that? Because I know, and I've seen it texted in quite a bit in this segment, is I had considered for a minute, and I was like, I don't want to be too negative on that front. Do you think one of the questions that could be asked, that a lot of people are asking right now, is does Dak stay healthy the rest of the way?
I'm going to lean towards yes, because this offensive line is better than I thought it would be at the start of the year. Because I did think that with Tyron Smith, this is always tough. I wish they had
Tyron and
names.
Tyler.
Yes. But with Tyron Smith getting hurt and Tyler Smith not practicing at all at tackle, what we saw from Terrence Steele, I know you had to miss training camp.
Yes.
But what we saw.
Thanks a lot, Noah.
Yeah, way to go, Noah. But he's healthy, right? He had his visit. Yeah, everything went great.
And he got his ear wells off today, and his ears look a lot better. So hooray.
Okay. I just thought that Terrence Steele was struggling. I thought what we seen from Biotic at center wasn't the best. I just thought, man, Dak is going to be attacked, and he was the first game.
Yeah.
And it didn't look good. And it was, but throughout the rest of the way, this offensive line has gotten better and better and better. I know that the Jones family thinks Tyron Smith is going to come back and turn back to 27 years old and never be hurt again. But I don't believe that. You don't believe that. But I still think that the Cowboys' offensive line is way better than I thought. So I think they can keep Dak healthy the rest of the way.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up. But, Mike, I know this is something that you care about to begin with. Do you have a couple of minutes for Isaiah Thomas, Michael Jordan beef?
Sure.
Okay. Have you seen Isaiah Thomas decided to, he's like, it's back on. I'm ready to talk about it again. So he told.
Can't he just do his NBA TV? I love Isaiah Thomas. Like,
do you really?
When he played, I loved Michael Jordan too, but first of all, I was a Laker hater. So you have to remember that about me.
You still are.
Because, when I was a kid, the Lakers beat the Dallas Mavericks in 88. They beat them in 7 games, won every home game in LA. And so I'm rooting for the Pistons to beat them. So it made me an Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars fan.
All right. So Isaiah Thomas told someone with Euro hoops, when I was watching The Last Dance, I'm sitting here and I'm watching it with my family and I'm thinking everything is good. And then this guy comes on. I mean, you know who he's talking about.
This guy? He called Jordan this guy.
Yes, he did. And then this guy comes on television and he says that he hates me. And then he calls me an a-hole. And then I proceed to watch a whole documentary about him being an a-hole. And I'm like, wait a minute, time out. Until I get a public apology, this beef is going to go on for a long, long time because I'm from the west side of Chicago. Oh, my God. Pumping into my veins, Mike.
So I've never understood this from some people. Can't Isaiah accept that he was an a-hole when he played and that he led an a-hole team? They were doing things. I know they're called the bad boys in a good way, but they were the dirtiest team by far. Like everybody, the Celtics would say it. Larry Bird would say, like, you were the leader of the a-hole team.
Oh, my God. I guess you should mark that, Joey. I don't know.
No, you can't play that again.
Yeah.
I went way too far there, and I actually didn't mean to. I wish, sometimes I do mean to, and you can tell because I snicker afterwards. Yes. I don't know, like, just take it on. Like, yeah, that was maybe not who I was off the court. Maybe it was who he was off the court. I don't know, but when he was on the court, just be like, yeah, that's how I was. Like, I don't know. I read Bob Gibson's book. I thought it was a great book. I read when I was playing baseball. And he talked about how, like, yeah, he was that guy when he was on the mound. He didn't mind trying to kill people. Like, I mean, he's like, I wasn't going to kill people. I didn't mind throwing at people's heads. I didn't mind being the guy that nobody liked. Tim McCarver was scared to go to the mound. He was like, I don't want to talk to him because he scares me, and he's just going to call me names and tell me how bad I am at everything. Then I'm going to have to get behind the plate with my head between my legs and just catch his pitches.
I'm also just trying to picture the logistics of all of that. But yeah, do you think there's any chance Jordan will apologize?
No. Not one chance.
I thought you'd probably say that.
I don't even, but do you feel like Jordan has taken on that role of I don't mind being this?
Yeah.
And
no,
Isaiah,
absolutely.
just take on your role of what you were. Like, I loved in the Brooklyn book where I learned more about Durant. I learned more about Kyrie Irving. I learned more about Spencer Dinwiddie. I also learned more about Kobe because Kobe was such a mentor to a lot of the players that are in the game today that are obviously from about the 2017 draft and before. I'd say he had, because of his death in 2020, he didn't have as much of an impact on players that were kind of Luka or past Luka that have recently been drafted. But I mean, Kobe's like, yeah, I was, and now the documentary came out that shows that, yeah, he didn't have any friends. And Kobe called all of his role players a-holes.
Yeah.
He said pretty much, like, those guys are the a-holes on the team.
Yeah.
But I need those a-holes to set picks.
Yes.
Pretty much.
No, absolutely. Now, we got Mike Likes It. A couple people asked, and I know it just like kind of happened, is Corey had to go. He had to go take care of some family stuff. I'm not going to get into that. If he chooses to get into it, that is his choice, of course.
Right.
I think everything is going to be okay, though. But if you guys want to reach out to him, obviously you should go ahead and go for that. But we're hoping he'll be back tomorrow. But that is why he is not here right now and will not be here for the rest of the show. Or you can just imagine he's pooping if you want, because Corey.
No, not that long.
Okay. Hey, Corey will tell you that he needs a long time for that. All right. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right. I like sports.
This is true.
This is going to be a Mike Likes It segment. As Jess thinks it, sometimes it's a non-Mike Likes It segment.
You will concede, though, that
100%.
sometimes it trends towards Mike dislikes
Not 100%. I think 80%. 4 out of my 5 Mike Likes It per weeks are what I don't like.
Yes.
I'm the opposite of the life cereal, Mikey.
Uh-huh. I did not expect that reference. I probably should have. All right, I'm ready.
Do you like Micah Parsons? I know you're always criticizing him off the air.
What? Don't put that on me. That is not
Finally
true.
someone said it.
No, Joey. Come on.
Okay.
We got a spot available here. Do you want it to be you or not? Yes, I like Micah Parsons very, very much.
Would you like to wear Micah Parsons stuff?
Yes.
So Micah Parsons came out today officially with themicahparsons.com, or I need to really look this up before I do Mike Likes It. I know it starts off with the Micah Parsons. It might be themicahparsonsstore.com, but he has his official gear out.
Just 10 seconds, super quick. This is a valid question. I guess I didn't think this part through. Has nothing to do with Lucy. Like, I know that's I know a lot of people were asking in terms of Corey. It has nothing to do with Lucy. So I just wanted to put your minds at ease there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, I'm glad you said that. But Micah Parsons, if you want to, you can now buy his kind of individual gear. It can't have any Cowboys logos on it. It can't have the star on it. I think a lot of players do this now that become very popular. That are like, I can sell me without me being in the NFL gear that I wear.
As I think they should be able to.
So if you want to go to Micah Parsons Twitter, you can click on that. If you type in like Micah Parsons store, you will find it, and you can buy Micah Parsons stuff.
Okay, are you excited about that, or are your kiddos going to be more excited about it? Because you told the story to begin with when we couldn't even get a jersey of Micah Parsons. So and how much stuff is too much stuff?
I might go to this website for possible Christmas stuff.
Okay.
It is themicahparsons.com.
Okay.
By the way, it's not the Micah Parsons store. So themicahparsons.com.
Okay.
Will get you to his store where you can buy, t-shirts, hoodies. You can buy hats where it's his own logo, the way that kind of Luka has a logo through Nike.
Yeah.
For football players, nobody cares about football shoes.
Yeah.
Because I can't wear them to school. I can't wear them out, right? I mean, that's why basketball players get paid the millions of dollars in shoes, where football players and baseball players they get paid money, don't get me wrong. I know that Bryce Harper and Mike Trout make the most money off of shoes.
Which
because
makes
they're the face of Under Armour for Bryce Harper, face of Nike is Mike Trout. And there are football players that are also faces of shoes too, but they struggle to get the $10 million a year that Luka gets, or that I guess like Jason Tatum or LeBron obviously gets $1 zillion.
Right.
Is because they can't wear them to school. And you can wear basketball shoes out. But you can go to the Micah Parsons and get some really cool stuff if you're looking for gifts for yourself or gifts for family members.
You starting out by helping people.
The Mavericks are less than 4 hours away from tip.
Okay.
I don't think we've said that today, have we?
Oh, yeah, because of the 4:30.
Yes, because tropical storm, I forget the name of it, that is going to make landfall, I believe, tonight. I believe in Florida.
I think that is correct. Hence why they needed to move the game.
Right, so instead of it being a 6:30 tip Central Time, 7:30 tip in Orlando, it is a 4:30 tip time. So I don't know if you'll be home from work or if you can watch, but that will be happening at 4:30, which Luka's going for history. I mean, he's keeps it going. It's 9 in a row to start the season.
How much do you
30 points or more?
How much do you think the overall work schedule has changed in our society in terms of, like, you said, I don't know if you'll be home from work, which is a great question. But like, remember, it used to be like almost everybody worked like 8 to 5, 9 to 5, unless you're in retail or whatever. Do you feel like now for most people, they're like, I could probably catch that 4:30 tip off?
That's a great question. I wonder what's the percentage of your 9 to 5 job?
I'm honestly not sure. I feel like it's pretty low.
I feel like, let me ask you this, because Jess, I'm assuming when she was a teacher, her school ended at 3 or 3:30?
Yeah, and so she was kind of her schedule was brutal. She was like a 7 to 4. Okay. Or a 7 to 5 sometimes.
Yeah, I wonder how many people have a job where they're at a workplace for 7 to 8 hours a day, where they're kind of like, look, I mean, I have to go to this job. And where a lot of jobs, like our sales staff, I was teasing a couple of our salespeople the other day when they had a meeting here. I was like, I haven't seen you guys since COVID.
Oh, right.
And I know I've seen them here and there, but they really don't come into the office that much anymore. And part of sales is you are out and about. You are going to other places to have lunch with people, to either, get more advertising, keep advertising, but they don't really have to be here anymore. And I think COVID changed a lot of that, where it's like, I come in and I do need to be here some, but I don't have to be here 5 days a week and get here at 8 a.m. and then leave at 4 p.m. I can get a lot of things done through phone calls, through Zoom, through going out to lunches with people. And so it's an interesting question on how many people are working your basic kind of regular, we call it regular jobs on how we grew up.
Which is weird, because I have legitimately, I don't think ever had a real regular job as an adult. Because like the newspaper isn't a regular job. At no time did I go in at 9 and leave at 5. That was not the case at all. Yeah. Here, that's not the case. First we're on at nights. Now we're on in the middle of the day. I don't think I've ever had, and I've definitely never worked in like a corporate type environment where it's 9 to 5.
And think of my life from 18 to 30 years old. I didn't even work. I got to play.
That is true. I'm looking at the fan text if you want, unless you got other things you need to get to. There's a whole lot of insight right here.
2 minutes.
I'm in medical sales. I do what I want. From the 817, oil field water hauler, 12 to 14 hours. And then there was another person. Yeah, I'm in civil service. I'm in the office 12 hours a day, 3 to 4 days a week, though, as opposed to your typical. And then from the 940, F 9 to 5 jobs. And for the 469, I'm in sales. I'm headed home right now. So, like, there's a lot of people that are moving away from that.
Okay, I'm going to stick on the Dallas Mavericks right now. I put out a tweet this morning. I woke up at 3:30 and couldn't go back to sleep. Just one of the, it wasn't like bad or anything. I just couldn't go back to sleep. Here are my Mavs thoughts going into this afternoon's game. And I was just kind of breaking down the players that are playing for the Mavericks.
Yep.
And I started off with the negative, Mike Bassick style.
Classic.
And then I went to the positive. McGee has been a complete disaster. It doesn't mean he will be for the whole season, but he's been a complete disaster. How do you feel?
No,
it's been bad.
That is a sad agreement.
All right.
I'm with you on that.
My next one, Wood isn't a great fit. I don't know if he'll not be a great fit the whole season, but so far has not been a great fit. And I wanted to put great there, not like he's horrible or bad, because he's had 20-point games, multiple 20-point games, but it hasn't been the best of fits, or at least the fit that I thought it would be.
I think it's going to turn around. All right.
He is hurt. He is out tonight and tomorrow night.
I think, which does suck, is I do believe, and I can turn out to be dead wrong about this, that Jason Kidd is trying you've never played in a winning basketball environment, break you down, rebuild you up. I still think it's going to work. But you know what I go back and forth with, Mike? Is that a think or a hope? Because I'm also a Mavericks fan.
Yeah.
And
it's only 9 games. It's really tough to go to a new team and not be a major focal point of something, especially the ball. And just to have an immediately great impact.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm hoping by the time we get to play the freebie win on Christmas against the Lakers.
Wow. Has some of the luster fallen off that game, you think?
Not the price tag.
No
is,
kidding.
I believe, like almost $200 to get in the building for that one. So at least it being the Lakers and LeBron in the building and it being Christmas afternoon, it still has that. And I just say, you have to really wait till Christmas to see if Wood is fitting better. I still think Wood, for this to really work, for this team to become a real championship contender, Wood has to become the second best player on this team.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you would find too many people that disagree with that.
Because would you say right now Dinwiddie's the second best player? Okay. Bullock is off to another bad start.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I wish my fastball was as hard as his jump shot. I mean, at the first part of the season, I feel like they have to check for dents on the rim.
Yeah.
After the game's over, because he was throwing it about 96, and just seeing if it would just at the last second have the good sink to go in. And he's a good player. He meant so much to this team in the playoffs. He meant so much to this team in the second half of the season. But I mean, he is a horrible player. If you look at his October, November, December stats for his career, he's just a bad offensive player the first 2 months of the season.
And then it just kind of the switch flips, and it's amazing.
Hardaway, bad start and hurt again. He's questionable tonight. I haven't seen an update, but I don't know if he'll play tonight.
Yeah.
But maybe because he's coming off an injury, they might sit him out tonight and then say, hey, hopefully you're ready for the Washington Wizards, and hopefully we don't lose by 750 points like we did last year, too.
Right.
But he's off to a bad start. Kleba, inconsistent shooter so far to start the season. Like, he kind of doesn't want to shoot the ball. He did make some big shots against Brooklyn the other night, but I mean, he's been a guy that's off to a bad start shooting, but he's playing fine defensively, but I put inconsistent shooter. Green, thank God.
He's been, sometimes I think like people have talked about him as a revelation. I don't know if I think that is too intense, but he's been a very bright spot for this team.
Very bright spot. Dorian Finney-Smith, I put doing his job. I know we'd like a little bit more offensively from him. He was nice offensively the other night, but I think he's doing his job. He's paid to play defense, score about 7 to 12 points, and his points are based off of what Luka does. Dinwiddie, I put good, not great. And then I put Powell equals energy, and I said Luka has this at 6-3 right now. Wow.
Okay, and so the counter argument that I know you hear is that he is still a ball hog, and that's what's slowing this team down.
I had 43 responses to this, and one person was like, Luka's the reason these guys aren't good, not these guys aren't good. And these guys can be better. I think the Hardaway can be a better player. We've seen it. Bullock can be a better player. We've seen it. Wood can be a better player. We haven't seen it so much on the Mavericks, but we've seen he's a 20-10 guy the last 2 years in the NBA. Kleba can be better. We know what he is. Powell is giving you what he is. McGee, I hope he can be better on the Mavericks. It just does not look like it fits at all. But I'm thinking you're 6-3, and there's not a lot of positives going on besides Luka's off to an MVP start.
Right.
And so it's like, man, this could get a lot better. The Luka not passing the ball. I would say this to the people who say this, that Luka's a ball hog and nobody can be good around Luka. I would say this. I think Luka wants to pass the ball. The other night, and all 9 games, when Luka passes the ball to Dorian Finney-Smith, let's just say he dribbles the ball up and he just passes it to Dorian Finney-Smith. Dorian Finney-Smith's like, what the F do you want me to do with this? I can't dribble or pass. Like, I'm just going to give it back to you, Nimrod. Like, this is what my game is, not dribbling and passing a basketball. I can't do anything with it. Bullock, if you don't give it to him open, he's like, what do you want me to do? I can't dribble or pass. And then Kleba's like, oh, crap, why did you pass me the ball? I kind of don't even want the basketball. I want to be an effective player without ever touching the basketball. And so he has to give it back. All right? JaVale McGee's like, oh, you gave it to me? I'll just throw it to the other team. Sweet. You know? And so, like, some of these things, when you criticize Luka for not passing, I understand where you're coming from. The Mavericks do not play the most beautiful style of basketball. I would love for them to play more of a ball movement style. But Nico Harrison, Donnie Nelson before him, Mark Cuban, they have constructed a team where most of the guys on the court do not want the basketball to make decisions with. They want the basketball to catch and shoot. They want the basketball to catch and dunk. Dinwiddie can move the ball, but when Luka passes it to Dinwiddie's like, oh, all right, my turn, baby. You know, and it's not like the ball's going to start moving off of Dinwiddie. He's going to dance with the basketball. So to that point, I want the ball to move more too. Unfortunately, the Mavs constructed a team that the majority of the guys on the court with Luka cannot dribble and pass the basketball. And what I mean by that is like make passes where guys are on the move and hit them for cuts for easy baskets. They can pass the basketball back to Luka and say, do something, buddy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, no Corey, no C-Block, but we will ask the question, with the Cowboys looming, which Packers injury will or could make the biggest impact? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Power Rank. The Power Rankings coming up in about 20 minutes, but we didn't have the opportunity to do this a little earlier, so I was taking a look at some of the, I guess, more severe injuries that the Packers are facing and how big of an impact you think that will make in this game coming up against the Cowboys. And if we could, Joey, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3 because we will start with this one. It's probably the biggest.
Back to a little more of this traditional style. They don't blitz here. Zach Wilson backs away from trouble, runs into trouble, and he's buried. Rashawn Gary gets the sack.
So Rashawn Gary for the Packers, he is out for the season with a torn ACL. For the season, he had 32 tackles, 6 sacks, the forced fumble, the fumble recovery. He has been a huge part of their team and their defense. How problematic do you think that is going to be against a Cowboys offense that we hope has found its footing? I know it's probably too early to say that off of just like the Chicago game after the Detroit game, but we're hopeful that this offense is going to continue to get better, right?
Yes, it should help that the Packers aren't the most talented defensive team.
That is true.
And that they probably won't be able to score on the Cowboys very much. So there won't be this back and forth. I don't see Sunday being a back and forth game. And what I mean by that is obviously Aaron Rodgers drives down the field in 4 minutes, touchdown, and then, hey, you better score something because it looks like they're an unstoppable force the way that at times they have been the last few years with the MVP Aaron Rodgers. So I think that Rashawn Gary, to me, I think it's a nail in the coffin. I think it was already closed.
Yeah.
But if you needed some nails to make sure it wasn't the living dead, I think that you can take that Rashawn Gary nail and make sure the coffin doesn't open up.
Now, to your point, I was reading an article on ESPN, and they go kind of with every beat writer about what we know, what we don't know about each team. And for the Packers, one of the first things it says is their 3-1 start was a mirage, and the Packers are in disarray. And here's a couple other things worth noting since you talked about how they'll probably struggle scoring points. The Packers averaged 17.1 points per game. That's the fewest they've had at this point since 1992, which was Brett Favre's first season in Green Bay.
Wow. And I'm
30 years.
And this is the tough thing is, well, I mean, they're so lucky, right? Because they went from Brett Favre in 92 to still Aaron Rodgers. They've had 2 quarterbacks through the whole thing. And actually, Broadus can tell you they had guys like Aaron Brooks and Mark Brunell and guys that they've been able to flip, throughout kind of more of the Brett Favre timeline, that they were able to actually get more draft picks for good backup quarterbacks that they had. With them only scoring 9 against Detroit, and now it was at Detroit, but that is even perfect conditions.
Right.
AstroTurf Field, no wind, indoors, and they scored. And that's a horrible defense. We saw that defense. It's horrible. And so when I'm picking the Packers to score 13 to 17 points on Sunday, it makes me think, why do I think they're going to score 13 to 17 against our defense who has a week off?
Yeah.
They're rested.
Yeah.
They should be ready to go. And I know there could be a little bit of overlooking Green Bay the way that I am. I'm not playing in the game, so I don't care if I overlook them. I have no impact at all on the game. I'm hoping the Cowboys obviously don't go, hey, that Minnesota game, now that's a big game, and this team stinks. You see them play against Detroit. Look at the film we're watching. They're horrible. That's the other thing, too, I think people forget about is as a professional, when you're watching, and I can speak about this being a former major leaguer, and I know some people are like, well, thanks for pointing that out. Well, they tell me to point that out because we have new listeners and they don't know that.
That's right, and he pitched in the major leagues.
So sometimes I just have to say it because I'm told to say it. So as a former major league pitcher, at times when you're facing a bad team coming up your next start, you're seeing a whole bunch of bad at-bats.
Yeah.
And you know their record. I mean, for the most part, you might not know they're 42 and 56, but you know that they're not a good team. And so you just start looking at the film and you're just like, oh, this is bad. This should be this. gosh, this looks easier than I think when you're watching a really good team on film. Like, oh, man, they can do a lot. I got to really, be on my game to make sure. So that's how sometimes you can fall into that trap. But I don't know how the Green Bay Packers are going to score on Sunday, but I'm sure they'll score some points.
I will give you some reason for Green Bay, I guess, optimism if you want. But to another injury, Romeo Doubs, their wide receiver, he's out multiple weeks with an ankle injury. Now, I know the argument you can make is, haven't their receiving targets not been particularly explosive? That is very fair. However, this is one to keep an eye out on, and it looks like it's trending in the Packers' direction, is Aaron Jones is still technically questionable for this weekend, but he got x-rays on Monday. They were good. They were negative, which is good in this instance, and he's practicing today. The Athletic is reporting, and they say that he is on track to play on Sunday against the Cowboys defense. Now, the reason why this is particularly relevant is Aaron Jones has been dynamic this year. Now, except when it gets close to the goal line, that's when Aaron Rodgers is like, you don't need the ball anymore. But he has 107 carries for 600 yards. He's averaging 5.6 yards per carry. Now, the tough part is he and Dillon, I think each only have one touchdown. So as effective as their run game is, they don't score rushing touchdowns.
Now, I will say this. I think Dillon is a starting running back for a majority of teams in the NFL. In fact, I thought for sure this is where Green Bay has kind of messed up and put themselves in a bad situation. I thought for sure when they drafted Dillon, they were doing the smart thing, which you think organizations should is, all right, we have a good running back, but we shouldn't pay running backs. So make sure you draft one that their rookie year, they still have that veteran guy with them. And then after their rookie year, bam, that guy takes the lead as the running back. And then he has a year or two with him just being somewhat the main guy. And then you draft a guy in that guy's third or fourth year to make sure that you have your next rookie that is not everything on his plate his rookie year. And then that second year, you put everything on his plate. But then they re-sign Aaron Jones to a big deal. Now, that
4 years, $48 million, I think.
Me saying that, I think the Cowboys are going to win this game easily. But A.J. Dillon is a good enough running back. And the Cowboys at times have struggled so much against the run. I don't think it'll happen, but if he's the guy, I could see 30 carries for 150 plus yards and a couple touchdowns. If the Cowboys are going to lose,
like combined between the two, because Jones is looking good. Jones is going to play.
But if he didn't play,
okay.
I'm just saying Dillon is good enough and strong enough and powerful enough that I believe the thing about like Tony Pollard can only carry the ball 15 times max in a game, that might be true. Right now, he's only carried the ball 14 times in his life. That's the most he's ever carried the ball in college or pros. So we don't know what he can do. But we've seen Dillon in college and also in the pros where he can carry the ball 20-plus times and carry a team.
And from the 3-6-0, Packers blew that, wasting the pick on Jordan Love. I don't know if you saw, one of their players said he's better than a lot of starting quarterbacks in the league. This is something I know he's been asked a lot of questions about. I hadn't really put that much thought into it, but I see multiple people texting this in. From the 469, I don't think the Cowboys will overlook the Packers because they want to win this one for McCarthy. And from the 214, the Cowboys will be motivated to win this game for their coach. They will definitely not be overlooking the Packers. Let me ask you this. This time, I will obnoxiously bring up the fact that you played in Major League Baseball. But this can be at any level of sport.
Yeah.
Did you ever find yourself in a situation where that kind of outside force impacted where they're like, hey, we need to beat it because F this guy. Okay, we need to beat them, not the other thing that I said.
I was on the Rangers when Buck Showalter was the manager and the Yankees came to town. I knew that Buck Showalter had managed the Yankees, but I never thought of it as like, let's get him because the Yankees let him go. I didn't really know the story of why he wasn't the Yankees manager anymore. Now, that was a little bit in the past, but I guess if you look at it, what was the last year McCarthy was? 2018?
I think that is correct.
How many players on the team were in the NFL in 2018?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to start looking.
A lot of.
Now, I know, obviously, Dak and Zeke played in that game where their rookie year they went to Green Bay and won. But a lot of times, like Micah Parsons wasn't even in the NFL when Mike McCarthy was in Green Bay. And sometimes, as a player, I was 25 years old in the major leagues on the Rangers, and Buck Showalter's the manager. We're playing the New York Yankees. A lot of those guys, your core of that team, Jeter, Bernie Williams, Mariano Rivera, they were all there when Buck was the manager, or just, rookies type of deal on the team when you watch that Jeter documentary. But I just never thought of it that way. But it has been built up by the media, and this is where football is different. 17 games versus 162 games. Maybe it does mean more to Mike McCarthy and to the Dallas Cowboys. But I do think the Cowboys are going to play well. I do think they're going to win this game easily. But they are watching a whole bunch of horse-ass film right now. I mean, they are watching Green Bay at their very worst.
Yeah, right now, the point spread, I believe it's 5, which again, going into the season, there is no way in hell I would have thought on the road against Green Bay that the Cowboys would have been favored by 5.
I was super wrong. That's why I picked them to be 8-9. I picked this Green Bay game, that Minnesota game to be losses. Now we're favored by 5, and you said favored by 1.5 next week.
And I would not be surprised if that betting line against Green Bay bumped up another half point or so.
Don't you worry. I'm taking the Cowboys and betting with Bassett.
Okay.
In your face.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on the Fan. We've got just a second. I wanted to throw out one other thing. I've asked you guys this before, I'm sure. How often do you use ESPN Plus, if at all? Because I know Sean really put him out a couple weeks ago. When
I used it when I was on the bike and watching Jacksonville lose.
Okay. So their subscriptions have gone up yet again, though clearly the growth pace has slowed down. Is a year ago, ESPN Plus had 17 million subscribers. At this time, or in the last quarter, they had 22.8 million. Now they're up to 24.3 million subscribers. And so whenever we talk about who subscribes to this, who subscribes to that, they currently have 24.3 million subscribers, which means, especially given the amount per subscriber they're getting, is they're bringing in about $110 million per month in subscription fees.
Dang.
That is crazy.
And they're part of Disney.
Yes. And they're not even close to what Disney Plus is doing, but they are carrying their own. Back in on Disney Plus?
Well, yeah, in this way. I watched one of the last episodes of Andor. I don't know how many.
I still haven't seen it.
It got good. Okay. It got to where, I want to watch the next episode.
Okay.
Where the other ones, I was kind of like, look, I'm a Star Wars guy. I need to really watch this.
Right.
But
it felt like an assignment.
But now I'm like, we got to a point where I'm interested now.
Okay.
Good job.
I think
now.
I think it looks like there's 12 episodes this season.
I've only gone through 3. Maybe I got through 4, but 3 or 4, I was like, okay, we hit a little sweet spot here where it looks nice.
Okay. I've heard pretty good things. I have not had the opportunity to watch it just yet, but I will. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the power rankings right here on 105 through the Fan.
It has the
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey is hopefully going to be back tomorrow. But it's time for Power Ranking, the Power Rankings. And I do believe that, Mike, have you brought in a ringer? We already know I'm not good at this, and
Zach
I frequently
Wolchuk,
lose.
welcome to the KNC Masterpiece Bleeds.
Gosh, what a privilege this is. What do you mean you're not good at this?
Okay,
Hagee?
so I'm going to warn you, Zach. Usually when you come into a competitive environment, I'm like, you better watch out. I usually lose to Corey, so the pressure is on in a way that you don't want to do poorly because I do poorly, and then the segment is going to implode on itself. I don't know why I did the explode kind of arms, but it's going to implode on itself.
I like when you do the arm movement.
Yes.
Kevin.
I like to gesticulate.
I like it.
Got a little curveball hook for you right here.
Okay.
Yakety yak, don't come back.
Yakety yak.
Top 10 ranked rookies of 2022. Yes, I do have the power rankings of teams. Yes, I do have the power rankings of quarterbacks. But we start off. Zach Wolchuk, I hope you know who rookies are in the NFL.
Oh, I know the rookies, baby.
Who would you say is the number one rookie of 2022 in the NFL?
It's got to be the Sauce. It's got to be Sauce Gardner.
It is the Sauce. Drafted number 4 overall, 44 tackles, 2 interceptions, 13 passes defended. Sauce Gardner should have been taken number 1 is what they're saying.
And this mixes
now, it
in.
doesn't say should have been taken number 1, but it just says power ranking the rookies.
Okay.
Sauce Gardner is ranked as the number 1 rookie in 2022. Who is the number 2 power ranked rookie, Kevin?
And so I'm assuming we're mixing in offensive and all the rookies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All the rookies,
If he
including
takes-
the offensive tackles.
If he takes
this is tough.
The defensive rookie of the year, I choose the offensive rookie of the year. I will take Chris Olave.
You are right with 43 catches, 1,618 yards, 2 touchdowns. The number 11 overall pick, way underdrafted, obviously.
You've already made these
Olave.
determinations
Yes.
based off of just this. Okay, I like it.
Zach, who is the 3rd ranked rookie in the NFL this year?
Okay, so it's going to be one of the running backs. The question is, which running back is it? Is it
You
Kenneth
going
Walker?
south or west?
Yeah, right. Is it Walker or is it Pierce?
You know what? I'll make a deal. I choose Kenneth Walker.
You're going to take Walker. Okay, so I'll go Pierce.
You're dumb. I'm going to be right.
I think Pierce.
Zach Wolchuk is the truth.
Let's
with
go.
Pierce.
Oh, let's
Get
go.
It? Paul
You made
Pierce,
that one easy
the
for me,
truth.
baby. Thank you. I was a little torn, but Pierce has been doing it since week 1. Kenneth Walker's kind of coming on strong here as of late.
He's the most underrated player in the draft, drafted number 107 overall, which he should have been drafted 3rd overall, I guess. With 148 carries, 678 rushing yards, 20 catches for 98 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And then Kenneth Skywalker from the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know if that is
drafted number
factually
41
accurate.
overall with 111 carries, 570 rushing yards, 12 catches for 48 receiving yards. These guys can't catch or get yards after the catch. These 2 guys are low on that. 7 touchdowns for Kenneth Skywalker, who won the 1989 slam dunk competition in Houston.
He's a hell of a basketball player.
Number 5, we will go back to the truth, Zach Wolchuk. You're now Skywalker, which you probably like that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I did read a stat yesterday, and I put this on our show about how good the Seahawks defense has been. And for the first time in many years, the Seahawks did have 2 Rookie of the Months.
Okay.
All right, it was Kenneth Walker, and it was the corner who I believe went to UTSA, Tariq Woolen, their cornerback.
So, did you see this list before?
No, I did not.
Because you are
Where
right.
is this list even from?
ESPN.
Okay, no, I have not
Is
seen
that
ESPN.
right?
It is.
Get the
And,
heck
and
out of
this is
here.
courtesy of Next Gen Stats yesterday. Like, Tariq Woolen has been arguably, outside of Sauce Gardner, the best corner in football for the last 4
Drafted
weeks.
number 153 overall. Cornerback. Tariq
He's been
Woolen.
fantastic.
4 interceptions,
All right.
8 pass defended, 1 touchdown, 2 fumble recoveries, 1 blocked kick. Number 6.
You don't have any linemen?
I'm about to change that. You keep saying everybody was overdrafted. Or excuse me, underdrafted.
Yeah.
This person overdrafted. Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson. He was overdrafted. but he should have been the 8th pick in the draft, as he is number 8 on your list.
And we're on 6, right?
And we're on number 6. So now back to the truth, Zach Wolchuk.
So dumb.
Who's number 6?
I feel like I'm losing badly.
I can't believe you got 5 right.
Could it be Devin Lloyd of the Jags? He was so good to start the season, but I think he's faded a little
Devin Lloyd
bit.
of the Jags is not even on the list.
Oh, come on!
He is on the just missed category.
He just missed.
Yep.
Number
6.
Well, then I have another guess. I'm ready.
Oh, it's not your
It's
turn
not
yet.
your
I'm
turn.
ready.
It's
Well, I'm
Skywalker's
ready.
choice.
I'm ready,
Skywalker
Sky.
Hagelin.
I'm going to stick with my linemen. And I'm going to switch other side of the ball. Give me Linderbaum.
Linderbaum, man, you're good at number 8 and you're good at number 9, but you're bad at number 6.
I know who it
It's
is.
still in the top 10, though.
Yeah. Well, you got it wrong.
I'm going back to wide receiver. I'm going with the other Jets' first-round pick. Give me Garrett Wilson.
You are right again. The truth.
Let's go.
Wolchuk, 42
go.
catches, 521 yards, 2 touchdowns. Drafted number 10. Should have been drafted number 6 after all the running backs. Garrett Wilson. Number 7.
Why don't you just go back to him? I keep getting them wrong.
Who the hell is 7?
All right, I'll give him a hint. He was drafted with the 121st pick.
I don't know.
My
guess was going to be
21st
another one.
Who was drafted number 121? If you get it, I mean, you should know this. I mean, I'm giving you what number he was picked.
I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. I don't even remember this guy's name, but I know what team he plays.
It's a common name.
Mike
Jones.
Jack Jones.
What's
The
his
truth.
name?
Jack Jones.
Jack Jones for the Patriots?
Yes, they have them at number 7 overall. Number 8 and number 9. Hey,
Jack Jones.
you already
Come
knocked
on.
those out of the park. Number 10, I'll give it to Skywalker here and see if he gets
What
it.
in the
It should be
world
Devin
makes you
Lloyd.
think I'm going to get it right?
'Cause
All right,
he's-
Devin Lloyd.
It's not, though. I already guessed it.
Yeah, he's on
But
honorable
they
mention.
bleeped the list up and didn't put him in there.
He was drafted in the 1st round. I'm not going to give you the number because you probably
Kyle Hamilton.
No, it's not.
No,
Kyle.
just because your nickname now is Skywalker doesn't mean you pick Luke Skywalker's real name.
That's Mark Hamill. I don't know. That
Close.
was a stretch.
I couldn't remember his
Did
name.
you
but I
just say
know it
that was the
something like
force?
All right. The Truth Pierce. Zach Wolchuk.
It should be Tyler Smith.
It is not.
How did he not even make
Tyler
honorable
Smith
mention?
should be on it.
Also receiving votes, they had 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Not even Charles Cross
And
and
they
the
didn't even
Seahawks.
they didn't even give
None of those
Tyler
left tackles
Smith
made it.
a
They'll make
vote.
you jump,
Wait,
Joe.
what guy did you just
Charles
say?
Cross.
He was 13th on the list. He was just missed.
Was Kyle Hamilton on the list?
He was also receiving votes, so I guess 14.
Oh, there's a receiver we did. Drake London.
Drake London, number 10. You got it. All right, so you're.
I feel like I lost.
There's a lot of names. Let's move on. We're running out of time. I
kicked
spent
your
too much
ass.
time on the rookies, but you guys are doing good. All right, quarterback power rankings. Let's go to Kevy first.
All right.
He loves when you call him
This
Kevy.
he does
he
not.
hates it, and I learned that the hard way.
This time I'm going to get it. Number
Very
1
hard.
is Patrick Mahomes.
Man, you are all over this.
Because the last 2 weeks you yelled at me.
Yeah, 'cause you
I
keep
said
picking-
Josh Allen,
Yeah,
and
you
you're like,
keep
it's
picking the
still
wrong
wrong,
guy.
stupid.
All right, number 2 quarterback power rank him.
Tua.
You got that right if I said rank the 7th best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, this
right
list
now.
sucks.
Yes!
Power ranked Tua number 7.
Are they
Man,
not going week to week? Because did they watch Josh Allen play last week?
Okay,
If you are the truth in the rookies, you are the failure in the quarterbacks.
Wow. And I hear what you're saying, but he's been the MVP favorite for almost all year.
Josh Allen's incredible.
I'll say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, number 2. So far, Skywalker is kicking butt over there. Number 3, power ranking the quarterbacks of 2022.
Golly.
I mean, you picked Tua number 7, so.
How is he? What do they have? Geno up there at 3?
Shut up. What?
Is that who you pick?
I'm going to go with Geno.
Geno Smith.
Effing chance.
Number 4.
Shut your mouth.
They have him at 4?
So you are completely wrong, but they do have Geno Smith as the 4th ranked
Let's
quarterback
go.
in the NFL this year.
That was for you,
rank-
Reggie.
This is on CBSSports.com, by the way.
Good
you got
Lord.
it wrong, though.
That is
No, but I'm
amazing.
impressed that he's at 4.
He is at 4. Number
right.
3,
Now I'm going to be pissed if this guy isn't number 3, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Did I even write him down?
What?
I did. I wrote him down at number 6.
Lamar
these
Jackson
aren't my
is
power rankings.
worth Okay.
But he is number 6, so you completely got that one wrong, too.
Thanks, Mike.
I like, though, what you guys are doing because you guys are right on all these guesses. But who would be the wrong answer as the number 3 power rank quarterback?
Oh, I
in the
know.
NFL?
Okay, Zach, I 100% know who this is because he says, who is the wrong answer? Which doesn't mean that maybe they shouldn't be there, but Mike feverishly disagrees that they should be there.
Who's the guy who started
Hurts.
off as probably, the number 22 ranked quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah,
but because
it's the Eagles quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
But because he's outperforming what we thought, we have to overrank him to number 3.
You got to give him some credit this year. He's been pretty good.
100%. He has been the most improved quarterback, and I think Geno's right there with him. But I think that there's an argument that Hurts is easily the most improved quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, sure.
But we are overranking him. But he is number 3, Geno Smith number 4. So now we go back to Kevin, number 5.
Okay, it's not Lamar.
Probably Dak.
No.
Ooh.
Joey B?
Joey Burrow is number 5. So if Joey Burrow is number 5, if Lamar Jackson is number 6, and Tua T is number 7, Zach, who is the 8th ranked quarterback?
I think that is Dak.
Dak is close, but you know what? This isn't horseshoes and hand grenades.
So it's not 8.
Dak is number 11.
Ooh, okay. All right.
So
he's got time to walk up there.
3 other quarterbacks are ranked higher than Dak Prescott. Herbert is number 9. Once again, you have thrown a horseshoe. It was close, but you didn't hit it on the bullseye. Number 8, you guys are going to struggle with this one.
Oh, no.
Are we?
Yeah. And Kevin's going to be really mad.
Is it because it's a crappy quarterback?
Because Kevin would say he's probably ranked 12th.
Oh, what is it, like Kirk Cousins?
No, it's going to be Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
What the hell are we doing
TB12,
here?
Number 8, because he had the comeback.
Oh my
Stop
God.
it.
Can we talk about that for just a second?
I didn't rank him.
I know. But I know
Where
we've
is this
moved
one
on.
from? ESPN as well?
CBS.
Why are
Oh,
people like, I think it's Field Yates and a couple of other people, like, it was the greatest thing they'd ever seen that he helped them win a game 16-13. He was like, oh my God, did you see that comeback? And I was like, yeah, from not scoring a touchdown all day, that
You
was
guys see who they gave the game ball to? It wasn't Brady.
Who did they give it to?
The punter.
Oh, I
As
thought
they
gave it
should.
to Cooper
As
Kupp
they
for sliding
should.
and not picking up the first down. By the way, you guys did say Kirk Cousins. He's number 10. So your quarterback power rankings right now, Patrick Mahomes, then Josh Allen, Hurts, Geno, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Tua T7, Tom Brady, Justin Herbert, Kirk Cousins, number 10, and Dak Prescott, number 11. So having the bye did move them down the list for some reason. Now, have you guys already done on G-Bag Nation the power rankings? Because they do come out on Tuesday.
No. On Monday, we just did our top 5 personal.
Okay. Where do you guys have the Cowboys power ranked? They are, I did write down ESPN and I did write down CBS.
They should be 4, and right now no one can change my mind about that.
I would agree. I've got them at number 4.
I like y'all's rankings. They have them at number 5 on both.
They have the Vikings in there because otherwise I would have said, obviously I would have said like Eagles, Bills,
ESPN's
Chiefs, or vice versa.
top 5 is Philadelphia, Kansas City, Buffalo, Minnesota, Dallas.
Yeah.
If the Vikings and Cowboys play this weekend, and we're going to get a next weekend,
right?
But do we not think the Cowboys should beat the Vikings? I think the Cowboys are better than the Vikings.
They're on the road. They're favored by a point and a half.
Like the team in the NFC, and I know record-wise you wouldn't put them in your power rankings necessarily ahead of the Vikings or the Cowboys, but it's the
49ers?
Niners.
Yeah.
Like that's the team. Hey, if you wanted to put the Niners as high up as 4 over the Cowboys, I'm not going to fight you because they terrify me.
Niners are 10 on both of the list. Now, the power rankings, my last part until we get to crosstalk. Where would you rank the Green Bay Packers?
26. I just counted backward. I just counted up to 7, starting at 32, where we established yesterday they might be the 7th worst team in the NFL. 26. Yeah. I bet they're higher than that, but I would put them there.
I think you're in the right ballpark. I mean, they've been so bad. I'd go 24.
The truth. ESPN has the Green Bay Packers number 24 on their power rankings.
That's my lucky number, baby. Let's go.
Now, it is different.
Man, you are the truth.
It is. It's not 26, so I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It's not 26. Do you think the CBS Sports has them ranked higher than 24, as in better or lower than 24? They have them at 28 on their power rankings.
Moly.
I think that's
so
Briscoe.
When I say that they are done and people are like, hey,
Watch out for
I
Aaron
think
Rodgers.
right now the Packers going into this game power ranked number 24 and number 28 on ESPN and CBS.
They stink.
Cowboys number 5 on both of them. Dak number 11. Cowboys do not have a rookie ranked. I do think Tyler Smith should get a lot more credit for what he's done this year.
Absolutely.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much, Will
Thanks,
Chuck.
Zach. The truth.
Now you can
Appreciate
stick
y'all.
around because
Yes.
coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're tired of suffering with chronic knee pain, shoulder pain, elbow, hand, or foot pain, advanced regenerative medicine can help, even if you've been diagnosed with bone-on-bone arthritis.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we've got a lot of stuff to get to, but I wanted to start with a porch dog update. Mike, you have been telling people about the dog that appeared on your porch. Catch people up real quick, and what's the latest?
So last night he did show up back on our porch. I thought he was gone, as in like he was gone, but then last night he showed back up. So we gave him dog food and water, and he slept on our porch again last night. We have a little couch out there that he slept on, and I was up really early, and I guess he walked away at 5 a.m., and I haven't seen him since because we have the doorbell camera, so I see everything that if somebody comes up on the porch, it notifies me on my phone, DFW security, that, hey, somebody's on your porch or something's on your porch, and I haven't seen him, so I don't know.
Are you sad if he's gone?
You know what? There's a little bit, yes, but he goes in and out of being nice and being nervous or a little bit like
ornery.
Yeah, so like my son was petting him last night just fine. He was all happy. And then 1 minute later, after he laid water out for him and my son stepped to him to kind of pet him, he showed his teeth and growled.
Ooh, okay.
And then it was like, so he's probably been abused. He's an older dog, so he's like, I want love, and then I'm not sure if I want love. I'm going to show you, like, don't mess with me type of deal. So I don't know where he is, what he's doing today, but he seems to be hanging out around the neighborhood. If he comes back, we'll feed him again.
I saw the pic you put on Twitter, and I was pretty impressed with just how big of a dog this is.
He scared the living daylights out of me.
That's like I would think that's a bear, like at first glance, if I didn't know.
He's a big boy. Monday? When I came home on Monday, I didn't know he was on the porch. So I take my first step up the step, and then I see that big-ass dog, and I was like, oh, crap, do not attack me. I had my bag, and my bag was going to be my only defense, and I just kind of slowly opened the door, walked inside, and he never growled at me. He never tried to attack me or anything, and then he went back to laying down. So I don't know. I don't know if he'll be back.
I think you might have needed a DK Metcalf medical poop cart to come pick you up in that moment, because I think
I was scared. I was very scared. I have been attacked by a German Shepherd.
Did you waddle were you waddling inside because you crapped your pants because you were so scared?
Luckily, no. I have crapped my pants, but
playing?
No.
While you were pitching?
No, not like that one guy.
Catching?
No, not playing baseball. I was actually playing basketball in the backyard when I was about, 13 or 14 years old, and it just accidentally happened.
Yeah.
I was like, oops.
Was it
inside?
Was that like a jump shot that you landed a little too hard and just kind of like gravity took its course on your body?
Know. Are we going to talk about this stuff?
We do.
Well,
I mean, okay.
Just as long as we don't talk about the other gravity things from earlier.
That was amazing. I was dying laughing, but we cannot bring that up.
We're going to talk about this stuff.
It's amazing how your body can hold your poop. Like, you got to go so bad. And as soon as you're getting close to the bathroom/toilet, your body is like, I'm done holding. Like, your body can hold. Yeah, it can hold for such a long time, and in a horrible way. Like, you feel like you're dying. You're like, oh no, it's about to happen. I'm trying really hard, and your body will then go, okay, I'll hold it just for another minute. And then as soon as you get out of the car or you finally get inside, it's like, we're not holding anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as you get to sitting down, your body goes, release.
Yep. It's like it's that big moment, man, that the body waits for it. Now, were you fighting during this moment when you were playing basketball, or was this a surprise?
No, it's just like
this is all Eric wants to talk about.
I know it's weird that you do, but
it's weird that I want to talk about you crapping your pants in the driveway of your house while playing basketball at 14 years old.
But do we have to call a timeout? I mean, did you have to go in, or was it game over at that point? Were all your buddies just hanging around waiting for you to come back?
Basketball by myself.
Oh, it was solo. Okay.
Oh.
So did you
end
up?
It wasn't like, that's the other thing too. Now that I think about it, why didn't I just go inside? I was at my own house. And everything.
But for the love of the game,
he was playing against his own clock, and he's like, not now, mother.
But I just
if I make this, the Mavs win.
Yeah. Most people play with a shot clock.
But,
3 seconds left, NBA Finals. Bassick for the win.
I remember giving also those underwear
is that
to
you
my
always
mom.
say people crap their pants when they miss a key free throw or shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the nerves,
Like you gotta
man.
You know, I think it's a good thing though if you feel like you got to crap your pants because then your tush isn't tight. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
feel
want
like-
to keep it loose.
Like there's no way Nick Anderson in the '94 finals could crap his pants. Like you couldn't stick a needle up his butt.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
What?
I'd drive a
It's
nail.
true.
I've said that before. Yeah. Drive a
You
nail.
know what I'm talking about.
tight
dog.
like a
One way of
tiger.
looking at it.
I mean,
for sure.
You remember the '94 finals and Nick
Yeah.
Anderson, and then it's funny when they came out with that
KD
penny.
the other night.
Crapping his pants would have been very liberating at that point.
Yeah, he'd be like,
Oh,
man,
good
at least I
fruit
can
there.
crap my pants. I'm loose.
Back to Tiger, though. If you
I'm
need
sorry,
somebody to
Hayden.
help put him in the vehicle, I got you.
Really?
I'm one with the dogs. Yeah.
We'll see. He has not come back today, so we'll see.
It's going to be cold Friday night, right?
I know, really cold. I know
yeah.
playoff football for Bishop Dunn. It's going to be really cold and possibly raining too.
Ooh, who's Duncanville got tonight?
I don't know. Probably some chump.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Plano's got Prosper. They're going to get railed.
Hopefully, we're not playing any illegal players in football.
Well, let's go, Plano.
I thought I rescued a dog once.
What happened?
It was running around the neighborhood like crazy, right?
Okay.
So I got out of the truck and I'm like, come on over.
Into a kidnapping.
Well,
Sir, what are you doing? What are you doing with my dog?
so yeah, I make friends with the dog. I check its collar. I see the address. I Google the address. I'm like, oh, this is 3 miles away. Perfect. So I'm like, do you want to get in the truck? And he was like, sure. So I drive there. I drop off the dog in the backyard. Like, shoot, yeah, did a good thing. Got this dog home. Pretty amazing. I get back to the house, and these 2 teenage kids are driving ATVs around the neighborhood, calling their dog's name. Apparently, I took it back to their mom's house. There was like a split custody situation. They're at dad's with the dog. Okay, dog had not lived at mom's for a couple of years.
Oh my gosh.
So I kind of go out there and I explain it to him. I'm like, kind of know where your dog is.
But you had to I swear I didn't kidnap him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you told that story. When my sister and I were kids, we felt like we were on the other end of that situation because our 2 dogs had run off and we heard them in somebody's backyard. And so we're like, I don't know, 11 and 9 or whatever. And we knock on their door and they're like, hey, have you guys found 2 dogs? And the guy's like, no, we haven't found any dogs. And so then me and my sister are convinced we're going to have to jump the fence and hand the dogs off to each other. But then before they even shut the door, somebody else came home and they're like, hey, did we find any dogs? And they're like, oh yeah, they're in the backyard. And so it quickly, but we kind of shared this look. You can tell it's we were like, okay,
Wow.
we're going to jump the fence.
Really
We're going to
stealing
hand
our
the dog
dogs.
over.
Yeah.
And then nothing happened. And so it just turned out to be a much ado about nothing. But all right.
Got the pups back.
All right. What about you guys? Did y'all accidentally ever steal a dog or almost rescue a dog? I feel like we've set the bar high with Dawson's story.
Eric knows we've rescued many animals in my family.
Wolchuk's house is a bit of a zoo.
It's like a Dr. Dolittle vibe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it really is. We actually just took on my grandparents' cats.
How many
Are
animals?
they common like cats, dogs, or do you have uncommon pets?
We have had some rabbits.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's my grandparents they did have birds growing up, and I was not into that. That wasn't my thing. But otherwise, just dogs and cats.
Like parrots?
A parrot, yeah. Parakeet, yeah.
No reptiles. I thought you guys had reptiles.
Did we? No.
Or gerbils or something.
No. Actually, yes, hamster.
That's at Richard
hamster.
Gere's
Hamster.
house.
My sister had a hamster for a little while. Yeah.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Interesting.
It smelled like ass.
Yeah, I don't think anything but really
Hamster or your
dogs should
sister?
be. I mean,
Both.
even a cat litter box is horrible.
Yeah.
Birds,
Yeah.
horrible. Everything smells.
The litter box is
We
pretty
want
bad.
nothing to do with those rodent animals.
Wow.
Yeah, just draw a firm line in the sand.
The cats are weird, though.
Turtles? You still have
We got rid of the turtles a while back.
Lucius has had a lot of turtles.
Yeah. Yeah, turtles aren't bad. They sit in an aquarium, or a tortoise, in the summer crawling around
they
your
stink?
backyard. That's pretty cool. I don't think so. I don't think turtles really stink. At least not the aquatic ones. No worse than fish. in a
The
tank.
fish. Yeah, Bennett and his mom went on a trip one time. I got rid of the fish.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah,
Good move
I
right
made an
there.
executive decision. I got on the phone.
What
I
was
said,
the fish doing to bother you? You
It
just hated
smells.
cleaning it?
It smells. The tank was starting to smell. It was taking too much. I was like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. The smell was just awful.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold, as always, hoping to match the quality of this crosstalk, first and foremost, I think.
Crazy
lot of kitty talk.
Good luck.
Christy Scales at 6 o'clock. Well, the Cowboy Sideline Reporter will join us. And right out of the gates, everything that's been breaking in the world of sports.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Commercial-free fellowship. the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Mavericks game day as they'll be tipping off coming up at 4:30 against Orlando, so we'll talk about that here in just a minute. Some good Cowboys conversation right here out of the gates. General at your service. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in here. You got Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. Cowboys back to practice. Michael Irvin stole the show with Sean and RJ this morning on Odell Beckham Jr. Odell is built to be in Dallas. He's been wanting to play in Dallas for a long time. I believe the Cowboys do have the upper hand right now. It would be a great get if Jerry can get Odell. He would love to play for Dallas. That's something you're never quite sure of. But now that I hear that, how much he wants to play for the Cowboys, it's like every day I've been incrementally more optimistic than the previous day.
Hell yeah.
Me too.
Hell yeah, you should be.
Those guys are buds, man. Those guys are bros. So Michael Irvin would know that. And the Cowboys are not trying to shy away from these things. When Jerry comes on and they're asking him questions about it, okay, Mike McCarthy at the podium, they're asking him. And he's willing to talk about it and go on and on about his appreciation. They're not shooting it down like you hear sometimes, especially when it's about a specific player and a specific name. You see the generalities of, we'd like, but when you get directly asked about a player and you're willing to go on and on about this guy, your owner, GM, your head coach, Micah Parsons is reaching out. This thing is starting to gain some steam, and my confidence meter is rapidly increasing.
They have no problem shooting it down. You know, if it's something that ain't going to happen, they'll be like, I don't know, you know. They'll be a lot more vague about it and move on from it. But it's clear there's a lot of fans of Odell Beckham Jr. over there. I would be nervous if they sign him, but very excited if they sign him. You know, I don't think it's anything you want to be a long-term deal, but if it's a short-term deal, I might just, try to get him as few snaps as possible until we're very late season, get the ACL healed up as much as possible, and then try to hit the playoffs with a weapon that could definitely change any game that he's in.
That might be the problem, though, for him right now, him looking for a long-term deal. People might not want to do that. I've reached out to some people around the league. Is there any visits? I reached out with the Cowboys. They haven't got back with me on any visits scheduled. We'll check on that every single day that we do this show. But he might have a problem getting a long-term deal until somebody can see the knee. It's one thing for media members to talk about, he's ready to go and all that. There's a lot of teams that are like, listen, we're not going to commit anything to you until we bring you in and look at this.
Yeah.
Somebody could say, listen, your knee right now is okay, and next year it could be really good. But right now, it's just okay.
Needs to get into the men's T clinic, get some of that PRP going on. Something like that.
I don't know anything about his knee, but have you seen his workout video where he's doing one-arm bench presses with the big plates on it? What?
No way.
Big 4 or 5 plates, bro. One arm. It's amazing, dog.
He's a strong guy.
Motivated me. I said, I gotta get back in the gym.
Right. And that's why people are optimistic about him being able to come back, and you won't have some of the lingering issues that some other athletes have, because he is one of those freak athletes. Like you've seen an Adrian Peterson come back and hit the ground running from some of these. So, to your point, Broadus, it's interesting because that could benefit the Cowboys. If you have other teams that aren't interested in a long-term deal, then that could play into the Cowboys' hands.
I think that it's if it comes down,
what you need.
If it comes down to he's not going to go with a long-term deal, but prove that he's back, then that could benefit the Cowboys, because absolutely, then he'll go to where he wants to play. Yeah. It's not going to be about the money or anything like that. It's like, okay, if you're not going to pay me, then this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go play here, and I'm going to prove to you that I can still do this.
At 30 years old, if a team's willing to give you 3 years and $45 million, it doesn't matter how much you want to be a Cowboy, you're going there.
Yeah.
And if no other team is willing to do that, maybe the Cowboys get the opportunity to have him prove it here. Would you be willing to do a long-term deal, though, if that's what it took? If that offer is out there and you're the Cowboys, Chief, 3 and 45 for Odell, let's call 30 of it the first 2 years guaranteed. Are you stepping up to the plate for that?
I would step up to the plate for that, because that's not egregious money right there. That's like $15 million a year. That's what you're paying basically Michael Gallup. And so what are we saying? Like, we're more confident that Michael Gallup's going to overcome his ACL injury as opposed to Odell Beckham Jr. has already done it before. It would be something that I would be. I understand there's risk involved here, but we're living in a world where guys do bounce back from these things. This guy has done it before. The ACL is something that we see it all the time. Now, there's the mental hurdle that you can't really gauge, and that's a case-by-case basis, and how long does it take a guy to feel confident again, but I don't know that you're going to have as much of that problem with OBJ as you would with somebody else, because, again, he has gone through this before, but to me, it's absolutely worth the risk, and I would be willing to give him a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal for sure. He's only 30. It's not like he's 35.
No. I'm on board with that. And again, I mean, I think that the apprehension is it's the second time.
Yes.
And that's why people are, man, when you have the second knee surgery, that's when you start to have more hesitation. That's where there's question marks. The thing that makes me feel a little bit better about it is I do think OBJ is one of those rare athletes where genetically he's just a freak of nature. And I do think he's going to be able to heal, recover. He puts in the work. And from everything we've heard about him not being a bad teammate, I think that was something where the perception was not the reality. And I think the Cowboys right now have a really strong locker room with leadership like Jaron Kearse and Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott, to where that's not going to be an issue with the Dallas Cowboys.
Just kind of feel like, though, like, and I totally agree with what you're saying there. But the thing that they will tell you is, like, you can say all that until we see his knee. We can't make any.
You're 100% right.
That's the thing. And I just got a text that no news from the Cowboys end of it, of him getting a scheduled physical or anything coming like that from today or anything like that. So, but I feel like, though, that's the one thing. That's when we could all talk about what a great teammate and how hard he works.
But assuming it's around what you recover from in 8 months. In 8 months, you could return maybe. By 9 months, most guys would have, and by 10, almost everybody has. That's what you're looking at with an ACL.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, this is this, like Zach was talking about, because it was brought up to me, the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's the thing. I mean, when it's one of those, when it's the initial one, you're kind of like, oh, okay, this is what, but. Is there more damage there because of the second one?
Well, and I already felt like he was slowing down. So I'd be right there with you. I'm not talking to anybody, but I think from our perspective anyway, you can probably speculate around how effective he will be. Maybe 90% of the player that you saw against the Rams last year. Okay, at 877-881-1053, 2 ACLs in the same knee is exactly what worries me. A 214 pump the brakes. Dez also had great workouts but couldn't play anymore, and star players only tend to look at Dallas seriously and take discounts when they're either done or almost done. Okay. F682, if they sign Odell, then why was Dez never signed back again? Basically the same player. I don't think so. No. Odell's a great route runner. Dez was not very quick even when he was 23 years old, but was just so powerful and had good leaping ability and good hands. But I don't know. I guess around the same age, and both players had good hands. Both players had experienced some injuries. But, I guess when Dez left, he immediately had the Achilles pop up. And no matter what's happened to Odell Beckham Jr., nothing is more damaging to a career than that Achilles when it comes to taking away athleticism. Okay, Bills quarterback Josh Allen day-to-day with the right elbow. Coach McDermott was asked and said, we'll see. We'll just see how the week goes on, if he's going to play or not. What else is going on with the Cowboys? Zeke was back, and as the media portion was winding down today, he made his way over to the offensive staff. So this work on the umbilical cords this morning was just a little step in the direction of him playing, right? But we're getting back to normal with Zeke. Anything else going on, Brian, we need to know about? How was your podcasting up there with them today?
No, it was fine. There was, like I said, I've been kind of following the Odell Beckham stuff and just reaching out to people. And when we get that physical, that's when you're going to know how this can go. But everything else seems to be very positive about with Hooker, with his situation, and then with Zeke and all that. I didn't get any vibe that any of these guys were any distress about not playing this weekend.
Yeah, the one thing we saw was Anthony Barr not practicing.
He was going to be limited today, though. They were going to check on that tomorrow, probably have a better understanding then.
Okay, tip-offs at 4:30 tonight, guys, in Orlando with this tropical storm coming into Florida. They want to get the game in and get the guys out of town, so you're going to want to tune in early. We'll keep you updated if you can't make it. Paolo Banchero, Rookie of the Year favorite, has been questionable with an ankle injury. Jalen Suggs is back for the Magic, a lottery pick from 2 years ago. We didn't see him 10 days ago when the Mavs and Magic played. Cole Anthony and Markelle Fultz are out for Orlando as well. Christian Wood is out for the Mavs. THJ questionable with the hip strain. And then the other big story, is it time to start Dwight Powell with JaVale McGee out to lunch? Players are frustrated. The coach is frustrated, and he was pulled 3 minutes into Monday's game. So. I think the temporary fix is to just go with a lot more Dwight Powell and hope that as time goes on, JaVale McGee can start to get this figured out.
I agree as well. With these games, you can win these regular season games right now. It's like when you get into the playoffs, you're like, oh, we're leaning on Dwight Powell, but you have time between now and then to get things figured out, whether it be with McGee or maybe having to make another move, whatever it is. But your best chance at winning a regular season game right now is the continuity with old Dwight Powell.
Thank you so much
Are you
for
loving
saying
this
this,
right
guys.
now?
Thank
Yeah.
you. Because, yes,
Your
it does
guy.
drive me a little bit crazy when I'm Toloing. And I love Baskey. I do.
Dude, the Dwight Powell experience
what
is
the hell?
maddening. The other day, there was a
Guys.
sequence in whatever game, I guess it
I
was
get
the
it.
Brooklyn
I understand.
game. And you're like,
Dwight
you're pulling
Powell,
your hair out.
Dwight Powell is not conducive for postseason victories. But you got 82 regular season games, and at times he's going to need to give you some valuable minutes to get you some wins. He helped you out to get you a win versus Utah. He's going to need to help you out tonight to get you a win versus Orlando, and you're going to need to be okay with that.
And there's some games that he matches up great. You know, once you get to the playoffs and you got to play teams with big centers and they're exploiting you, like happened against Looney last year in the Warriors, you'll love to have JaVale McGee, but I only need him like in 1 out of every 3 or 4 games. And in the other games, I think I just want to leave him on the bench at this point unless you have a big traditional center, and then we need him.
Well, the way that Claxton started the other night for Brooklyn, though, I'd take McGee off the court, too.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Against those pogo ball guys,
yeah, those guys.
you can't have those active guys.
I mean, with Claxton on the offensive boards and then also the defensive end, I mean, my gosh.
Running circles around you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. That's the problem. All of a sudden, if you're not showing up against those guys, then – you know why this is looking very bad for the Mavs right now.
It is. It's tough with I think it's the first real mistake of Jason Kidd's tenure. Jock Vaughn taking over the Nets fully, not hiring Ime Udoka.
Oh,
so this thing is really speeding up. Apparently, nobody trusts Ime. That's as much as we're able to find out. Like, nobody wants to talk about this because relationships of other folks are involved, people who are in the public eye.
What do you mean trust? Like, you don't trust him to call up the right play, or you don't trust him around your
wife?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, you'd be nervous.
Okay.
You'd be nervous to bring your wife to the Christmas party.
Exactly. Okay.
You're like, don't talk to Ime. Apparently, he's a real Romeo, and he'll chat up just about anybody and go for it. And maybe even some high-placed folks.
Yeah.
So that one's tough. Ben Simmons is ready to retire if there's a way. Like, he doesn't want to play basketball. Now, this could be temporary. He might change his mind, but that's another thing we're hearing about this dumpster fire in Brooklyn as NBA insiders everywhere are talking. This is the buzz in every town, like what's going on with your team. So we could call up anybody, friends from other markets, and be like, hey, what are you hearing about the Nets? What are you hearing about the Nets? This is like legit strong buzz. So I don't know. Maybe a new coach, maybe Jacques Vaughn, but that one's tough. And then Kyrie Irving, look for him to get bought out soon. They're just like, whatever, we tried, but this is well beyond normal personnel management of a crisis. And then with KD, maybe look for him to be on a different team as early as Thanksgiving.
Oh,
maybe the next
maybe
couple
Portland,
of weeks.
huh?
Well, they do have.
I like
they have resources.
That trade that they showed, the Bleacher Report was throwing out there. I think him and Dame would be a hell of a pairing. Now, it would not be good for the West and the Mavs, but that would make a lot of sense.
KD, Dame, Simons, Nurkic. That'd be a pretty good 4. That's a team that could maybe make some noise.
Might be able to take on the tanking Utah bunch.
What if we
That's
did
9-3 right now?
Tank.
The tanking.
Tank.
Yeah,
I
you have
said
an issue with the tanking.
I said it wrong yesterday.
Correct.
I said it right just then.
Yeah.
Tanking.
Okay. And then we have Brittany Griner news, transferred to a penal colony. That penal colony situation we talked about a couple weeks back. This is a move that her family has dreaded since her arrest on drug charges last February. Her lawyers don't know where she is or where she's heading. Her Russian legal team announced early Wednesday in Moscow. I can't imagine having to wake up and go work for 15 hours a day for like 9 years. That might be what she's looking at. Griner's family might not know where she is for up to 2 weeks. Notification is typically given by mail and can take 15 days to process and get sent out. Russian penal colonies are known for having far harsher conditions than the Moscow jail where Griner had been since she was detained. Officials have said they hoped Russia would be more inclined to negotiate in good faith once the Tuesday midterm elections were over, knowing that Vladimir Putin's government would not want to give President Joe Biden a potential dub. So that's the most political we'll probably be getting today. But maybe that could result. But today, she's not being negotiated around. She's being taken to the penal colony. So I guess that shoots down that theory. Griner was arrested in February 17th, and her imprisonment approaches 9 months. I guess the only good thing is that she's a VIP.
That's your hope right there. The fact that she is, and I don't know any other way to put this, but she is a bargaining chip for future negotiations. And whether, in the way the Russians look at it, but, if they treat her and it's not.
Well, that'll protect you from death.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But not from 15-hour work days.
Exactly. See,
Yeah.
they cannot, there's no way that you could use that if she, if she has to endure all that and, and her health and everything else is terrible, then nobody's going to negotiate with you for that.
All righty. It is the G-Bank Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like Chiafalo has a mini sports hodgepodge here before we get to the G-Bank of the day. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, dude, I'm going to squeeze a lot into this thing, but just know we got an NFL sad stat along with another twist in the NFL beef of the year. That's next.
All righty. back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. It's time for a little mini sports hodgepodge with Chiafalo. Cowboys back at practice today. The locker room will be open, and we'll have audio, hopefully, of players talking about everything going on here before too long. So stick around. Here's Chiafalo with some sports.
All right, so NFL beef of the year has been all going Russell Wilson's way, right? Just across the board. Russell Wilson versus the world. And especially Pete Carroll, head coach of the Seahawks, has not been shy about just taking little jabs. And he does it every time they ask him about Geno. He describes Geno in a way that has him lamenting what, the way things used to be with Russ, is how it comes across. And the latest one, and we have a Russ response, by the way, that we'll get to as well. But here's the quote from Pete Carroll. He says, if you notice, Geno's going off the wristband, and that's a big help. It's smoothed things out, sped things up, cleaned things up. And that's part of it, too. We never did that before. There was a resistance to that. So we didn't do that before. When Shane says something, Shane's the offensive coordinator. When Shane says something to Geno, he's not doubting it. He's just going with it. So there's a real immediate flow, and that accelerates all the process. He's functioning really well, comfortably, regardless of what the circumstances are, yada, yada, yada. But about the wristband, it's all coming back to the wristband a little bit, where I guess Pete Carroll is alleging that the quarterback wristband that you see Tom Brady always flipping through, and I guess most quarterbacks wear it. I wouldn't know. I would say more than half of NFL quarterbacks are wearing the wristband, I just think. But I guess Russell Wilson is not somebody who wanted to wear that. And I guess they had issues towards the end of the Russ era of getting plays off in time, the play clock, delay games, things not going well. You're in the huddle and you're like, there's 10 seconds to snap the ball. That became a common theme. And now Pete Carroll's kind of saying, yeah, well, Russ was pushing back on play calling, and he didn't want the wristband, so he could kind of just do his own thing, I guess.
He wouldn't run the play that's called.
Yeah.
And Geno's doing that. And you're kind of seeing that with the Broncos a little bit too, right? There's a lot of dysfunction going on in Denver, and maybe that has to do with Russell Wilson's not running whatever Nathaniel Hackett is calling. He's kind of just going rogue and doing his own thing.
The Broncos have had some moments where they're in the huddle and there's not much time to snap the ball, and oftentimes you look at the coach for that, like, why aren't you? But it's kind of a two-way street there. So
makes a little bit of sense.
This evidence makes it seem like maybe it is Russ's fault. But Mike Kliss of KUSA,
That's my buddy, Mike Kliss. He's my buddy.
Mike Kliss is your buddy?
No, he's the guy that, remember, he called me out.
He is your buddy. He is your buddy.
He was like, who the hell is this guy?
It makes it easy on you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You don't want to ignore a guy like that.
He's the guy, remember, I was talking about Paxton Lynch.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, I'm hearing the guy is, last in, first out, that kind of thing. And I was kind of talking about the relationship.
And the Kliss didn't like that.
No, he tweeted out, who would some guy from covers the Cowboys know anything about the Broncos? And then it came out exactly what I'd said.
That's outstanding.
So everybody went after Mike that day.
That's a great feud, Broadus versus the Kliss.
I yell at him at the combine all the time.
Are you guys boys now?
I call him a hack, the whole thing. Hey, that kind of thing.
I dig it. Well, here is the response from Russell Wilson. Quote, I don't know exactly what he said, talking about Pete Carroll. But he says, we won a lot of games there without wearing a one on my wrist. I didn't know winning or losing mattered, whether you wore a wristband or not. So that is the response there from Russell Wilson.
He's not wrong.
It all continues, man. This is great. The more success that Geno and the Seahawks have, the more shots are going to be taken over Russ's way, which is pretty spectacular. What else is spectacular is the incompetence of the World Cup. We are now getting photos of what the headquarters is going to be looking like, the room and board situation for the unlucky fans that decided to spend a bunch of money
in the desert
to
in the
go
crates?
to Qatar. You're living in
shipping crates.
You're living in crates, or shipping containers. The whole thing kind of looks like
They look nice.
Do they look nice to you?
Yeah, they look nice.
They look nice. On the outside, it does look like shipping containers or like a storage unit yard that you might show up at and find basically garages.
It's pretty in the desert this time of year.
So,
it's an internet fad too, by the way, the little shipping containers.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you can live in those. They make them all like apartment-like.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I might need to mess around with this, but people are making fun of them right now at the World Cup because it's $200 a night, man. $200 a night for what looks like the size of like a laundry room of sorts.
And
like
I'm not allowed to drink and party.
Yeah, you can't take your shirt off and paint your stomach if you're a soccer fan.
Yeah,
at the
that
game.
did it for me. You know me. I love taking my shirt off and painting it.
Walchuk refuses to attend a sporting event as a fan if he's not allowed to take his shirt off and do at least one truffle shuffle per half.
I like going belly to belly.
How about what the Astros are doing? Is this the death of the championship ring? Because Johnny Dangs, who is a famous
TV
jeweler,
Johnny.
TV Johnny. You're aware of this guy?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just discovering Johnny. So I apologize, Mr. Dang and the whole Dang family. I just want you to know that I do have respect for you. I'm just discovering you. But apparently, Johnny Dang, he's out of Houston, and he's offered all of the Astros custom championship grills for their teeth.
Oh, okay.
So Jeremy Pena is already in the jewelry store getting one fitted. I assume most of these players are going to do it. Mr. Dang is saying like they're on the house. You won't have to pay for these. But I do think that is pretty dang cool if the whole team, if you get a championship team pick and you're all grilled out, that's pretty awesome. So
I think there should be extras,
Dang.
but if we stop doing the ring and elect for something else, you're going to regret that.
Yeah, you want the ring. But if he's saying that these are on the house, you can double up.
Yeah, this is a
ring.
double up. I'm just throwing it out there. Like maybe you might start to see the pivot here. I wonder.
There will be no pivot.
There will be no
pivots.
Okay, we're all big ring guys.
We
in
are
here. The
ring.
G-Bag
I think
Nation
so.
is firmly on the championship
All about the ring. Yeah.
Okay, I know Broadus would be like, wait, I have a ring. I didn't get a grill. Broadus, you should get a retroactive championship Super Bowl Packers grill. Are you kidding me?
Like a big G, like in the middle of my teeth?
Yeah, I mean,
That'd
let
be
Johnny
cool.
Dangs just do his artistry.
Can we put that in the bet payoffs that Broadus has to show up with a grill in one day?
Oh, that's a booster. I mean, that's not an L. That's a dub. That's like if you're the champion of the Survivor picks for the season in the G-Bag Nation.
He'll love more that more than drinking the Big Mac.
Yeah, he really will. So there it is. We'll get you the sad stat later on, boys and girls.
Really quick, this just in. Apparently, Matthew Stafford is in the NFL's concussion protocol right now.
All right.
He's just entered it,
about
so
time.
he might not be available.
That guy's
this
got
week.
beat up.
All righty, let's rock it. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander. And a good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Let's get right into it, dog.
Yeah.
Sports reporter put Coach Prime into a blender.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, did you see that video of Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson playing baseball? It's like Bo versus Deion.
No.
Bo tries to gun Deion from like the outfield. You know, Bo had that arm on him. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
And
Like an
Deion
ad
was
from the 90s?
Yes, and Deion was trying to hit those bases. It was a play at the plate. That was amazing.
I probably saw that. Was it like, what was that, Jordan and Bird doing the McDonald's
it was
ads where they'd
something
be
like
shooting
that.
and
Yeah.
stuff?
This is just a clip that was going around on the internet.
Oh, this
right?
was a real life thing.
Yeah, this is a real life thing. When he played for Deion played for the Yankees at the time. Yeah, it's a pretty good clip, man. Just saying, you just can't put Coach Prime into a blender. He got out of that situation. We're talking about Bo Jackson, one of the most incredible athletes of all time.
For sure.
Oh my gosh. Here's a reporter putting Coach Prime in that blender.
At 9-0, you're undefeated, and obviously so far it's been a perfect season, if you will. But if you look at a team like this, would you consider this if you were looking at a team like this, is the team a work in progress? I mean, do you think that there is something that this team needs to? I guess what I'm asking is this a team that is looking for the right for answers in terms of is this a team that you're looking for?
I should have wrote this down.
You got me lost, man, dog. You got to come on with it. What you talking about? Like, are you talking about us?
Forgive me, Coach.
No, you good. Are you talking about us?
Yes.
At least he didn't do a nervous laugh. You know, he kind of, but I think about 6 seconds in, he forgets the question.
Yeah.
And you can hear him go from questioning mode to, oh crap, I'm hunting for a question.
Yeah. Just going through all the tumbleweed in my brain right now, trying to figure out where these words come in.
Yeah, emphasis on weed in the word tumbleweed. I don't know, maybe the edible kicked in? Edible kicked in on reporter talking to Prime.
It was at this point that the reporter knew he bleeped out.
Hey, you guys were talking about wristbands earlier, QB wristbands?
Yeah.
Bro, if I had a QB wristband, I'd be rocking that joint in the mall.
Would you?
So the girls know I'm a quarterback.
There you go.
Would you get the one that opens up so you can like stop and like open it up, look around?
Oh, why do you wear this? I got to keep up with the plays. We play you guys in 2 weeks.
Studying, actually.
Yeah. We'll wear you guys out.
I like
Take your
that.
boys down.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
boys down.
I want to wear it to Target so I can remember the shopping list.
I do like that.
So
I
you
always
can have
get
a
home
reminder.
where's the sandwich meat?
Crap, I forgot it again.
I'll be back.
Let us see. Hey, have you ever called out somebody that skipped in front of you in line?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I haven't.
I'm too passive.
I have, and I told him, go ahead.
Yeah.
I said, hey.
You called him out then and said,
I got
it's
it.
okay.
I went, no, hey, you're good. You're good. Who the hell
I
calls
see you're cutting in line, but go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I did. That's
You got it.
That's exactly what I did.
You got it, my man.
You got it, buddy.
Must be in a hurry.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, I'm only 6'4" and
all good,
250
bud.
pounds standing there.
No problem, pal.
No, don't worry about it, Chief. You got it.
Fiance wife did it to two guys that cut us off at Walgreens like 8 years ago. I remember it vividly because it traumatized me. I was like, crap. She goes, like we're not standing here?
Oh!
And I'm like,
It's a good one. I got to remember that one.
Now it's on you.
Now you're in fighting mode.
And they turn around and look at me and they're like, my bad. I'm like, thank you, God.
They had hoodies on and Tim's on. He's like,
She sashayed by like, that's right. I'm
I'll
like,
get it.
my
Don't
bad,
worry
dude.
about it,
I'm
dog.
sorry.
I'll tell you what, though. I've let people go ahead of me.
That's right.
I've let people go ahead of me if they have like less items than me. You know, if I'm standing there with the basket and they've got like 2 items,
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, go ahead.
That's an
Yeah,
easy
you just
one.
jump in there. Go ahead.
All right, so this that's an Eminem, if you know about that. This man calls out a woman that cut in front of him in line, and it just goes really bad for him. Now the staff at the store tried to protect him, but it went real bad.
I didn't touch you, man.
Not that long ago, and I can't stand another man touching me!
Well, no one did that. I need to leave? I still got, okay. She threw some of my stuff. Where's she stuff? Hell if I know. I'm so sorry.
You're not sorry.
She wasn't sorry when she cut in line.
You! I didn't see you!
To make it. Oh, I just asked her if she saw anyone in line.
Please, just go!
That's an adult.
You're making it
I'm just talking.
Walk up to sir. Walk with Chris. Walk with Chris.
What are we doing?
Oh, no.
I'm making it worse.
This is too much.
Yeah, I feel bad for the lady. You know, obviously needs to see a therapist.
That was
after
awful.
being sexually assaulted recently.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave. Like, you can take that spot.
Man, this is a Wendy's.
Like, first off, I'm going to completely get out of the line now.
Yeah.
I just need to get the hell away.
There was a car driving by blasting Nipsey Hussle's and YG song. If anybody knows that song, they have a real popular song. It's played a lot during campaign times. It's an ode to, I think, 4-5? I think it's an ode to 4-5. Anyway, there's a candidate for governor, Carrie Lake, in Arizona. She was on the mic having a conversation with the media, and a car drove by blasting.
I'm standing up for the people of Arizona. I'm standing up for our children who are going to someday.
I don't know if you guys know that song.
I'm not familiar.
It's pretty vulgar. Got the parental advisory sticker on it.
Yeah.
I'm standing up for the people of Arizona. I'm standing up for our children who are going to someday.
Great.
Wow. So yeah, I think he did that on purpose, do a little trolling.
Hell yeah.
You know,
Awesome.
on a politics day. Political day right there.
Political day.
Yeah. Not every church needs an online ministry. There's an associate pastor. He just got a little too loose on the mic, got to screaming. Now, this was a woman recording her television or her internet, you know what I mean? Like her computer as this was happening.
Okay.
So you're going to hear her laugh. I really wish you didn't. I looked for other audio that didn't have her in it, but she's in it. But this guy is screaming. It's crazy.
I ain't trusted right this morning.
Hey, church, y'all all right this morning? That's what he said, okay?
Okay.
All right, just helping y'all out.
I ain't trusted right this morning. Are you busy sick this morning? Is your body up? I know you up. Give me the key. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not everybody needs an online ministry.
Jeez.
What is going on?
Okay, is it him? Is it the car blasting Nipsey Hussle and YG? Is it a woman calling out a man for touching her after being recently assaulted?
And he didn't touch her, he said.
Yes, yes. And then the sports reporter putting Dion in a blender. I believe that's just a one-time champion. Is that right, or is that two? Okay, that's a one-time champion. And that's going to get my vote again, the reporter with Dion.
Yeah, likewise.
Lucius?
Yes, me too.
Wolchuk and Broadus, we don't need your votes. Would you like to vote anyway?
I'm going to vote for Jerry.
For Jerry?
I'm going to vote for Nipsey because I need to look up the song.
By a score of 3-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Dion with a very confused sports reporter. That's good stuff, Prime. Okay, when we come back, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look at these Green Bay Packers. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Jimmy Johnson joins us.
Of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Guess everybody's going into full mode of recruiting now, huh? We're starting to see everybody, the players starting to step up. That's all good. That's what you got to do for Odell Beckham.
Yeah, they listen to you. You got to make him feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Got to make him feel good about that. Good to see the owner and the head coach and everybody doing it. So that's what you got to do. See if you can get it done.
You want to play this Zeke cut?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to. That'd be good.
We got this, right? We got the green light on this. There's no cussing. No locker room's closed. We can do this.
Yeah, some more woo-woo-wooing.
Okay, all right. Here's the Cowboys starting running back.
That's something we've talked about, here and there. We know the type of player Odell is. The type, how explosive he can be, and what he can be for this offense. So, it'd be great to get him down here in Dallas. Just another weapon in our little repertoire. So, hopefully we get OBJ to Dallas.
You got to play with him in the Pro Bowl. What was that like?
I don't know if Pro Bowl really count.
But I'm saying being around him, his personality, and do you think that he would make a lot of sense in this locker room?
No, yeah. I'm friends with OBJ. He definitely will fit in this locker room. I don't know if there would be guys that wouldn't fit in this locker room. We got a good group of guys, but he definitely will fit in. He's a competitor. He plays hard and obviously very talented. And we want him. We want OBJ.
Sounds like the place to be there. Grand Central Station, like a food court in the back or something.
Yeah, no, it's great to see that the players are all lining up and knowing this is one of those things. I think the owner said it to Kevin Gray after the game against the Bears about, what would you do? What would you do to go get, to put this team? Would you go make a move? And they tried to make a move. They tried to make a trade. The Texans got stubborn. Texans got greedy, and I think okay, what's the next thing you could do? Go get this guy. This guy he's a difference maker. This is a guy that will go get the football.
Missing out on Cooks could be a blessing in disguise because you get a player that maybe fits your quarterback better anyway.
No question. You're absolutely right. Give me a guy that's got the high catch radius, wide catch radius, and a guy that has been there and done that kind of a thing. And I hope they get this guy. I think he can really, really put a lot of pressure. Okay, speaking of putting pressure, you got the Green Bay Packers this weekend. Guys, I was watching their games last night. I think I figured out when this team broke.
Really?
I think I figured it out.
They short-circuited at some point in the middle of a game?
Yeah. I watched the Giants game, the Buffalo game, and the Detroit game. They're 3-1 at the time, and they get a sack. They're up like 17-3.
This is against the Giants?
Against the Giants.
In London?
In London. And all of a sudden, they get a sack, and Rasul Douglas gets a defensive holding penalty.
Ooh.
And it gave the Giants life, and it brought them back in that game.
And it gave the Packers depth from the rest of that game and every game since.
Ever since that point on, things have gone just terribly
It'll
bad.
take the life out of you. Remember the Eagles game? There was the big penalty on Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
And I do think it can totally deflate a team.
But when you're up 17-3.
Yeah.
Like one penalty shouldn't be the backbreaker for you, but it seemed to have been
It went from being a devastating sack on first down to all of a sudden now that you give them life, you give Daniel Jones life and they are able to kind of drive the ball. I'll tell you last week against the Lions, first drive of the game. They are just moving the ball they hadn't done it all year. Take that back. They hadn't done it since the Giants game.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you a difference too, by the way. Without Randall Cobb, I know this sounds crazy. Randall Cobb was the one guy that he could throw the ball to, and he knew where he was going to be.
Yeah, the trust, the reliability.
Yeah. And I will say this too: when you're defending Sammy Watkins and Romeo Doubs and those guys, and Watson, and those guys, finish the play. All I'm saying is finish the play. These receivers don't secure the ball, and if you're the Cowboys corners, don't just allow them to catch and go with them. Try, knock the ball, fight for the ball. These guys, when it comes to securing the ball to the ground and finishing the play, these receivers don't all have it. And so I don't just be very mindful if you're watching the Cowboys in this game and the secondary is fighting as they're going to the ground. Just keep ripping at it because these guys will put it on the ground. I think he's going to throw the ball. The guy now, Sammy Watkins has gotten 17 targets, 10 receptions. I still think it's Alan Lazar that he's going to throw the ball to. But they don't throw the ball down the field. They threw the ball down the field against the Giants when they had Cobb. So that's, something to keep an eye on here.
Did they not take some shots with Lazard against Akuda?
They tried. To me, it was one of those when I was watching it, I didn't feel like it was like in that Giants game with that first drive when it was just down the field, down the field. Buffalo, I felt like that there weren't really that down the field shots either here. But this team, it's to them, I feel like that their offensive line is healthy, okay? And I mean healthy in a way that David Bakhtiari is back in the lineup at left tackle, but he kind of comes and goes, in and out of the lineup. And then they put in Zach Tom. Zach Tom is a problem for them, number 50. Okay. He could be a little bit of a liability.
We got a 2 first namer on the O-line there.
Zach Tom. Zach Tom is his name. Now, I will say this. Their best running play is the toss sweep. I don't know if you guys have seen the Packers play. All of you watch some games.
Aaron Jones, that's his
Aaron
staple.
Jones, A.J. Dillon. It is a downhill running game. And this is where I think the Cowboys have got to be ready on the edges because the ball is they're going to just straight downhill run, toss sweeps. That's what they do. That's the way. I mean, every game that I watched, that was a big part of the way they ran the football.
Are you going into this game more fearful of Aaron Jones and the rushing attack than you are Aaron Rodgers? Or is Aaron Rodgers still have so many Rodgers nightmares?
I don't know if Aaron Jones. They're saying Aaron Jones is playing. He was in a walking boot after the Lions game. I think you're going to get a heavy dose of A.J. Dillon.
Well, if Aaron Jones doesn't play in this game, it's a huge advantage for the Cowboys. Huge advantage for the Cowboys. Because teams that, we've seen it the last couple of weeks, teams that have these running backs, that these teams that have 2 running backs and they use them. Now, the Cowboys have managed to win the games, but I just feel like that they're going to get a heavy dose of this outside run. And I don't mean handoff, I mean toss where you're trying to mash guys and get people out on the edge and see if you're good enough to make tackles. But Aaron Rodgers to me looks differently too. The mechanics, his mechanics have been, the throwing around people and stuff like that. His touch, his accuracy, it doesn't look right. But I don't know if you can count on that in this game. I don't know. I mean, he's looked bad the last 2 games. I watched 3 games. He was fine in the Giants game.
I think it's really messed with his confidence recently. Am I right on that?
It's the way it's funny because he used to throw off balance all the time, and it was just right there, putting the ball right where it needed to be. And I don't see.
There is not a spot with these receivers.
There's none.
No.
There's none. I don't think he has any confidence other than Alan Lazar. I think he's got some confidence in him. I think he's got a little confidence in Watkins. But, man, overall, though, they just don't. When he throws the ball, it's like it's 50-50, where before he's had guys that have gone up and made plays for him. So keep an eye on that, the running game. I think the downhill running game, the toss sweeps will be big in this game for the Packers. They're going to test you with that. Their defense, though, losing Rashawn Gary is going to really hurt them. Now, Preston Smith can rush the passer, but he's not Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary is the one guy that can win consistently off the edge. Kenny Clark at defensive tackle, I think, is a guy that you're going to have to deal with his power. Jaron Reed, I think, plays okay. TJ Slayton is another guy. They've got some big inside guys, but no Rashawn Gary in this game will be really big for the Cowboys. Jair Alexander is their best corner by far. The secondary, other than Alexander, really doesn't tackle all that well from what I saw. Amos, the safety, Savage, the safety, they miss plays in the hole. So if the Cowboys running game gets going, where they're attacking and the safeties are having to come up, these guys will miss some tackles on you. And I mentioned Rasul Douglas, though, as their nickel. Mm-hmm. He's a guy I think you kind of need to maybe go after in this game. Alexander will drop coverage on the other side of the field and kind of guess. So Dak, don't be loose with the football. Make sure you know where everybody is. throw to the spot, make sure it happens. But if you throw to the side of Alexander, he will drop coverage, make sure that he goes and makes a play there.
Does he travel? Picked on Douglas before.
He has. The thing about Alexander has traveled before, but that's not Joe Barry's way. Joe Barry, who's the defensive coordinator here, he's one of those guys that he says if you travel, it messes up everybody else's assignments.
Gotcha.
So Alexander will likely play the left side of the field.
There you have it, a terrific report on what the Green Bay Packers bring on film with former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. We have NFL audio coming up next, including some more Aaron Rodgers. Zach, what else are we looking at?
Yeah, we got a feud between two high-powered media analysts, plus Tony Dungy is just as flabbergasted as we all are regarding the Colts' latest moves. That and more audio next.
Can we get that Rodgers ayahuasca note about Mike McCarthy, too?
We certainly can.
Oh, it's been a gift that just keeps on giving. And speaking of that, Absolute Beauty Solutions is the place to go if you need the gift of less fat on your body. Maybe you have a big winter vacation coming up. Maybe you're dating out there.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for some football audio fun with your host, Zach Wolchuk. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Do have an update on Ezekiel Elliott real quick from practice reports as the beat is putting that out. Zeke saying that he did take some snaps during team drills today, but he's not quite ready to just come out and confirm he's going to play against the Packers. He said, quote, just need to get some more reps, just see where I'm at. And he is wearing a brace on that knee. He said it is limiting him a little bit, but it's a smaller brace than the one that he wore towards the end of last season. So something to monitor, and we'll have Christy Scales on the show coming up at 6 o'clock. I'm sure Christy can give us some more insight, as well as Bobby Belter, Cowboys Insider, coming up at 5:30. But some great audio around the NFL world, and we start with Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers, who makes his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee Show with Pat McAfee, who, of course, is on College Game Day now with ESPN.
Is that where Pat does his show?
Yes.
On the Pat McAfee Show?
Yeah, it's his own show. It's his name, and it's
he's got
his
it
show.
made.
He does.
Very
It's
convenient.
his. It's named after him. So Rodgers was asked about McCarthy and the return to Green Bay, because they used to get massages together and rub up on one another in a great relationship, singing Kumbaya. Here was Rodgers asked about Coach Mack and the return to Lambeau.
Hey, what about this week? You have Dallas coming to town, Big Mike McCarthy. I don't know if you saw his presser. They were starting to ask him about Green Bay, and he got a little emotional. I thought it was awesome to see. And Dan Quinn's defense there in Dallas loves to take the ball away. Have you watched much Dallas yet? And have you planned or thought about, when you get to see Coach Mike, like what it's going to be like?
I'm going to give him a big old hug. I can tell you that much. I'm excited to see Mike. Shared some messages the past couple weeks, and I know it means a lot to him to come back. I really do hope the reception for him is as warm as it needs to be. He's got a street named after him. Obviously, he won a Super Bowl together, but he meant a lot to the town for 13 years. A big part of our success. Obviously, being the head boss, he'll be in the Packer Hall of Fame at some point as well. And I think it's important that we honor him the right way.
Man, nothing but love right there. That ayahuasca really treated him right, didn't it?
Man, it really did. It just changed his opinion and perspective on everything. He didn't remember that he called Mike McCarthy basically dumber than dirt, and he couldn't call plays. He didn't know what an NFL offense was, and now he can't wait to just give him a big old hug, huh?
Yeah. He's a piece of work, man. I guess you have to give him credit for the self-improvement. He's really heading, I think, in a good spiritual direction. He was broken as a person, and I think you never become fully healed. So he's still going to show tendencies of that previous version of himself, but it's amazing how new it is and how his language has totally changed.
Yeah.
I bet some of it is a feeling of guilt, though.
Yeah.
Because now that you've gone through the self-improvement, you look back on that former version of yourself and you're like, yikes,
Man,
I was really unfair to that guy.
Gosh. Yeah, so here's Rodgers continuing on the emotion for Coach McCarthy once the game starts in the hallowed grounds, and you know this better than anybody, Broadus, of Lambeau Field.
Mike, in general, I think deserves a lot of credit, a lot of respect, and hopefully a great ovation at some point. I don't know what we're doing. I hope there's some sort of, I would expect, I guess, some sort of message on the Jumbotron at some point during the game, and
gotta be.
Mike's got a big heart. Hopefully, hopefully lets the emotions flow a little bit.
Well, he was close in a press conference that AJ was talking about. And if you haven't seen it, we'll definitely send it over so you can check it out. The person asking the question was like, your family's still there, your kids go to school there, you're still a big part. And he goes, this is bull. That's what McCarthy says. You guys are going to make me start crying up here. And then he deflects to 12 personnel at the end of it because you could see that he was getting choked up. I wonder if that'll be before the game, during the game, after the game. I wonder when it will take place.
The anthem. National anthem's going to be tough for him, I bet.
Yeah, looking around. Oh, my God.
Brian, during your time in Green Bay, was there a moment where there was a former player or coach that came back to Lambeau that you can recall, and maybe a reception that they were given by the fan base? Or, I mean, how would you predict the fans will welcome Mike? You think it'll be positively?
Oh, I think it will be positive. Yeah, I mean, and Aaron's right that Super Bowl coaches are winners of Super Bowls, and they've only had the three. When you talked about with three coaches, Lombardi, and then Mike Holmgren, and then also McCarthy. They have streets named after him. And people, my experience of always being in Green Bay, we used to have an honorary captain program, and the players would come back, and we would bring back players. It wasn't always just bringing back Bart Starr or Ray Nitschke or Willie Davis. You bring back kind of obscure names, and those guys would be totally honored, and the fans would just lose it for these guys. I mean, they would just completely just give it up. And anybody that ever wore that uniform was always received so well. But think what fans did when Favre came back. I know how hard it was with Minnesota, but then he came back. You were thinking, and they put his name up in the ring of honor, and it was like, it was everybody. You were kind of thinking, man, I wonder how this is going to turn out. And it was. Favre was blown away.
Wasn't a dry eye in the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, he was completely. The fans up there appreciate those that have worn that uniform.
And I think this is what you were wanting here, Gavin. Here's Aaron and the big bro hug between him and Coach Mack. This will be cut 3.
Oh, that cut was already. It was the same as the cut.
We fired that off.
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to this. Will be the final Rodgers cut. Throwing interceptions in that, and you got to see this firsthand.
Yeah.
You just went through and watched this, Brian. With the Lions. He throws 2 right at the goal line.
Yeah.
Well, this was the message Rodgers had to the haters.
I think the Lions should just hire Lomas Brown.
But yeah, it wasn't a great throw to Dave, and wasn't a great throw to Bobby either. I've thrown a lot of those balls low around the goal line like that. I don't know that. In that play, there was some other things that could have probably gone on that could have made it a different type of window. But look, I've made a thrown touchdown passes many times. I don't give a shit what any of these experts on TV
That's where I heard you going. That's where I heard you going.
There's a lot that goes into all these things, and for somebody to play armchair quarterback who doesn't know what the hell play we're running or what's going on, that's fine. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. The ball goes up in the air and gets, we had, a couple of those in the game, balls up in the air and our guys run into each other and the ball gets knocked down, like that. But it seems like that's the way the ball's been bouncing for us. Go straight up in the air, and instead of running into each other and guys fiddling with it, maybe we even catch it, the ball's caught by somebody else. It's kind of
It was crazy because
where was the ayahuasca there, Aaron?
Yeah, in that game you mentioned, because Goff was the same way. He threw passes. He's absolutely right. They had 2 or 3 balls that got. I mean, it was like every pass play seemed like the ball got knocked into the air.
Yeah,
50-50 balls, and guys were colliding and all that stuff like that. But he's right about that. You watch him play traditionally. He throws the ball down the goal line. He throws a kind of a low ball to make sure that his guy can make that play. But
and if they're good receivers, they can make the play. It's got to be funny to him as he's playing with nothing but jobbers.
Yeah, I mean, one of them he's throwing it to a lineman.
That's what I was going to say.
He threw it short to the lineman. That was a terrible pass.
It was not
terrible.
good.
That was a terrible pass.
Terrible. It was a 20-yard throw that he threw 10 yards too short, and it went into the defensive end's hands. That was bad.
They ran a similar play in the Giants game where the tight end was stayed to that side and slow blocked and then went out, and it was all the motion stuff. Perfectly thrown pass.
Right.
Yeah, he's struggled with his touch on some of these passes and his accuracy quite
Well, I
questionable.
hope he struggles with his touch on Sunday too. All right, I hope he just throws a ton of interceptions and the Cowboys kick his ass on Sunday. All right, let's go to the conversation of the week. What the hell did the Colts do? Firing Frank Reich, and they hired Jeff Saturday. Kyle Brandt of NFL Network was not having it. Here's his thoughts on the Colts' new interim head coach hiring.
I think the Lions should just hire Lomas Brown to be their head coach. The Cardinals should hire Dan Dierdorf. The Texans could hire Chester Pitts. And I don't know if you saw this, Bill Belichick has finally named his successor to be the next head coach of the Patriots. Not Joe Judge. It's not Matt Patricia. It's Devin McCourty.
Oh,
Devin McCourty. Does he have any coaching experience, Jay?
He played there 13 years, like Saturday. He coached flag football.
He might be overqualified then.
Yeah.
On a related note, I don't know if you saw this, Marvel has hired Vin Diesel to direct their next wave of movies because he was a talking tree in a few of them. And on a personal note, guys, this is my last Good Morning Football show because because I'm going to be the next NFL commissioner. That's going to be me. I don't know how to do the job or anything, but I'm going to get it. Yeah, that's it. This
Can I be the next you?
Yes, you can come on over here, and then Peter will come in here.
Yeah.
This story is embarrassing, and I've gotten to meet Jeff Saturday a few times, and he was great, and I really respect him as a player and a media member. Isn't he embarrassed to take this job? At best, uncomfortable. For all the respect that he has for coaches and the coaches who have made him the player and the man that he is, isn't this awkward for him? Did he consider saying no just out of respect? Because I honestly, look, I think it is a huge backhand to every man and woman in the world in any coaching profession, in any coaching position, in college, in the pros, in high school. The coaching profession is something that drains you psychologically, that moves your family across the country and the world. And he got it because he's friends with the billionaire and was a good player on the team. And I have to say, there is a very important note in that the league is rife with concern and sensitivity about diversity and hiring. And when those problems come up, the refrain always to people who are frustrated is, oh, no. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's about the resume, the best resume. And Connor Orr had a great article about it. What do you say here?
Yeah.
Because he's a high school coach and he was on ESPN and screaming on Get Up? It's an interesting media thing, too, because this is an ESPN employee, and I'd be fascinated to hear if anybody in ESPN has something critical to say about Jeff Saturday in this case, or is it just, we're happy for Jeff?
Okay, I got to break in here because we have a wrong way truck in a police chase on I-20 through Balch Springs.
There we go.
So if you are in that area, please try to get off the highway. But he was just in the right shoulder going the wrong way. Now he's in the left shoulder going the wrong way, which would be your right shoulder. So there is like a Chevy or a Ford. I can't
Chevy,
tell. Is that a
Chevy.
Chevy Trail Boss? Okay, it's on your right side.
It's an old
He's
doggy.
pulling off. He's pulling off into the grass now.
Now he's into the grass and is coming on over to the service road.
He's been doing this a million times. He's going to do that again, too.
Okay.
He's pulling off in the grass, trying to disappear in the woods. This is a second truck. He sold a truck earlier. It was a maroon truck, and now he switched to this truck.
Did he carjack the trucks?
He needed four-wheel drive.
So yeah, now you're right. Now he's found a road off of I-20 where he is driving out into it looks like what I would call an old logging road from growing up in the Northwest, but I don't think they're logging out there. It's just, that'd be a road, like a dirt road up past the highway that you take to go drop off junk in the middle of the nowhere or something. I don't even know what's back there.
Yeah, he's been trying to dip like this for like 30 minutes. He's
out of foot. Now he's on foot. Two guys on foot. Two guys on foot. One guy's got to tie his shoes.
Got to lace them up.
You should have tied your shoes in the truck, bro.
Oh, there's a lady.
It's like a lady involved too.
There's three. I think the police are now on foot as well, getting after him. Here they go.
Yeah, police are 40 paces back. This is going to be over.
I think the female just snuck away to the left.
She might be right.
She did.
I don't think they saw her.
She did.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a good exit plan by that lady. I'm just going to go this opposite direction.
Yeah, y'all go that way.
How about my man not having his shoe tied?
That's
I know.
bad.
You've got to have that ready to rock.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about, all right, guys, we're going to peel off here. We're going to stop. We're going to bail out of the car. You need to get those shoes tied and ready to rock.
Feels like the driver's a pro, but the dude riding shotgun, it might be his first time.
At least these guys had the smarts to get off the road.
On the dash.
You know,
that's true.
Yeah.
They didn't just leave the car just in the middle of the highway there.
Yeah, and you know, I would hope maybe they were listening and heard my warning about the danger they were causing people, because that's almost instant death if you're going 75 miles an hour and you run right into somebody. So they got off the highway and now they're out there in that wooded area that's kind of around I-20. I like it down there. That's what I see. You know, when I see a dirt road like that, I'm like, man, that's where you retire out there. You drive about a mile down one of these dirt roads and build yourself a log cabin, something like that. But
in the trees, man. Hiding in the trees.
You're probably right. They're probably climbing trees, looking for a cave, something like that. Maybe on the run.
I don't know. I don't want to be maybe a former scout can say this. The guy who was tying his shoes, not in really good shape. Didn't look like he didn't look like he was moving very well to begin with.
He wasn't cocky built.
He should have stayed in the truck.
His shorts were really big.
Yeah, it looked like he might have had stuff going on. I don't know. I think he's probably captured by now.
Yeah,
I would guess he's captured.
Second guy is done.
Maybe fresh off soda because the clothes were oversized.
Yeah.
He had them Shaq shorts, when the bottom goes down like past the ankle.
Yeah, he did.
Right there by the calf and everything.
Like Adam Sandler playing basketball.
Now the lady took a left.
Yeah.
She immediately said, "I'm not part of this."
Oh, she did a good job. I think the lady's gotten away safe.
First guy, though, was kind of tall and athletic and maybe in decent shape. He might still be running, although we're coming up on like 2 or 3 minutes. and that would be covering like a half mile by now. I bet he's freaking exhausted if they haven't caught him yet. And more police are pushing into the wooded area now. So
none of them, they're all going to the right, man. I'm telling you, this girl is scot-free right now.
She hit him with the Euro step and bounced to the left, and it was it.
It was a hell of a move, a heady play.
Everybody froze.
I'm not sure which door she even came out of there.
Yeah. She might have jumped out of the dang the bed of the truck.
It was a smart play by her.
Well, the threat has been tamped down, at least for now. Hopefully none of them are armed. Hopefully the incident ends peacefully from this point forward. And without knowing the details on how this thing got started, maybe nobody has been hurt at all throughout the entire course of it.
It's amazing that with going as fast as they were along the highway the wrong way, and cars were still speeding by them.
Yeah.
You were doing the right thing, General, giving them a heads up. But, man,
it's
they're
terrifying.
lucky something didn't happen head on.
No,
there.
469, literally at I-20, headed to Baltic Springs. Thanks for calling that.
You betcha. Yeah,
boom,
man.
that needed to happen. Just real quick, put a bow on that. Ryan Clark clapped back at Kyle Brandt because he called out ESPN.
Yeah.
He said, say Kyle Brandt, stick to talking about the people that cover football at your network. We're good over here.
Yeah.
Be well. And in Ryan Clark's defense, he did call out the Colts and Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, he's been on fire with this story.
So, you know what, Ryan Clark?
So did Marcus Spears as well.
He gave some criticism there.
Yeah. Okay, an unbelievable addition to Gavin's Gadgets is coming up. We'll put a bow on this story here with the truck chase. Maybe they'll have the guys in custody by the time we get back. TV's gone to break.
Hell no, put it back on.
Definitely not going to have the girl in
maybe
custody.
it has been resolved.
President's talking now.
We've just seen the single biggest what's that?
What'd he say?
President's talking now.
What?
Yeah.
The president.
Oh, okay.
President
This is
Joe
quote.
Biden?
It just says what? Then it says Joe Biden. Like this is quote. What?
Okay, we saw
What'd you say, man?
the biggest single day loss of money in nerd history. I don't know if you guys were tracking this story. We have some Cowboys Twitter as well. That's coming up next here. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Can I talk to you about my friends at Window Nation before we do anything else, though? Because Window Nation has partnered with the Cowboys. Window Nation, WindowNation.com.
Ranging from healthcare and food service to construction at unmatched prices. Visit them online at firesafety.com.
It's Cowboys versus Packers. Let's tailgate Sunday with the Specs kickoff at 3:25 on DFW's home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, time for little Gavin's Gadgets, okay? In 5 minutes, we're going to talk about Cowboys. At 4:40 today, are the Rangers about to dominate the baseball winter again? At 4 o'clock, we'll talk Mavs because, you know, they tip off in 1 hour in Orlando. They got to get the game out of the way before the storm comes in.
No Banchero tonight for the Magic.
Oh, he's out.
Lock it
Paolo.
up. Victory.
THJ will be playing.
Okay.
Chris Wood will not.
Okay.
Or Christian Wood.
Well, we knew about Christian Wood. He didn't make the trip.
This Orlando team is 2-9. I hate to say it because, you know, the Mavs do have a history, and I got to knock on wood here, but I feel like it's a guaranteed dub tonight. I'm getting nervous because this team will just crap all over themselves against bad teams from time to time, and these fourth quarters have been crazy.
Yeah,
you know,
every single one of them has been awful.
But we'll talk more Mavs with you here coming up at 4 o'clock. It does feel like a great chance to get another dub tonight and continue to climb the standings in the West. They are tied with Utah for the loss in the loss column with 3 losses. But an incredible story here that does intersect with the sports world, out of the world of gadgets. You have Mark Cuban in here. You have Tom Brady. You have Steph Curry, the sponsor of the Miami Heat Arena, FTX Arena. And there's a lot more to the story that's going to surface, so I don't have everything in here, but this is the best simple version I can put together on exactly what has happened. It's the craziest 48 hours of crypto ever. Even crazier than when Doge almost went to $1 when Elon was on Saturday Night Live. And not that many people are paying attention to it because the crypto markets are so down that everybody's just like, oh, crypto, right? Oh, who cares about that? But it really revolves around this exchange owned by a gentleman named Sam Bankman-Fried, who until yesterday ran the exchange FTX, which sponsors Tom Brady, Steph Curry, and the Miami Heat Arena. Yesterday, in the morning, he was worth $16 billion. Right now, $900 million. He lost $15 billion in a 24-hour period. Just poof, you're done. And the way it came together is fascinating, okay? Just 2 weeks ago, he was at the top of the world. He bailed out the crypto exchange of the Dallas Mavericks. Voyager, remember Mark Cuban had spoken about it 6 or 8 months ago and was like, yeah, I trust Voyager and everything. They went belly up. He bought them out, bailed out all their customers. They're like, oh, thank you, Sam. You're a crypto angel. I'd lost my life savings going with Voyager, and now you've saved me. You know, this company is solvent once again. And he had bought out a number of others. He was like positioning himself as sort of a crypto philanthropist, bailing out these companies that had collapsed with the downturn of the market. So where it gets really interesting is most of Sam's money was spun up out of thin air. When he got out of college, he went and worked on Wall Street and was in that whole stock exchange thing and made some pretty good money, made some good relationships. But he started this exchange, and then he started a cryptocurrency, an exchange token that sort of represented the business of FTX. And you could buy this coin, and as FTX became more popular and successful, in theory, the coin's price would appreciate. So he invents this coin out of nothing. It's like, hey, it's my FTX exchange token. He then manipulates the price of the coin to go up very significantly, and he held back 98% of them from circulation. So he's holding 98% in the FTX treasury, 2% is in circulation. The price approaches like $50, right? And yesterday it was still like $25, which was, pretty healthy. Whoa. So after he's done that and created about $8 billion of value out of nothing, he then uses that $8 billion to bail out Voyager, Mark Cuban's crypto company, and not Mark Cuban's crypto company, but the one that had been advertising with the Mavericks, and other crypto companies. So he's cruising along like, yeah, I'm the man. Well, you go back a few more weeks, and it became exposed that Sam Bankman-Fried, crypto angel, had started in on lobbying politicians to get them to create crypto regulations that would favor him and squeeze out his competition. And about 2 weeks ago on crypto Twitter and YouTube, this story really starts picking up steam. And it's like, holy crap, Sam's not a good guy. Even though he's positioning himself as a good guy, he's getting in bed and using a lot of this money to pay politicians to, try to influence law through lobbying, which is totally legal, that would allow him to effectively corner the market and create a monopoly inside the United States. So he's making people mad.
Screw you
already. So one of those guys who is mad is a gentleman named Changpeng Zhao. Okay, he goes by the name CZ, and he owns Binance, which is the real daddy crypto exchange in the entire world. Unfortunately, we can't access it in the United States, and we can't access even Binance.us in Texas because of rules that are going to go away pretty soon. But he's the real daddy, okay? And he's like, hey, look what I got here. I got a stake in FTX. He had, I think, $1 billion worth of FTX coins from investing with Sam Bankman-Fried in the past. And 5 days ago, he just put on Twitter, I just want to let everybody know, I kind of got wind of how FTX created all this value on their balance sheets. And it just doesn't make sense for me personally. So I'm going to start selling my $1 billion worth of FTX coins. I'm going to do it slowly. I don't want to totally tank the price of this asset, but don't be surprised if you see me selling all this stuff in full transparency. I just want to let you guys know. Okay. So that touches off what's called a bank run, where people are worried, I can't get my value out of this project. So people then start selling their own FTX tokens as the price goes from mid to high 20s down to, I think it was $22 when I woke up yesterday, or was that Monday night? It's sitting around $22 when CZ posts that on Twitter. People start selling. And now the assets that he had purchased using his own tokens as collateral for, like Voyager, now those things, in the course of 12 hours, he becomes totally insolvent at FTX Arena. He has to shut down trading on his exchange. And yesterday, as I was driving out to the Eagle's Nest for our remote, the news broke that our friend CZ of Binance was buying FTX.
No way.
From tweet to buying you out in 5 days, and now the FTX token is worth like $4.
Holy
unfreaking believable. Yeah, this guy was like top 3 in the world as far as like crypto billionaire status, like getting involved with politicians and everything, and he basically, got greed. It's amazing though, as the stories are now coming out, he was using customer funds that had deposited into FTX to pay off the venture capitalists that were mad at him for screwing up the business. So these people are like logging on and trying to withdraw their funds, but at some point there was an end to the funds because he took their money and gave it to his initial investors, the VCs. So old Sam Bankman-Fried is not only done, he still has $900 million and can afford any lawyer that he wants, obviously, but they might be looking at jail time. You could be looking at jail time when everything is involved.
He lives in the Bahamas.
Yeah, he's been international. Yeah.
FTX is a Bahamas company, is what they are.
He used to be in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
He's been moving it around.
It's funny.
They just 3 days ago they announced new offices.
Yeah.
Come down and see our $1 million new offices all over the world, and he was giving tours and everything.
This guy is like a really highly educated guy.
Very educated, yeah.
Stanford, MIT. His mom and dad are both professors at Stanford Law School.
Yeah.
So,
but totally irresponsible.
Yeah.
Amazingly irresponsible. Kind of genius.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can pull it off and you end up worth like $50 billion or something, and at worst you're still going to be worth around $1 billion, I guess. But just
30 years old.
Incredibly risky. Oh yeah, he'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there is an update to this, Gavin.
Okay.
Binance did tweet out about 30 minutes ago, and I looked this up because we got a bunch of texts in on this, and I appreciate the Twolos. Binance tweeted out, as a result of corporate due diligence as well as the latest news reports regarding mishandled customer funds and alleged U.S. agency investigations, we have decided that we will not pursue the potential acquisition of FTX.com. In the beginning, our hope was to be able to support FTX's customers to provide liquidity, but the issues are beyond our control or ability to help.
Oh my goodness.
That's how bad it got.
So it's gotten even worse.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning of the segment, I was like, more's going to come out on this. Yeah, they reached a non-binding deal in principle yesterday while I was on the way out to bail them out. Hopefully people get their money back. But yes, the takeaway if you're in crypto that people keep saying is don't leave your money on an exchange, because you never know what these people that you assume are going to be responsible and they have billions of dollars. There's not enough regulation to really verify, whether they really have it or not. And if there's a bank run or things really start to go downhill on, the government is now investigating FTX for potential criminal charges.
Nobody wants to tell the truth.
So I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm waiting for Tom and Steph to release a statement, but apparently all the people at FTX quit today. Like all their legal team, and they're like,
they did.
Yeah, we're out of here, buddy.
What a bad year for Brady, huh?
Yeah.
At every turn, this dude is just taking it.
Can't get a win.
That sucks.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric, what would you like to talk about next?
Well, we have some sports news that is coming out in real time that we will address. We also have some fantastic audio and more, all next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20. DFW.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, classic Chevrolet would never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good day. There's a report. 7 teams are interested in Odell Beckham Jr., and the market is heating up. That's from Jordan Scholes, a veteran reporter. We're all over everything with the Cowboys. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some content.
Cowboys' opponent, Green Bay Packers, they have gone ahead and claimed the former first-round safety out of the Raiders who was cut, I believe, yesterday,
Yes.
Jonathan Abram. And so maybe, I guess that's a reunion with Rich Bisaccia, who was the interim head coach with the Raiders last year, special teams coach with Green Bay, so maybe he'll get a little special teaming going on. But, yeah, maybe the Cowboys will see Jonathan Abram on Sunday. It is pretty incredible to look at the Raiders' first-round picks that are no longer with the team, and it's just the biggest of indictments on guys like Mike Mayock and maybe even your guy John Gruden over there.
Oh, yeah, John knows he messed up.
So 2019, they had 3 first-round picks. Cleveland Farrell was the first one. They declined his 5th-year option. Josh Jacobs, the running back, actually had a really good season to this point. They have declined his 5th-year option. Then the other 2019 first-round pick was Jonathan Abram. He's been cut. 2020 first-round pick, Damon Arnett, cut. 2020 other first-round pick, Henry Ruggs III, cut. And 2021 first-round pick, Alex Leatherwood, cut.
Wow.
You know how hard it is to be that incompetent at drafting? I mean,
well, if you
my dear God,
go do TV for a decade and then try to drop back into whatever industry that you want to do. You know, I bet it'd be pretty tough. It'd be pretty tough.
We'll see if Jeff Saturday can handle this.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's amazing how quick the NFL is evolving. You know, you can really get lost, especially if you're a meathead type of dude like Gruden who doesn't think you need to listen to anybody.
No.
Am I right about that?
No, you're right. About John.
Yeah, he's puking at the evolution of the sport.
Yeah.
The RPO stuff, he sends me emojis all the time. RPO, and he does the throw up face thing. Yeah, all the
Stay
time.
in the pocket.
No, I
stay
want
in
my
the pocket.
quarterbacks to drop back 7-step drops and scan the field. Go through your progressions.
Well, he
Don't
watched
you dare. How dare you make it easier on your quarterback? What the hell is wrong with
He
you?
was there watching Holmgren yell at Favre the whole time in Green Bay, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stay in the pocket. Okay, yes, good.
Obviously, I could have made things easier on Nathan Peterman, but I wanted life to be difficult. He couldn't do it the hard way, so he didn't deserve to do it at all.
I love Derek Carr.
Whatever it is Jalen Hurts and Tua are doing this year, it's all bull.
Got to play the sport the right way, man.
Got to do it the right way. Okay, speaking of a guy who played it the right way, let's go to Wayne Gretzky, the great one. He was a guest on the Smartless podcast. How about this, man? Will Arnett, Sean Hayes, and Jason Bateman. Couple of microphones, couple of guys just cutting it up.
It's one of my favorite podcasts.
Good panel.
I bet it is. Well, they had the great one, Wayne Gretzky, on, and he shared a story about how he was already playing for the Edmonton Oilers while he was still in high school. And I guess early on in his playing days as a professional, he was getting traded all over the place. And he had apparently a high school principal that he felt like was sort of out to get him a little bit. And so here is the great one sharing this lovely story.
I got traded or sold a couple times in my career. For a guy who played a lot of years, I got sold a lot. So I get sold to Edmonton, and I'm going to high school in Edmonton. And the principal doesn't know who I am. Now, Edmonton travels more than other teams, and so I've gone on the road for 5 days or 7 days.
Wait, you were going to high school in Edmonton when you were playing there?
Yeah, in the WHA. And the principal calls me in like early January. He said, young man, you're going to be a nothing. You're going to amount to nobody. You're schooling this and that. I should kick you out. And I said to him, look, give me till January 26th. And he goes, what's that? I go, I turn 18 January 26th. If I'm still messing up, you can call me in and kick me out of the school. So the guy goes, okay, I'll do that for you. So January 26th, and I used to pick up one of my teammates' daughter was in my classes. We were the same age. So we're driving to school and I'm kind of singing to the music in the car. I'm really excited. And she goes, well, you're pretty happy today. I said, yeah, I'm quitting school. I'm going in and telling that principal I'm done. I walked in the principal's office. I said, you know what? I just want to thank you for not kicking me out of school. I quit. And that was it. I walked out.
You can't fire me.
And I lived up to what my dad wanted.
No.
That's exactly what his dad wanted for him. But
Hockey?
a pretty good
Not
one.
school?
Yeah, I guess so. And how about that? He's
Pretty good
literally
call.
he's so
Man, what a
young.
dad.
He's picking up his teammates' daughters because they're the same age and they have class together.
Yeah.
And he's playing with these guys as well, like when he's not having to do math problems.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, if I
that's
was
a-
Wayne Gretzky's teammate, I'd be like, dude, please marry her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pick her up and
Total dime.
I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Seriously, great one.
You should,
Please.
you should see the loser she's been hanging out with, bro. Save me. Save the family,
Come
Wayne.
on.
Do us all a favor.
We need those genetics, bro. Okay, and then we have some more sounds here. Let's go to Miami, where Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is one of the best at the mic these days.
He's really good.
If you were watching the game on Sunday, you might have seen Justin Fields as he was running all over the Dolphins defense. At one point, he runs 20 yards down the field. He gets pushed out of bounds on the Dolphins sideline. So he gets through the players on the sideline. He has to walk back onto the field through the players, and he bypasses head coach Mike McDaniel. And you can see on the broadcast, if you're reading the lips of Mike McDaniel as Justin Fields is walking past him, he's like, bro, stop it. That's what you see the Dolphins head coach saying to Bears quarterback Justin Fields, like, stop whatever it is you're doing, like, stop running all over us. The media asked Mike McDaniel about it, and this was his response.
I just wanted him to stop scrambling. And it was pretty irritating because he didn't listen at all. He didn't take the coaching.
This dude's funny, man.
Yeah,
He's my favorite.
I'm begging this guy to
Leach
stop.
or McDaniel.
Yeah. Oh, Leach or McDaniel at the mic or just
Yeah.
in general? Oh, geez, dude. I listen.
So McDaniel does the funny football comments. Leach is just funny with anything non-football related, like life.
Yeah, but even Leach will give you like the.
Did you hear the one he had last week about the fat little girlfriends?
I didn't hear about fat girlfriends.
See, that's not
That's
funny.
an older one, isn't
That's
it?
not
heard
funny.
No,
him
this was his
coughing.
past week.
He did that one
That's
again?
not funny, Brian.
I think he did this.
You know, because then
Yeah.
the fat little girls are going to be.
Oh no, he
thinking
talked about
themselves
it's
and-
drinking lemonade in behind the shade tree with your fat little girlfriend. Yeah, look it up. He said it again this week.
That's
Yeah.
a good move.
He removed all the chairs. Did you see that on the sideline?
Yes.
All
That
the
was
wide receiver
outstanding.
chairs. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he just coughed and phlegmed into the microphone for like 45 seconds
45
straight.
seconds.
Like right now, we got to give it to Leach for longevity.
Right. I think there is a lifetime achievement factor here for Leach, but Mike McDaniel is coming for him.
He is.
He seems to be more appropriate too culturally at this point.
Yeah.
That's other guy.
Although what was
Leach.
he did kind of overdo the welcome to Miami bit when he first got there and he
Well,
was
he
talking
asked
to
him,
the
and
media.
nobody would respond.
And he did it over and over. Like even you, Eric, were like, "All right, this is kind of starting to annoy me."
I was trying to I'm trying to even remember it. It's been so long. I don't even know which moments those
Maybe
are.
you tried
but
to forget it.
Maybe
'cause
I
it
tried
bothered
to,
you
yeah,
so much.
I pushed it away out of my brain. And then here is Chargers linebacker Kyle Van Noy discovering in real time as the game is on the line for his new kicker, Dicker the kicker that we're all familiar with here in these parts of the country. He is discovering in real time on the sidelines who this kicker is, what his name is, and like he's got the game on his shoulders right now for the game winner. Here's a mic'd up Kyle Van Noy.
Hey, I know I'm mic'd up and this is up, but what's our kicker's name?
Dicker the kicker.
Our kicker? Our new one? What is his name? No. I'm not. I know he can make it. I'm talking about his name though. Dicker. Dicker the kicker. Dicker the kicker. That's what they call him. Yeah. He's confident.
I'm that guy.
Yeah. He's confident. This is game over. I can tell. Game over.
For the win. Dicker in his Chargers debut.
Dang.
Is the hero.
Let's go. Let's go. Dicker the kicker.
It's a fun bit, and every time we hear about him, he's having success.
Yeah.
Well, he was available.
He was available. He was apparently on his way to, I believe it was a Carrie Underwood concert or something over the weekend, like 2 weekends ago, when he got the call that the Chargers were wanting to sign him. And so he had to not attend the concert that he was already en route to.
I'm sure he was very disappointed.
I'm sure he was.
Upset. It was only the 6th time that he's seen Carrie
Honey,
Underwood.
I'm sorry. We got to go. I got to turn it around.
I got games to go win right now.
You know he was born in Hong Kong?
Dicker?
Yeah.
I didn't know they made Dickers in Hong Kong.
He was born in Hong Kong.
Army family or something?
Must have been.
Dude, that's a really good, like a first day of school icebreakers, and it's like 3 lies and a truth. Yeah. And he's like, and I was born in Hong Kong.
But this is
everyone thinks that's a lie.
Yeah.
And every time he comes over the top, dunk on you, it's a truth.
Boom. This is the 4th team he's already been on this year.
Well, no, but he's had like 2 game-winning field. The Eagles, remember against Arizona. He kicked the game-winning field goal against Arizona for the Eagles, and then this past one.
They're just passing that dicker around.
The Rams had him punting.
He must not be good in the first 3 quarters. You know, he's only good at the game winners.
He's a finisher.
He's money when
Dicker always has been.
Yeah.
And then finally,
dicking around.
Quit dicking around and kick that ball.
Well, I don't know about those 2 adjectives.
Is that inappropriate, Chiafalo?
No, well, I just don't know FCC. I don't know.
What are you talking about over there? When did you ever step up?
I'm going.
Are you turning around? Are you blushing?
I'm just dialing up names from the yearbook.
In and
It's
out of those
Dicker.
holes.
I just want to make sure we can keep having fun on this show. Okay.
Do you think he was erect when he kicked?
I don't even. I can't
Kind of
even
a
get
stiff
to the next
kicker.
story. Are you tickled? I am a little bit tickled right now. No, I have to mention this because this is insane. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Is this a trap? Are we all being set up? And by all, I just mean people that shop at the local grocer called Publix. I don't think we do around here. I don't think that's
Florida.
something that we have.
Florida-based.
But maybe it's the
Yeah.
southeast part. But
Publix is Florida. Yeah.
Other places are going to start picking up on this, I imagine, because they have
just got HEB, not another one.
They've opened up a full-on bar inside, like with drafts and televisions and seating. It's like a legit hangout spot, and it's called Pours. And like Pours, and it's like a full-on man cave hangout.
PORES.
Yeah, fix your acne too.
I didn't know you could
While you get a beer.
Doing
All right, you all go please.
Pours. POURS.
Okay, Taint.
We got Mavs and Magic coming up at 4:30. What to watch
Can
for
you spell
as
tank?
the afternoon tip approaches here in the G-Bag Nation.
AI.
Hey, there is no way to sugarcoat it, though. Rates are rising. You hear about it all the time on the news. Mortgage rates, credit card rates. You can't hide. Everything's going up. You know. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are going to go around the Mavs here, talk about the main things to watch as you get set for tonight's basketball game. They will be taking on the Orlando Magic at 4:30. Okay, so we're 30 minutes from tip-off here, and it is a very interesting game, a very winnable game. Do you consider it an easy dub at 877-881-1053? It's Orlando without Banchero and without 2 other players, Markelle Fultz, and the third name escapes me at the moment, but he's a pretty good player. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are rocking with you. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. I mean, they just lost to the tanking Rockets. Orlando is 2-9. About all they can do well is rebound the hell out of it.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks have become a slightly above average rebounding team. So I think it will take an incredible game of clunks and mail-ins and a bad game from Luka to lose this game, guys. Where are you at going in?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Or just surrendering a monster lead if they get out to a nice start and then things go haywire late in the game because Luka may be exhausted. He doesn't have the offensive help now from Christian Wood to at least put some points on the board and help in the rebounding, as you mentioned, because no Christian Wood means you're not going to have one of your better rebounders as well tonight. But with all that being said, yes, you only lose this game because you were a disaster. Because this is not a good.
Yeah, it's like Wendell Carter Jr. or bust pretty much tonight for Orlando. And was it? It's Wagner. Maybe that was the one. That's the other injury that they have tonight for Orlando. So, yeah, I think Luka's going to Luka like he always does. And I think having THJ is fantastic. I was a little bit concerned about not having him because he was hot before he ended up leaving that game the other night. So maybe, he's starting to figure it out a little bit, and he had a little bit of a ramp-up period coming back off that injury. And if THJ's starting to find his form again, that'd be fantastic for the Mavs.
Now, the Mavs are a 7-point favorite, Brian.
Yeah, they are.
They have not been good against the spread this season, 3-5-1. Not horribly bad, but betting on the Mavericks right now has not been profitable because they keep giving up these leads.
Give up big leads at the end of these games. Haven't finished. We talked a little bit. I think we brought it up in the opening of the show about what's the situation at center with McGee. It looks like if you look at the game notes that Dwight Powell is going to make the start tonight. So no McGee to start this one. And that thing right now is looking like an absolute disaster.
Yeah, that's huge.
For what, what's going on there.
You take McGee off the court, you put Powell back in, and suddenly the defense is back, and at least you're able to win the games while you're giving up big fourth quarter leads. You're not giving up the fourth quarter lead and then losing it. They're good enough, I think, with this formula. The updated team efficiency stats. Mavs number 2 offensively. Okay, so they've taken a little step back, especially since failing to get under 100 last time out. But they're number 6 on defense now, Chiafalo. That's a big bump. They moved from 14 to number 6 over the course of a week. Have they fixed their defense?
That's a good question. I don't know that they have fixed it yet because you still have issues with the McGee situation. And eventually, the fact that you've invested in that and it's not working for you, that's going to hurt you. And so
you found a Band-Aid for it.
Found a little Band-Aid, but that is good. That is a step in the right direction. I think it's something we all thought was going to kind of start to come around here. It's almost come around a little bit quicker than maybe even we imagined. Because last week weren't they were at 12 or 13 in the efficiency defensively. So now all the way up to 6. That's good. And it's easy though right now to things make big swings because of the small samples that we're in right now, still early in the season. But it's not, the defense was something I thought would come around. To me, it's still, despite being the second or first most efficient offense in the sport for the first part of this season, that's the thing that is most troubling for me. And to me, that's a huge issue that they have at the ends of these games when they're always in these tight games where we keep talking about, we got to have Christian Wood on the bench because his defense sucks so bad. Well, we're having offensive issues there too.
It is weird because it seems like a carryover for the Mavericks. We've talked about this at the beginning of every season, just about whether it's both things. It's defense and it's closing out games. So it's great to see the defensive trend now to get to 6th in the league, and I do think the defense is probably going to come along quicker than the closing out of games. And you would like to think just having a player the caliber of Luka that he would alone be good enough to close out games. But, Eric, and we talked off air about the article in The Athletic, and it basically is like a hero ball article. And teams that have had players such as James Harden and the Hawks with a Trae Young, now the Mavericks with a Luka, and when you have a guy that, everything is running through them and the high usage percentage, and they're great in the first half of games, but then you start to see the fatigue and the legs start to really tire and their shooting percentage really fade, especially when they get to the fourth quarter, and you're seeing that with Luka Doncic.
How bad?
It drops.
I got it right
perfect.
here. Okay, looking at the second halves of games, the Mavs are 11th in offense.
Wow.
And fourth quarters, they are 9th in offense with a negative point differential. So you're seeing that they're second in overall offense. But when you break it down to looking at the second half, they go from second in the sport to 11th. And then in the fourth quarter, they are 9th in offense, but they do have the negative point differential. So their offense in the second half of games is not near as efficient as it is in the first half of games. And you can look a lot at that because their offense is so Luka-centric that in the first half, he's fresh, he's rocking, he's rolling. And how many times have we seen Luka have a huge first quarter or a huge first half, and then you look at the end total points in the second half, and you're like, well, it didn't really go up. He was like, wow, he had 27 in the first half, and then he finished with 36. It's like,
exactly,
okay. So what's the deal here? So, and it's not just, and because Luka is the offense, you're seeing it affect the entire offense, going from the second to the 11th, and then in the fourth, you're the 9th best offense. That mark looks worse when you remove, by the way, the 13-point edge they had in the fourth quarter and a 41-point win over Memphis, which is their only blowout of the season. Every other game has come down to the wire. In each of the first 3 quarters of games, Luka's true shooting percentage is well over 60%. In the fourth quarter, Luka's exhausted. It's 50% on the dot. So you don't have the same Luka in quarter number 4 that you did in quarter number 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And
especially with him giving more defensive effort now consistently.
Yeah. Right. Like naturally you're just going to fatigue and you need help. And some fans might say it's because Luka, it's the ball. But no, I don't think that realistically he has the support.
He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to play like that. Watch him play in Europe.
Right.
Yeah, he can play a team game when his teammates can pass.
Absolutely.
He
loves pass. His teammates passing, though, is the key there, right?
Yeah.
You don't really have that number 2 guy, and I guess it speaks again to the loss of a Jalen Brunson, and he is playing well with the Knicks, but you don't have that second guy that can really create. You can give it to Dinwiddie, but Dinwiddie's going to dance and dribble around with the basketball.
It's a totally unique construction. A lot of championship teams will have like one guy. Like, hey, here's Trevor Ariza. He's our tall guy that can defend and shoot threes. The Mavs will put like 3 guys out on the court that match that description. And in the playoffs, Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock dominate minutes. And their inability to dribble or pass, I think, really puts the clamps on it. But it's the best thing the Mavs can do for now. It's their best solution for trying to win until they get players with a more full skill set.
Well, okay, let me ask you then, from what you've seen with Josh Green, do you give Josh Green opportunities in games against Orlando?
Sure.
And Washington and people
Jason
like
Kidd
that.
said they got to find more minutes for him. They got to grow it because he's one of the few guys on the floor that can do what they need.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. If he's the one guy that can handle the ball, we've talked about he can pass.
Yeah.
I mean, you brought it up how sometimes he gets in the air and amazingly makes a pass on target.
He hits the turbo button, and anybody that ever played video games knows once you hit the turbo button, your skills don't work as good, right? So you got to get the game to slow down for him, let the game come to him, and that will only come with experience.
I kind of feel like, though, that if maybe could that be a solution, in trying it out against teams you should probably beat? The Orlandos
for sure.
and people like that.
But you also now need his skill set to beat good teams.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
But I hear you.
Yeah.
Once you get up, leave him in there.
Sure.
And let the experience happen.
Absolutely, Brian.
See, I'm not opposed tonight, and I know Luka won't do it. I wouldn't play him. I just wouldn't play him.
I still think you have to. Or this is not an easy win. I mean, we thought that Pelicans game when they didn't have Ingram and they didn't have Zion that should be an easy win. You just can't show up and get a dub in the NBA. Like, this should be a win. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they got to still play good basketball tonight.
Yeah, they don't have Christian Wood tonight or today and a banged-up THJ. So if you remove Luka from that as well, then you're talking about not that good of a Mavs team.
Well, I mean, okay, but it's 2-9 Orlando.
Yeah, and I
mean,
think,
and they're one of their best players is maybe 2 of their best players.
What are the Mavs though without Luka?
But there's going to be a point in time where you're going to worry about if you're not concerned about fourth quarter usage and all that stuff and his health, then fine, keep playing him. But there's going to be a point in time, some of these games, you need to see if you can just roll that ball out there without him and win some of these games. You know? I mean, to me, if you have to have Luka to beat Orlando, you're probably not constructed very well.
Well, Luka could, although single-handedly beat Orlando. Last time they played in the first half, he was on pace for a 60 burger.
He was.
So let's keep the pedal to the metal. Okay, update on the police chase we were reporting about last hour. One of them is in custody. The status of the other two unknown. K-9 units were deployed to help find the others. I think the gal slipped out.
She did.
Out.
She did.
Dude with
tall guy's gone. Yeah.
The first guy out, I think, is probably gone. The guy who had to stop and tie his shoe that was wearing the ill-fitting clothes.
Yeah.
I think that was an issue.
He was not ready for a trail hike.
Pants probably came down around his knees. He got tripped and tackled.
Had the extra big shorts, and the shoes weren't tied.
No,
it's bad awareness. That must have been his first rodeo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe his last.
Which is why you got to worry about snitching, with that guy. That guy's caught now. He's probably I know where she went. I know where he's headed.
Oh, yeah.
Go get him.
Yeah. You probably don't want to go to any of your normal hangouts.
He's not a guy who's been there, done that.
Okay, does Spencer Dinwiddie have a case against the refs?
He's a rookie.
Okay, last week, did you guys see the official Tony Brothers referred to Dinwiddie as a B-ass mofo on court to his teammates? Did you track the story over the weekend?
Does the B stand for bad?
Yeah, badass mofo.
Yeah, okay, that's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tony.
He called him a bad word, and Spencer said he felt disrespected by it. And I think I agree based on this story. Dalton Trigg, SI.com. It's your next thing to watch. Mavs and Magic are going to tip off here in about 20 minutes. Maybe he has done something to turn the refs against him. For his career, Dinwiddie averages 4 free throw attempts per game. Last season, 23 with the Mavs, he averaged 4.7. He was getting to the line. This season, Dinwiddie is averaging just 1.6, which would be a career low. And he's averaging 10.7 drives per game so far, which is actually a slight uptick from his 10.4 per game with the Mavs last season. He's going to the hole more. He is not giving up on the aggressiveness. He is shooting less than half the amount of free throws, almost 1/3 the amount of free throws that he normally does.
And it's unique you say that because the Mavericks are averaging, they're the number one in the league in free throws attempted and made. So imagine if he was, getting more opportunities there. But right now, the Mavs are kind of sealing the deal on that.
Maybe they're thinking, well, we can't give the Mavs all the free throws. We got to take it out on somebody. It is weird how trends happen. You can tell there is a little bit of an adversarial relationship with Dinwiddie as well. He rubs people the wrong way. I think he's cool. I think he's just got a real serious personality and doesn't put up with BS.
I agree.
And he doesn't let stuff just like fall off his shoulders and be like, oh, whatever. He's like, what did you just say? You got to be kidding me. So the NBA is actually investigating this report that he called him a BAMF. Right in front of his teammates.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Okay, NBA. I do have a problem with authority figures using that level of vulgarity.
Yeah, it's like Kevin Garnett style trash talking.
Yeah.
Because Kevin Garnett would get pretty ruthless with some of the stuff that he would say. I've never heard a referee.
An official can't do that.
I don't think an official can.
I don't know.
Unless I'm bringing it to you at volume.
Right.
And then if you react in turn with it, but you can't bring that to the party. Like I'm over here minding my own business it's hey MFer.
If a player
you're not
says
doing your
that
job right
to an official, you're getting teed up.
Yeah.
What's a player supposed to do in that situation?
Thank you.
Well, speaking of this, if you were the referee in this soccer match, I think you might have spouted off a little bit.
Oh, the PK story.
Gerard Piqué. Did you guys see what was
I missed this.
Was translated? So he gets red carded in his final Barcelona match. And I believe this took place yesterday, and I don't even know how to go about trying to say this to where it's appropriate.
Okay, so
I think you should just say
he gets thrown out while sitting.
I know you and Broadus do.
He wasn't even playing. He was just yelling from the bench at the ref. Ref red carded him there. So
wow,
so it
had to be bad.
I think he was emotionally charged. Yeah, PK was.
Yeah, it's his last game, and the U.S. men's national team roster is getting revealed right now as we speak.
Okay, so we'll have to we'll
later.
add that to 60 seconds on soccer. But
is that on the TVs that aren't working?
What happened is,
well, I mean, I can switch the one to the left if you want.
Oh, could you?
So PK swears
fine,
at the
too,
ref
but-
in Spanish, right? PK swears at the ref in Spanish. They lip read it and then translated
They
it.
translated it. It is, "You are the referee who has bleeped us the most over the years. Always, always, always." That's the first one, and that's the lightest one. The next one is, "It's a bleeping shame. I bleep on your bleep mother."
Oh.
And then the last one is, "You are a bleeping disgrace. Go bleep yourself."
That's your whore mother, right? That's the word that he
correct,
translated, either prostitute or whore. It was unsure.
Yep.
I saw
Open
both.
to interpretation.
That is perhaps that's a level of
Open to
swearing at the
interpretation.
ref that you only do in your last game, right?
Yeah,
like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's like senior
yeah.
year, final day of senior year in high school, and you do some wild stuff because you know it's all this is it.
Yeah.
But that was I haven't heard that one before. Bleep on your bleep mother. That's
So-
It's like, you think anyone would give Bassick a microphone if we knew it was his last show?
Yeah.
Who knows what's coming out of Mike's mouth?
Yeah.
I don't think they'd let him finish the string out. I think
No.
they'd be like, "Yeah, tomorrow's your last show, Mike."
Mike, thank
and
you
then
for all your
tonight they'd be
work.
like, "Okay, Mike, you're done. There's a security guard here to walk you to the parking lot."
I mean, PK literally going full bologna sandwich, but instead of it being on the bed, it's on the mom. That is nuts.
Okay, we will get you that USA World Cup roster. A number of lads up there. Yeah, there you have Christian Roldan, a number of appearances with the United States of America. But when we return, it's time for the top 10 at 420 with Wolchuk. And, sir, where are we headed with that today?
Hell yes, National Scrabble Day. We got the top 10 board games. What's your favorite board game? Plus, are these the three most important second half games on the Cowboys schedule? Next on the Fan.
Okay, I'm going to tell you my favorite window company. It is Now for Wolchuk in the top 10 at 420 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 to the fan. We got Rangers content coming up in 15 minutes. This segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. We'll get into the top 10 board games. I asked Twitter earlier, I was like, who's still playing board games? Like, are people still getting together? You do game night, hang out, playing some board games with one another? And got a lot of replies. Most people are like, hell yeah, I'm playing some bleeping board games. They're loving it. Sorry. People were in the replies with Sorry, the board game. Clue. A lot of people were loving on Clue.
Clue's a good one, yeah.
Twister. Got some replies for Twister as well. So text in your favorite board game.
Is that considered a board game?
Yes, because it has a board. You got to spin that wheel.
So it has a wheel?
But the wheel's on a board.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's how you get the
move
loophole.
The pieces, that would be considered moving the pieces on the board.
So do you want to throw Twister out? That does not.
No. It's actually a very good one.
Yeah.
But I
think
don't know
we
if
can
it's a
include
board
that.
game.
Like Uno was asked. Somebody said, would Uno count? I said
cards?
No. Uno wouldn't count because it's specifically just cards.
Yeah.
Even though I do love Uno. But what is your favorite board game? 877-881-1053. Before we slide into that, though, interesting article I just went ahead and scrambled upon here on Blogging the Boys. And they ranked the most important games on the Cowboys schedule remaining. And I wonder if you guys agree. And they put the third most important this coming weekend against the Packers. And they said the reason why is the Packers, according to Football Outsiders, have just a 10% chance of making the playoffs. But this game is not going to be as easy as some people think. Because dating back to 1997, Cowboys have lost 6 of their last 8 games at Lambeau. Rodgers is 7-3 against the Cowboys in his career, throwing 16 touchdowns to just 3 interceptions. And just like we think the Cowboys should play for their head coach and Mike McCarthy, maybe the Packers also are a little bit emotionally charged for Mike McCarthy coming back to Lambeau. Maybe that gives Aaron Rodgers a little bit of juice, wants to stick it to his former coach. You guys think that this is one of the more important games? Looking at everything, the Packers are wounded. They have to go into Lambeau and get this dub.
Yeah, I feel like it is important because it's a must-win if you want to catch the Eagles against a team you're better than. So, yeah, I think with Philly being the team that they are this year, all of these games are important. Is it a litmus test game? I don't really think so because I don't think Green Bay's good enough. Like, if you lose this game, I think it'll be just because of any given Sunday. And you'll hope that doesn't happen to you once the playoffs start.
But the litmus test game is going to be the week after the Vikings game. That's a nice, is that, or maybe it's a measuring stick game.
Yeah, one of those.
But
barometer game.
Is this
barometer game.
All right, let me ask you this though: is this important for Dak Prescott's going forward? How we talk about him going to Lambeau Field, and are we going to say, well, it wasn't a good Packer team? Are we going to say that?
In hindsight, I don't think people would remember that.
Because I always want to, when you start talking about Dak's, the best victories he's had was his rookie year. Going to Heinz Field, going to Lambeau, going against these quarterbacks toe to toe. So I wonder if they go up there and they lose to a team that, is not playing as well as they have been in the past. Is this one of those things we're going to look at Dak even worse? I couldn't get it done against a team that wasn't any good.
For sure. That narrative will be right back in there.
Well, and the cold weather narrative about Dak, which I believe is more than just a narrative. I think there's plenty of metrics to back it up of like Dak in the cold weather games, and I don't even know what the weather.
He smashed the Eagles in that, but it was a JV Eagles.
That was a JV Eagles game that nobody wants to actually consider a real game. But like even guys like Bobby Belt, we can ask him when he joins us in an hour. Like he can probably rattle off the differences of Dak in these like sub 50-degree games or whatever it is, where his numbers are just not anywhere close to what you would want them to be. So that is, and I don't know what the weather's supposed to be. Do we know what is
it's
this
in the
supposed
30s?
To be?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
So it's going to be a cold game.
And you had a great tweet earlier listening to Mike McCarthy's presser.
Yes.
And he talked about those late afternoon kicks. And
we talked about this. We talked on Bobby and I talked about it on the podcast. Just my experience from being in Lambeau Field for 5 years. This field at 325 is going to be slick. I mean, and Mike brought it up today, talking about shoes and all that stuff. Because what happens is moisture in the air and then the cold. And that makes that field like completely slippery. It'll be a totally different color. It'll have like a sheen to it. And so, I mean, if, Mike was smart enough to say, hey, get your shoes right for this game. Make sure you have the right shoes. Because he knows that was an advantage they used to have when he was up in Green Bay with those 325 games when they started getting in November.
Yeah. The other two games are the Giants in Week 12, clearly going to be big, especially for wild card seeding. Cowboys have won 10 of their last 11 games, including 5-0 at home, and that's a home game. And Dak's owned the Giants. And then, of course, the number one most important will be Christmas Eve against the Eagles. If you have any hope of winning the division, you got to get that game at home against the Eagles.
I'm going to say this, and I might be completely wrong, but just looking at the Eagles' schedule, I think the chance that the Eagles have to lose a game is against the Bears. And that's a week before you play them. So it's Bears and then you.
What about that Titans game too?
I think the Titans I don't know. I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be for the Titans.
Sure.
But I think the Bears Bears will figure something out defensively. I think Eberflus will. If you're going to have a shot, if you win all your games and you need a couple of losses from the Eagles, I kind of feel like that Bears game might be the first one, and then you get one, and then see what happens. The other ones.
And I like what you're saying. I'm just thinking about teams that run the ball well, especially if they don't have Jordan Davis. That seems to be their biggest weakness. With the way Houston kind of dominated the line of scrimmage, and Dameon Pierce was able to run for 139 yards against them.
Yeah,
teams that can run the ball, that might be.
Well, see, they play the Packers too later, but the Packers might be just dead by the time they get to Philadelphia. That might be just dead.
Okay, let's slide into the top 10 best board games. I have a confession to make, guys.
What happened?
I'm embarrassed. Very embarrassed.
You like Chutes and Ladders?
No,
Candyland.
And two people on the text have called me out on this, and it's gone unnoticed by you guys.
You referenced something and you did it wrong.
Yeah,
What'd you say wrong?
No, I read the National Day wrong. So, and it's fine because I still want to do this, but scrap pull is a food.
Oh, it's the food, not Scrabble.
Wait, you thought today was National Scrabble Day?
I thought it was Scrabble the board game.
Oh, that's what you said.
And I don't know what the hell Scrapple the food is.
Yeah.
So I'm a schmuck, and I'm sorry.
You thought the United States of America thinks highly enough of the board game Scrabble in and of itself?
Well, there is a National Scrabble Day because we've done it before on nosebleed seats.
Really?
Yeah. Thanks you for paying attention that night.
Well, I mean, dude, we do it. There's a lot of national days to go around here. I can see them doing an overarching National Board Game Day.
But
I didn't know we were going to single
one of those
out.
But people love Scrabble, and I don't know what the hell scrap pull the food is.
All right, how do we spell Scrapple?
It's with P's.
2 P's.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the 2 P's here. We're going to see what's
it's like a
going
breakfast
on.
hash.
It's pork
it's
sausage
Dutch.
stuff. Yeah,
It's Dutch, so you know
It looks
that's fine.
disgusting.
I just, it's
it's amazing.
I couldn't
Are
let
you
that.
serious?
Yeah.
The
is it
pictures I'm
amazing?
looking at looks like a loaf of bread, but it's not bread, it's meat, if that makes sense.
So maybe we
Gavin,
should
I
try
can't
this.
believe that you would say that's delicious.
The way I've had it,
I googled it and it didn't look good.
Pennsylvania
on the far left.
Dutch.
On the far
It's
left.
delicious. It's delicious. It's all your breakfast items cooked into a meatloaf. Okay, it's a breakfast meatloaf.
Oh, I'd be in on that actually because I love meatloafs.
Yeah.
This does not look like.
Okay,
I'd try it.
we'll check.
I mean,
No, I googled it and it didn't look good, Brian. But I'd be down to try anything once.
I know that. I went to college with Wolchuk.
Okay. That was a confession, Eric, and I wanted to keep that between
Well, this
us.
is a safe space.
Yeah,
okay?
we used to. Well, you cut a slice of it off and then put it on a piece of bread.
For a doorstop?
You call it S on a shingle.
Ah, that's true.
okay.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
Well, that was
It looks like you could cut it, and it could be shingles for your
Panahas.
my apologies to the scrap hole fans out there.
Well, how are you going to recover?
Well, we're still going to
Hey,
rock the
S
list.
on a shingle is a military staple.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you're not getting some eggs in the morning, you're getting S on a stick. Or
Yeah, my
whatever
buddy's
it's called.
dad was military, and he's the one that introduced me
Yeah,
to that
that's
term.
right. That's definitely.
Yeah,
Okay,
my
here we
dad would
go.
never
Yeah.
say something like that.
A mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour, often buckwheat flour and spices.
Delicious. Well, it's that day, so go get you some of that. Now, back to the board game since I've teed this up.
Very topical, the board game list.
Lucius, do you have a... Well, I did tweet it out, and I got a lot of replies. Lucius, what's your favorite board game?
I don't play a lot of board games or a lot of card games. I never learned when I was coming up, but I will say Monopoly.
That's my guy. Boom.
Hours upon hours upon
takes
hours
way
playing
too long to
Monopoly.
play.
You
It
start
does.
side betting and start
Yes.
making
Yeah.
deals with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets real.
The other people get mad.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I get ticked. So, sometimes I'll just get up and leave.
I'll tell you what
It's
you
a
need to
test
do.
of the stamina.
I've
that
said this
game.
before. Just hand out all the money, all the hotels, and all the cards, and just start from there. Don't even try and obtain. Just give everybody a card. Just kind of empty it all out and then go from there.
You're
You would
smart.
save about 3 hours on the game.
Do we all agree that the thimble is the best of the pieces?
No,
I
the
do
race
like-
car.
There's the
I
dog.
always-
There's
the
the
race
car.
Okay, the race car.
I always go with
Okay.
the race card, but I do like the thimble.
The thimble. There's
That's my
just-
number 2.
Yeah, there's a density to it.
Yeah, because it's easy to move around. Absolutely. Number 10.
You don't even
dog.
like dogs, Bleep Hole.
I-
Oh wait, no, you want the race card. I'm sorry.
I said the race car.
Number 10 on the top 10 board games is the board game Sorry, which was,
Sorry's a great game.
I loved it.
It's a pretty good
growing up.
game.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I've never
20, 30
played.
minutes.
Yeah.
We're out of here.
It's fun. We'll play it, Brian. We'll get together and have a nice game night.
Is Yahtzee
Sorry.
going to count for
Bang Nation.
this? Is Yahtzee a board game? 'Cause I don't know if
Yahtzee-
it's technically got a board. Is there a board
Does
with it?
Yahtzee have a board?
It's a fun game though.
No, it's the cup of dice and you just throw them out.
No,
It's in a
Yahtzee-
board though. It's like in a briefcase type of situation.
There is a
Unless that was a
board. There is
travel
a board for
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, but
So
you're not
they'll-
moving
yeah.
around anything, right?
No, but you roll the dice on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So
thought you
it
rolled
can't-
on the table.
It's got to land on certain things.
But it has to
in that
land on a
board.
board.
Yahtzee.
Right?
Nice.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
Number 9 is checkers.
Ugh.
Number 8, yeah, I get it. Number 8 is Battleship.
That's great if you don't put your guys all on the board.
Yes.
Oh, you're a cheater, aren't you? That's why you like the
Yes,
Astros.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I used to leave the aircraft carrier off. You know, the little subs sometimes didn't make it on the board.
I'm gonna get you an Astros jersey for Christmas.
Miss again.
Yeah. Here he is.
Yeah, you look around. What? And then you have like 2 guys on the board. That's it.
Number 7 is Scrabble. Oh, what I thought
Scrabble?
it was.
Broadus gets a real kick out of it.
Yeah.
Cheating in Battleship.
I do.
That's awesome.
Scrabble's all right as long as you're not playing against Mike Fisher.
Dude,
Is he an Astro?
He's a dictionary.
I bet he would be great. My
yeah.
grandmother, may she rest in peace, was the queen of Scrabble as well. She was
Scrabble?
incredible. Not the food, but the board game.
She can put away some Scrabble.
Number 6 is Settlers of Catan.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of this game.
I never heard of it either.
It's a made-up game.
But people loved it. Number 5 is Risk.
Oh, that's,
Great game.
Risk is a blast.
I always got trapped in New Guinea.
We used to get fired up for that game.
Yeah.
Like
Risk
more
is fun.
Monopoly.
We should bring, Risk is better than Monopoly.
Yeah.
Number 4 is Clue. I do like Clue.
Mrs. White.
Boring. Most board games are lame unless you got kids. To me,
I'm with you there.
Yeah, I'm not a big board adult game guy.
Candyland I liked as a kid.
Yeah,
I was into Candyland.
Of course you did.
Yeah, of course.
A lot of candy.
Life, all those games with my little sister.
Number 3 is Life.
Okay,
there you go.
Oh, I never could get the people to get in the car.
No,
they'd always
never.
have to lay in the back
I
like it was an ambulance.
I would get into a great start
Get
and
him
my
on a
finish.
gurney
I was not like Dicker the Kicker. My finishes were not good in life. Number 2 is chess.
Oh, look, I'm bankrupt. This is amazing.
It's kind of like
That's
real
life.
life. Number 1,
Get ready for it.
Flip over another card. Oh, twins.
Well, I
This is
gotta
great.
go now.
now I've got triplets. I'm screwed.
I'm killing it.
Number 1, the most popular board game, Monopoly.
Yes, sir.
Hey, give all the
The
cards out
king.
for the game.
And go eat your Scrapple, kids.
Do you guys like to get the town version or the team version of Monopoly? Or you play the old school version?
Yeah, the football team version was sick.
That was the best.
I'll tell you the best version is the little kids one. Takes about 30 minutes.
Oh, really?
Get the little kids
Trivial
one.
Pursuit was a game I liked too.
Yeah, I like Trivial
Oh, yeah.
Pursuit. That was in the honorable mentions.
That's a good adult type.
Another game you don't want to play with fish.
Oh,
We got
Yeah.
a lot of people texting
Know it
about
all.
Catan. It's the greatest game of all time. It's awesome. It's the best game ever. It's for adults.
Catan is like advanced Risk, says the 682.
Never played it.
Alrighty. Are the Texas Rangers about to take over the winter again? Are you done, Wolchuk? Because that's my tease.
I'm
good.
good.
Are you done or are you through?
You through? Okay. When we come
gotta go
back,
to Baby Dolls, actually.
we got a good baseball conversation with you coming up next year on 105 through the Fan, home of the Rangers. I want to talk about the Frankels before we do that, though.
Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find the road.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Are the Rangers about to dominate the offseason? We have winter meetings buzz, okay? And they are going on, I believe, in Las Vegas this year.
They are.
Levi Weaver did a piece and some accompanying tweets and has given you stuff to chew on as far as Chris Young. Levi Weaver talked with him this week in anticipation of the winter meetings, and he reiterated on a number of occasions the Rangers will have the financial freedom to explore the top end of the starting pitching market. Couldn't talk about specific guys with the quiet period, but only so many guys fit that description. Young spoke openly about the team's willingness to deal from their minor league depth to fill some needs as well. In short, it sounds like the gas pedal is approaching the floor, Wooly Bully. Could they spend as much as last year?
Yeah, I think that they could. I don't know that Ray Davis wants to do it, but he wants to win.
Sounds like he's been talked into it since the press conferences where we heard from the old man.
Well, I think that CY's probably sat down and said, Ray, look, if we want to go ahead and get the arms that you told the media that you'd like to get, 2 front arms, starting rotation arms, this is the cost. And the Jacob deGrom sweepstakes are heating up. Yeah. Because the article that came out yesterday from John Heyman, our Odyssey insider, said it is not likely that he re-signs with the Mets, which means we're going to have a bidding war. And ESPN put out their projected contracts today. The projected contract for Jacob deGrom, 3 years, $132 million. It's $44 million annually. All right.
Yeah.
That's what
Max
you're looking
Scherzer
at.
money is what he wants.
Exactly.
And I read from Heyman that the Mets don't want to give Scherzer money to deGrom.
No. Now, if you want to get Verlander, you're looking at 2 years, $72 million. That's $36 million annually. And then Carlos Rodon, who we do know the Rangers have already expressed interest in from the Giants, 5 years, $130 million, $26 million annually. I think Rodon is very likely. I think you could look at pairing Rodon with either one of the others, whether it is deGrom or a Verlander or a Clayton Kershaw. But that's only if Kershaw says, yes, I'm not going back to the Dodgers.
It's Rodon and a big name? Dude.
I think you're looking at 2 pitchers.
That would be monstrous.
Now, and if it's not a signing, I think CY spelled it out for you. You're looking at the trade market.
We need to do both.
Are we flipping farm? Are we flipping our top one hundos?
Yes.
So who do you like flipping here? Because you have Josh Young,
anybody but Kumar Rocker,
Leiter. Okay, you have Foscue, Owen White, Evan Carter, Brock Porter. All these dudes. It's like no problem.
Yeah, I don't think you can flip Rocker because of the first round stipulations they have there. But Brock Porter, I saw him linked in that Ohtani deal. Now the Angels have said that they're not wanting to trade Ohtani this summer. We'll see if that ends, if they end up getting talked out of that. I think that has everything to do with potentially trying to sell the team. They want to hold on to Ohtani because that has everything to do with, how much are they worth and the market. And it's just easier they're going to get more money with Ohtani to a new buyer. So, I still would be interested in calling.
The farm for Ohtani.
But
now, what do you say to the people that say the Rangers just don't have enough talent to get Ohtani?
I think that the Rangers can make more of a compelling offer than anybody else. What other farm system could compare to what the Rangers have right now? They're back up there amongst the top 5 in baseball. They've done an excellent job.
But they don't have any surefire
farm.
stars.
They don't have that necessarily number one prospect in baseball, right? And they took a hit with Leiter, but I do think there are a lot of people out there that aren't writing off a Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people like an Evan Carter, who's in your minor league system that's still been playing. He got promoted up to AA. Luis Angel Cuna, right? You have a lot of guys, and they're stacked when it comes to their catcher depth right now. I think the Rangers could put together as good a package as any. And you have Nathaniel Lowe that you could also deal if you're looking at maybe moving Josh Young over to first if you want to play and maybe get in the business for one of these shortstops.
How aggressive?
Move
yeah.
Seager over to third.
Okay. Now you're talking my language. How aggressive did the Rangers get this past year when it came to Ohtani?
I think they had a deal done at the deadline.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
I think that the Rangers had a deal done at the deadline for Shohei Ohtani. And
can you just speculate what was going? Because I had a general manager friend of mine in the league said he didn't feel like that the Rangers had enough pieces to do it.
Yeah, I think that the Angels...
And I mentioned Leiter, and he said that's only 25% of what you need.
And I think Leiter was probably a part of that. I think Leiter probably had to headline that deal.
Sure.
I think Evan Carter was probably a part of that.
Okay.
I don't know exact names, but I do think that the Angels owner, and that's probably why I'm assuming
Artie Moreno,
right? And then afterwards, after the trade deadlines, when we heard about the Angels and Artie Moreno possibly looking to sell the team,
right?
He came in and said, "Look, I want all the Ohtani trade talks, halted and
we need
stopped.
this guy and Trout."
But I think that the
Sell the
Angels were
team.
looking at, look, it's better for us to trade a Shohei Ohtani instead of letting him walk in free agency for nothing.
Yeah.
And I think they had the frameworks of a deal in place with the Rangers, from my understanding.
Is Leiter still good enough to headline a deal for a superstar?
I believe he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he
I
is.
saw Rocker made Arizona Fall League, and he's like striking everybody out. I'm more excited about Rocker than Leiter now. Is that the feeling amongst the Rangers organization?
I think the Rangers are still excited about Leiter, but I know CY is really excited about Kumar Rocker. I believe that the Kumar Rocker drafting was a CY pick.
Okay.
I think Chris Young was all in on Kumar Rocker.
469, what happened to Leiter? He just wasn't as good. You know, he just wasn't as good as you'd hoped, right? When you draft a guy that high after that sort of a collegiate career, you're looking for signs that he's ready to take a big step next year, and he was out there trying to survive and prove that he belonged at that level.
They've also made some corrections, and they're going to get some new pitching coaches in their minor league system. I think that has a lot to do with it. You've heard Mike talk about that. You know, the pitching coaches matter, especially with your development in the minor leagues. And I think hopefully getting Bruce Bochy in here, and that's something that he's done an excellent job everywhere he's done, whether it's been San Diego or San Francisco. He has an eye when it comes to pitching coaches. And I think Bochy should, and he's given Chris Young a list. And Chris Young also, that's his forte. I think they'll get some guys in place to help with that.
I mean, if you look at this, DeGrom for 4, Verlander for 2. Which way?
That's what the Rangers don't want to do, by the way. That was in Levi's piece. They don't want to go, or was that in Heyman's piece? They don't want to go to a 4th year for DeGrom.
For DeGrom. So you're looking at DeGrom for 3.
Okay, so DeGrom for 3, Verlander for 2. And I really like what Bassick said this morning when you take...
I'd rather do the Verlander one because you're taking him away from Houston. And Verlander's shown
that's
the
what
ability
Mike
to
said
stay
this
healthy
morning.
more consistently.
DeGrom has started 13 games a season in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Per year. Total of 38. So just over 30.
You could go Verlander, Kershaw, holy hell.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Or Rodon and Verlander.
Well, thank you, Chuck, for your thoughts on these Texas Rangers. They did pick up the option on Jose Leclerc, by the way, and decline their option on old Cole Calhoun. Winter meetings going on in Vegas. We're going to try to get Jared Sandler on the show tomorrow to flesh out some of these details for you. But when we come back, it is time for the 5 o'clock hour of the G-Bag Nation. And let's play a game. Top 15 offensive players in the NFL. Who will prove they know the most about football? That's next in the nation.
Listen.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to play a game. Jimmy Johnson, the coach, will be on with Sean and RJ tomorrow morning at 7:20. Yeah, you can always go back with the Odyssey app or at 105thethefan.com and listen to any segment that you might have missed, but that's a must-listen-to segment tomorrow with the coach, Jimmy, on with Sean and RJ again at 7:20. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo riding with you. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Fighting gators of his own with a faulty camera here in studio. So if there are issues, Carter will be on the scene to fix it. But you might have to deal with a little inconvenience there on the video feed from time to time. Apparently we got an issue with this camera over here.
If Carter's involved, you're in good hands.
You are. Yeah.
It's going to be all right.
He'll get it figured out. All righty. It's time now for Woolchuck to lead us in the game. Here he is, Zach.
Yes, we have the top 15 offensive players from the first half of the season. Now, guys, doesn't mean that these were definitely the top 15 offensive players. This is David Carr's rankings, okay?
Oh, no.
Oh, this is David Carr.
This is David Carr.
Derek Carr's name 15 times?
No, I can promise you Derek Carr is not in here, or else we wouldn't be doing
I don't
it.
believe you.
Nope, Derek Carr is not one of the 15, so I just gave you the biggest hint of all hints.
He was OLI. He was number 16, right? But this was a top 15 list. Sorry, brother Derek.
In fact, even the just missed category, Derek Carr not part of it.
Wow.
So
well done,
David's
Dave.
not being
That's good trolling of the little brother.
Totally biased.
Well, he's usually on the other end of it where he's just feeding Derek Carr all sorts of NFL.com awards for being an awesome quarterback and stuff. Yeah, that's been a thing.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear David is finally being a more journalistically integritous.
Yes.
Well, the resentment should kick in as well. I mean, that's little brother that's outdoing you at every turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now,
except in the hair department.
How many
David's got him crushed on that.
Yeah.
He does. Yeah, David Carr, he does have a great.
He's second to
great
Adam
set of hair.
Shine in terms of gel use.
He does slick that stuff back. Pretty good.
That's facts. I hope you like those numbers.
So we got 15 of these bad boys. I wonder how many you guys can guess correctly. So let's go around and see which one of you is the best football brain in the room.
Okay.
You're going to give hints, right?
I'll give hints. We'll start at number 15.
And anybody can just belch names out, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool.
Played in a Super Bowl just last year.
Joe Burrow.
Boom. Eric Giafalo.
Nice
One
job,
on the board.
broski.
We're
One
rocking,
on
boys.
the board.
You know this is going to lean quarterbacks because this is David Carr. Quarterback.
There might be quite a few quarterbacks on the list. There might be. All right, number 14.
Geno Smith.
Not a quarterback. Not a good enough
Did he
hint for
play in
you?
a Super Bowl last year?
Just changed teams this offseason.
Hill.
Devontae Adams.
Boom. Eric Giafalo.
Okay.
Tyreek Hill's top 5.
Tyreek Hill
I'm just, it was,
will be higher on the list.
Okay. Just guessing.
Oh,
all right.
Good hint.
Going out there.
Number 13 on this list, front runner for Comeback Player of the Year award.
Saquon Barkley.
No, incorrect.
Geno Smith.
You can't guess back to back.
Oh, did you know that rule?
I did.
Okay.
That's how I cleared it before the show.
That's how we've always played, right?
Okay, Comeback Player of the Year is not Saquon Barkley.
It's not Saquon Barkley, but if Eric can't guess twice,
Geno
and he
Smith.
just threw out Geno Smith. Brian Broaddus! Boom, 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 boom. There
Nice
you go.
job.
Number
It's good
13.
awareness,
I don't
Brian.
know.
Number 12.
I was insistent.
No, it was a really good pull, Broaddus.
It was
Seriously.
great. Good for listening. Number 12 might have the best connection with his quarterback in the
Kupp.
NFL. Not Cooper Kupp. Has never played in a Super Bowl.
Okay.
This is his second NFL team.
I'm not allowed to answer. I already know the answer because these are fantastic hints. Broaddus happened to be a football guy, so please.
Did not play in the Super Bowl?
Has never played in a Super Bowl, and this is his second NFL
I'm
team.
going to throw in
amazing connection.
I'm going to throw in this one, and I don't even know for sure, but I think I know his nickname is Swole Batman because Batman wasn't enough. He's even more swole than the real Batman.
Who is Christian McCaffrey?
Not Christian McCaffrey. Brian Broaddus.
No
Come
idea
on,
who we
Broaddus.
got.
No,
go ahead.
Come on, give me one more.
I don't know.
People oftentimes misspell his first name.
Okay, wow.
He has a brother in the NFL that's really damn good.
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs coming in at number 12.
Swole Batman.
I thought it was A.J. Brown. I really did.
Okay, that's misleading the witness over there. He needs to be quiet.
I gave you Geno Smith. Without me, you got a
He's
bagel on
false
the board,
information.
brother.
What the hell is going on over there?
Relax. You're tied at 2. I have 0.
right.
Okay.
I'm
If
glad
anybody should be on edge right now, it's me.
All right.
I'm not on edge. I'm just like these.
I spoon-fed him Geno Smith.
It's amazing, Jerry, when you play these games, like your hints are so much better.
I know.
Yeah, no, they probably are. I'm not good with these hints. Actually, I wanted Gavin to run this segment.
He's never
That's
been
why
a-
I said we could
he's
play a
never
game.
been a Super
He'd
Bowl.
read the story.
It's not a story to read. It's just a bunch of names.
Yeah, you would have known the names.
He's with his second team.
I didn't look at it. I just put it in the link in the article. Number 11.
But Diggs is that low, by the way?
Stefan's that low, yeah. That's why I said
Okay.
David Carr put out the rankings.
All right.
Number 11. He happens to be averaging just under 100 yards rushing per game.
Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Boom, there it is. Number 11, Saquon Barkley. Gavin is on the board.
Yes.
Number
Played
10.
in a Super Bowl.
Played in a Super Bowl last
Plays
year.
football.
Brian Bronis.
Cooper Kupp. Travis Kelce.
Cooper Kupp. There you go.
He wears
Eric
a helmet.
Chiapolo. Number 9. He's a bleeping quarterback, Brian Bronis.
Number what number?
9. He's an MVP.
He's an MVP, and he's a quarterback.
Well, are you acting like you don't know? Or did you guess yet?
I have not guessed yet,
Why
but
don't
I'm
you
sick of just burning my. I want to like sit tight here for a
No,
second.
no.
I don't need to just spout off.
No, because you looked at the email that he sent.
No,
right?
I didn't. I would have
Okay.
gotten. I would have.
Burn it. Go ahead.
I
He was
wouldn't
a
have done AJ
borderline.
Brown.
He was a borderline first-round pick.
Aaron Rodgers.
Not Aaron Rodgers, but that's a good guess. But
Damn.
Aaron Rodgers,
I don't
Aaron
have to worry
Rodgers is
about
not going to
that
be in the
Jackson?
top 15.
Or Jackson?
Lamar Jackson, boom, there you go, Brian
He was
Broaddus.
a borderline first round pick.
He went 32 overall.
Went to 32.
But what was the line he said? Borderline first round pick.
Yeah, I mean, do you get more borderline than 32 overall?
That is the border.
I thought borderline first round. I thought borderline first round pick actually meant second round pick. He was borderline first round, but he wasn't first round. That's how I took it. I'm not shaming you for your bad hints, Chuck. I'm not.
They are
I'm
bad,
not.
though. Yeah, you could have done that. That would have been fair. Yeah.
I accept this.
Borderline first round pick tells me he was not a first round pick.
I accept this.
I love it. I love
Number,
it.
Games, why are these
What's
games?
the score, by the way?
I've got about
3 to
6.
3 to 1.
I got
3 to 3 to 1.
6.
You
Yeah.
got 6.
This is perfect. Number 8 happens to be the best at his position in the NFL.
Aaron Donald.
Not this is only offensive players, Gavin. This is the top 15 offensive players in the NFL.
Okay, so that shouldn't count as a guess.
That
then.
doesn't count as
Jamar
a
Chase.
Doesn't count as a guess.
It doesn't count as a, it doesn't count as a guess, but it counts as a hint.
How do you know that's wrong?
Because he's not the best at his
He's
position.
got the most
He's not?
100-yard receiving games at his position in the history of the league.
Jerry Rice.
He's not currently playing.
I like this troll job. Okay, he's got more 100-yard
I'm starting to get upset.
receiving games in the history of the league.
Yeah, at his position.
At his position. Oh, okay, at his position. This is nice. This is this Travis Kelce?
Yes. Boom.
Nice job,
Travis Kelce.
Chiafalo.
Number
That's what
7.
I'm talking about.
He happened to be taken after CeeDee Lamb in his
Justin
draft class.
Jefferson.
Oh, there
Justin
you go.
Jefferson, yeah.
Number 6. He's a 2,000-yard rusher.
Derrick Henry.
Yes. Number 5. He might be the best overall runner in the NFL.
Nick Chubb.
Boom. Number 4. Some said he was a fullback playing quarterback.
Josh Allen.
There we go. Number 3. Mike Bassick hates him.
Dwight Powell.
No.
That was obviously a fake guess.
Was it?
Yeah.
It counts.
It counts.
Who does Mike hate?
Oh, Trevor Lawrence. Oh,
He is
well,
an
that can't
MVP
be.
candidate.
The guy at Seattle.
Jalen Hurts.
It's Jalen Hurts.
Oh, Jalen Hurts.
How could you hate Jalen Hurts?
Mike
He's
hates
an
him. He
Eagle.
thinks he's a fraud.
Yeah.
Number 2.
These clues are so give up right now.
Yeah, I just don't care anymore. I've checked out. This guy is chasing Calvin Johnson's mark of 1,000.
Tyreek Hill.
Yes, there you go. And number 1, he's from White House, Texas.
Pat Mahomes.
There you go.
There he
Boom.
is.
Dawson, you can
Thank
have
you,
that
Wolchuk.
one.
Next time,
Thanks, buddy.
Gavin, I will win this by guessing all the ones correctly, and you give all the hints. Thank you very much. I know my place.
There he is, Zach Wolchuk, your host of another fun game. We do have the Expressway coming up in 10 minutes. Let me hit you with this Cowboys news right here, because inside an article from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, you have the headline, NFL executives predict division winners make Super Bowl picks. And there's a section where multiple executives give their take on sizing up the Philly versus Dallas debate. I don't think it's much of a debate for now. One's undefeated. One has lost twice. One appears to have the formula perfect and is running their quarterback when necessary. And that's not the Cowboys. To me, it's the Eagles. What do you think at 877-881-1053? Let me tell you what these execs are saying anonymously on ESPN. Evaluators consider Cowboys-Eagles a close call for NFC East supremacy. Is it close? I hope it's close, despite Philly's 2-game lead.
I think it's close.
Yeah, pretty close?
Yeah.
Fairly close.
I mean,
you would take their receivers over yours, wouldn't you? Right now?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's aspects of their team I'd rather have, but overall,
You would take their secondary over yours, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You'd use your pass rush.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
You would take their offensive line.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought before the season your quarterback was better, but that might not be
Might
the
be
case.
a wash.
That might be a wash.
Yeah, I think quarterback's about a wash right now if Dak's going to keep up this pace he started last game.
I think the running backs might be a wash.
Fair. Yeah. Go with you on that.
It is close. They got a stable of guys. I mean, Miles Sanders is good, but I think Tony Pollard is the best of all of them.
Now, they have played some close games, and they have only beaten Cooper Rush on a Monday night and the Cowboys with Cooper Rush, so maybe time will tell a different story. One executive says, I see it like this. I take Dallas defense over the Eagles, but Philly's overall roster is a bit stronger, should carry them in the later months. Dallas has dealt with a lot along its offensive line where Philly is stout, and they don't really have a glaring weakness on that side of the ball. Dallas could use one more receiver as well. So in comes Odell Beckham Jr., who should be available, but it's uncertain whether Dallas would spend the necessary cash required to get him. Despite Hurts' MVP campaign, questions persist about his ability to get it done in December and January, largely because he hasn't done it and because that ugly playoff loss to Tampa last year. The Bucs forced Hurts to read the whole field, and the Eagles failed to score before the fourth quarter. Yeah. Some evaluators say making Hurts play from the pocket is still the best way to beat Philly, even though Hurts has improved his completion percentages from 52 to 61 to 68 over his 3 seasons. That's incredible. Quote, I could see the Eagles being a one and done, said another exec. They haven't had to go 15 rounds with anybody yet. I just wonder if they're battle tested. I think a few late season losses would actually help them. An AFC exec adds, they live in the RPO world with Hurts, and that's a good place to be. He has that system and a lot of talent around him, and he should be able to handle the rest. And then as for the Giants, execs see a disciplined team that can handle the fourth quarter pressure. The defense is good. They probably don't have enough firepower on offense to get it done, but I do not totally discount their chances either.
That's talking about the Cowboys.
It's cutting about the Giants.
Giants
don't have enough.
Bleep
okay.
The Giants. We have a trade.
What
Rangers
happened?
Just made a trade.
Texas Rangers made a trade?
Yes, they did.
Who'd they get?
Oh, my
huge, but the Rangers have acquired righty Jake Odorizzi and cash considerations from the Atlanta Braves in exchange for lefty Colby Allard. So they're sending Colby Allard back to the Braves, the team in which they acquired him a few years ago for reliever. I believe at that time it was Chris Martin, and now they're getting Jake Odorizzi, who's been he's played for several teams over the course of his career. So there's another pitcher the Rangers will now have with an opportunity to start in the rotation this coming year. So Jake Odorizzi now, one of the newest Texas Rangers.
100 innings pitched last year, 6-6 with a 4.40 ERA, 1.33 whip. He was walking guys right and left.
He was, and walks were an issue for the Rangers last year.
86 strikeouts in 106 innings. This seems like a number 4 or 5 starter to me, Wolchuk, if you want to be a playoff team.
Yeah, and what they're looking for is exactly that. I mean, he might end up being your 5 starter. He was great the previous year. In 2019, he had a really good year with Minnesota, where he went 15-7 and had a 3.51 ERA. So maybe this is one of those where you're bringing in a veteran pitcher and you hope to channel that, and you have a bounce back here like they've gotten with Kyle Gibson and Lance Lynn and some of those other guys.
We just did a full segment on the Rangers back there at 4:45 and talked about some of the rumors. We mentioned DeGrom and Verlander and Rodon, and it's possible they get 2 out of the 3. It's amazing, like the commitment that they're making. Now that they have Odorizzi, does this take Martin Perez out of the running? Are they going to let him test the market and then see if they can fit in there?
You let Martin test, but I do know that they would like to get Martin Perez back as a Ranger.
405 says, how do you hate Jalen Hurts? Well, be an OU fan and watch him choke off your national championship hopes. Philly's perfect for him. Eat bleep. Wow, that's tough. I mean, you had 3 or 4 different guys try it in a 5-year period. I wouldn't put all your maybe the defense had a little bit more something to do with it, or trying to play SEC teams or Big Ten teams. We got to run, Nation. When we come back, what do we have here? The Expressway and Zeke reigniting the recruiting of Odell Beckham Jr. We'll get you the details on that coming up next here in the G-Back Nation. I would love to chat with you about my friends at D&M, though, because if you direct hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Cowboys are back on the recruiting trail this afternoon. We have audio right here. Ezekiel Elliott asked about his buddy, Odell Beckham Jr. Here we go.
That's something we've talked about, here and there. We know the type of player Odell is. How explosive he can be, and what he can be for this offense. So, it'd be great to get him down here in Dallas. Just another weapon in our little repertoire. So, hopefully we get OBJ to Dallas.
You got to play with him in the Pro Bowl. What was that like?
I don't know if Pro Bowl really count.
But I'm saying being around him, his personality, and do you think that he would make a lot of sense in this locker room?
No, yeah. I'm friends with OBJ. He definitely will fit in this locker room. I don't know if there would be guys that wouldn't fit in this locker room. We got a good group of guys, but he definitely will fit in. He's a competitor. He plays hard and obviously very talented. And we want him. We want OBJ.
Yeah, I love it. That, of course, is a fan alumnus, Jane Slater, reporting there in the Cowboys locker room. And I think this is an important part of the deal is, getting it out there that the Cowboys really want him and showing him as much love as possible. Because, Brian, as you've been explaining, it never hurts to do a little bit of courting.
Yeah, no, that's my experience of people being around Odell Beckham is that his whole thing was he always wants to feel special, loved. He's one of these guys. It's very much a, hey, we want you here. You're a big part of what we do. Making him feel that way. And I think it's a great plan. If the Cowboys are if that's their intent, they're doing it the right way. The head coach, the owner, the players, whether it's
everybody's chatting
in the media, everybody knows that.
Do you think they're doing this on purpose?
I do.
Like talk this up?
Absolutely.
We're trying to get them?
Absolutely.
Now, the talk is not more important than the money, right? You're just hoping to have it be a tiebreaker?
Well, this thing about I think the money has its place. But I think he has to. Odell is one of those guys that will go somewhere and he has if he feels comfortable, if he feels like, man, this money to him is not, even though he says, yeah, it's about all players want to get paid, but he's also 30 years old. He's also thinking about, okay, can I get another contract and stuff? But I don't think it's the number one thing to him because he's always kind of talked about, I really don't want to play where it's cold.
Yeah.
He has these parameters that he's kind of set.
Yeah.
And I think that it's really about people like him, his teammates, his coaches, the fans, all that. That's the embrace for him.
214 says, please, God, no, I don't want a diva. I don't think he's a diva at all. I think you're talking about stuff that happened like 7 years ago when he was still a kid.
He wants to win so bad. And I think this goes all the way back to his LSU days.
When can we expect OBJ to make a decision? Asked the 214. Well, he's got to initiate the physical process. Yeah. He's got to go visit teams. And what are we, 8.5 months since the injury now? 8 months since the injury?
Mm-hmm. Post-op, yeah.
So since the surgery, he had the surgery in March?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's tough. By 9 or 10 months, I don't know if he's really in a hurry, though, because he can let things play out. And maybe a team has an injury here over the next month that requires them to get even more aggressive about it. So I think he's probably smart to let the market come to him for the remainder of the second half of the season.
I have a feeling that we could get to Thanksgiving, and then that's where things start to heat up.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it seems like the market might be ramping up a little bit. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports and The Score said 7 teams, this was an hour ago, 7 teams have now told The Score of their interest in OBJ, and the market seems to be heating up. He's going to be weighing the balance of money, also wanting to contend, which is important to him, and then clubs are going to monitor his rehab, which Brian's been talking about, but it's going to be a competitive market for Odell Beckham Jr. So I think it's important that the Cowboys are making him feel wanted. We've got the high-profile players like Micah Parsons, like Ezekiel Elliott. We'll have Tank on tomorrow. We'll see what Tank has to say about OBJ as well. So the Cowboys aren't shying away from this. They're making it known they'd like him.
And hopefully they're not just creating FOMO with the other teams, right? Because that's what I think the agent would want. That's why most agents include the Cowboys in rumors. Hopefully they're not being used to drum up this market, Brian.
It's funny, though.
It is awfully convenient.
Yeah, it's funny, though, that we haven't seen these 7 other teams. And I no disrespect to this.
Sure.
I don't know the reporter there. But to me, if, we haven't seen other teams come out and recruit. We haven't seen I don't know. I haven't seen much of Von Miller saying. I haven't seen San Francisco. I haven't seen Deebo Samuel or any of these guys step up and say, So Dallas to me is the first team that's like, listen, we have a legitimate chance here. Let's get this thing started. Let's get this, and it might be that, that I think 7 is I think it's an inaccurate number.
It sounds like a high number to me
it's
as well.
way, I think you're going to have 3 teams that are going to be involved in this. And
that's because of him. I think there's 7 teams that would like to have him, but he gets to be choosy. He's probably only got 3 or 4 teams. Yeah.
That he would even really consider.
I would say if I had to place a bet on Dallas, San Francisco, Buffalo, and the Giants maybe getting back into this thing. Those were the 4 teams I think would be the most interested.
Okay, we are zooming down the expressway. Bobby Belt's going to join you in just a couple of minutes. Our Cowboys insider will get his latest. LA Live is coming up here in about 10, 15 minutes with Lucius Alexander. You get a replay of the G-Bag of the day and some fun content. Micah on recruiting Odell. I don't feel obligated to do it, but if the guy is on the market and he's talking about he wants to play and he wants to win, bleep, me too. Come on. Come win games over here and help us get that bowl you want. I want it. Then he said, bleep, we could use him. I think he's a great player. He's a guy you want on your team. I think he's a great dude. I think he could add good value to the team and help us do what we want to do. So that was Micah talking with reporters today after tweeting about it yesterday. Matt Stafford has gone in concussion protocol. The Rams quarterback apparently got dinged last week in that loss to the Buccaneers.
Surprised he's made it this far, not being in the concussion protocol. He takes a beating every week when you watch him play.
Okay, NBA notes. We had a hell of a report to open the show, and we don't want you to miss out on that. It is a G-Bag exclusive on the Brooklyn Nets. 3 things to know about the Brooklyn Nets right now. It's expected in insider circles KD will be gone by Thanksgiving. Kyrie is about to get bought out. I don't think that would fix the Lakers. Touch on that if you want. And then Ben Simmons wants to stop playing. He's just kind of done. And
he's trying to get one of these.
Over it.
He's trying to get one of these like medical clearances that like you're not allowed to play at all.
He's already made a ton of money, so he could probably retire.
He wants that Chris Bosh, Bobby Bonilla situation where he just sits on the couch and gets like $500,000 twice a month for the next like 5 years.
Gerald, I know you were talking about that, and I mentioned I'd heard a little bit later that Joe Harris, Joe Harris, who's one of the top 3-point shooters in the league, or has been several years. He wants out too.
He wants out too.
Oh, yeah. Bring him to Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be outstanding.
Perfect.
We'll take KD also.
Yeah, Joe Harris and KD.
We get KD and we get OBJ by Thanksgiving.
You got to be in there.
They're Mavericks.
Blowing up the Brooklyn Nets
too.
nonstop. Beckham jersey would sell out of the roof. I don't know. Is Beckham still that big of a star?
Yeah, it would sell.
You think so?
I wonder what number he would be.
Oh, Beckham's a huge star. I mean, guys,
number
the
3?
last time we saw him play, he was on his way to Super Bowl MVP. I think people are forgetting how damn good Odell Beckham Jr. is.
No, you're right. You're right.
He's a superstar, big time superstar, and I can know this because
I'll take Anthony Brown's number and give it to him.
Yeah, because Anthony Brown's number 3. I was wondering what number he'd wear, but OBJ is a superstar. I was FaceTiming with my dad today. He's out of town, and he's like, "So, what about like, are we gonna get this guy?" And I knew he was talking about OBJ. I'm like, "Oh, are you talking about Beckham?" And my wife is in the kitchen. She's like, "Wait, OBJ?" Like even my wife knows who he is.
People
and
know
that's
who
why I'm like,
Beckham is.
he's a superstar.
But if healthy, what's his stat line for a 17-game season with a good quarterback and a good offense? What's OBJ doing? Is he competing for number 1 spot in the league?
I don't think he's competing.
1,200 yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns.
Yeah,
easy.
Which is solid.
Yeah,
it's
he's
solid.
putting up the same numbers CD is, if not better. I mean, I think he might be better than CD Lamb.
Better than wow, that would be a hell of an addition. Dusty Baker is returning to manage the Astros in 2023. He's going for another one. And World Cup roster announced. Most of the big names that you would expect on the team. The big surprises, including former FC Dallas product who had a Britney Spears fall off as soon as he left Frisco. Ricardo Pepi left off in favor of Haji Wright, and goalkeeper Zach Steffen is not included. We are, what is today, the 9th? We're 12 days away from the USA in the World Cup. We're 11 days away from the opener in Qatar. All right, time for Bobby Belt to join you now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, how the hell are you?
What's up, fellas? And Brian on the 3 jersey, Anthony Brown can't change his jersey in the middle of the season. So
he needs
3
to.
would not be available.
How about Michael Gallup? Could he?
Nobody's allowed.
No, he can't.
No, nobody can.
No, they can't actually change. I mean, I guess you could cut Anthony Brown.
We can play college football. We have an offensive 3 and a defensive 3. How about that?
I like it.
Yeah, and you can have that in training camp, and I think you can have it with practice squad players, but no, they won't let you do it. I mean, they've thrown all caution to the wind with the numbers rules, man. We got like freaking like defensive ends wearing 24 now, so I mean, why not? Let's just do anything we want with the numbers.
Just let him wear whatever he wants.
No, but it is.
I gotta say, I'm more crusty than Brian on some things, and numbers is probably one of them.
You don't like seeing the single-digit edge rushers?
Nope. I don't even like receivers in the teens. Like, receivers should wear in the 80s, and that's it.
So Carlos Dunlap wearing number 9 really bothers you?
Oh gosh, a ton. Like
Matthew Judon.
It all like Sky Moore wearing 24. Ew.
That is disgusting.
That is ew.
I'm not a fan of that at all.
Bobby, what'd you think about the trade the Rangers just made?
Jake Odorizzi?
Yep.
He's it looks like another one of their, buy low type of reclamation projects that they've had a lot of success with. So sure. Yeah, I'll go for it. Colby Allard wasn't doing anything. So yeah, I'm down.
One of the cool things about what Zeke said in there when he was talking about OBJ, though, was how anybody could come into this locker room and get along. Do you notice something different about this locker room, or what are the qualities that you notice there?
See, it's funny. I think Sean had asked me something about that recently, about the locker room culture, and man, does it seem different? It's like I think we tend to overrate it a little bit, just because I thought last year I think it's more evident when you go from like a 2020 to a 2021, where in 2020 they were toxic as hell. It was really bad. And then when you get into 2021, it was good. It was good chemistry. I don't know. Some of that feels just like talk to me a little bit when they say stuff like that, because I don't know that it's like so much improved from 2021. I don't think they had culture issues really last year. But yeah, it's a group that certainly plays well with each other and has developed chemistry. And I think that's just a continuation of what you saw last season. But yeah, it's a selfless group. It's a group that's really, close to each other and is aware of the chemistry issues. That's why Dak, requested that CeeDee Lamb sit next to him in the locker. That he asked for his locker to be changed to right next to him this year because he wanted to be able to communicate with him more and have those conversations in the locker room. And so it's a group that I think is really aware of how important that aspect is, and they've worked hard on it. And so, yeah, I don't doubt that Odell Beckham or anybody else would have a good time, getting themselves worked into the group.
Bobby, I've always found that when you lose, your culture and locker room sucks, and when you win, everything's cool.
That's fair. But I've seen some teams that have gone through some struggles and they've managed to, stand tall and weather through it. 2018, they did it, and bounced back from that. And then I think you see other times where even though they were winning early in 2019, that crumbled really fast and they lacked leadership. I think you're right in general, though, that it's just, it's like we've talked about before, the Ernie Zampese line, where if the play is a success, it was a good call. And if it was if it didn't succeed, then it was a bad call. It's kind of the same effect where if you win, yeah, everybody's happy. If you lose, nobody's really happy. But I think there is something to their chemistry being really strong, and them having a much more positive culture than they did the first year that Mike McCarthy was here. It was awful the first year they were here. And I don't know that it got, I know we think back to, the report from Slater that there were people talking about the coaches just aren't very good at their jobs and everything else. Yeah. And I think we know that. I think we just saw the very tip of the iceberg on how bad the locker got in 2020. And so it's definitely been a full 180.
Bobby, is there any pause to the Cowboys front office about having Odell Beckham Jr. and that being a negative effect at all on CeeDee Lamb?
I don't think so. I think they've been really impressed with the way that CeeDee Lamb has stepped up into more of a leadership role and has stepped up into more of a prominent position in terms of as a face of the franchise and somebody that talks with the media and communicates with the public about the team and how they're feeling and things like that. I think they've been really impressed with him and how steady he's been in that front. And so I don't think they'd have concerns about that. It'll be interesting tomorrow. Tomorrow's CeeDee's day to talk. Tomorrow's Dak Prescott's day to talk. And it'll be really interesting to hear those two and what they have to say and if this recruiting pitch continues. I get the sense that it's going to. I think when your head coach, your owner and general manager, your star running back, your star pass rusher, like all these guys are out here talking openly about it, I can't imagine that Dak and CeeDee are going to pass on the comment. So hopefully we have some more comments tomorrow on it.
couple of the Tolos are curious as to why you were coming across so giggly at Zeke's meeting with the media today. Were you giggling? I'm not aware.
Clarence Hill. I love Clarence Hill. But I hate Clarence Hill. I love Clarence, but Clarence took an awful photo that gave me like a proud Brian moment.
Oh, I'm about to go find
I thought
this.
you looked cute.
I don't know what was going on. Like, I don't know what was said. I don't know what time he took that. I remember smirking when Jane had asked him about being Pro Bowl teammates, and Zeke's like, I don't think the Pro Bowl counts, and like kind of smirking at that a little bit. But I'm guessing it must have been around there. But then everybody was, I had a couple of people trolling me about, I had my yellow lanyard and my green Hawkins Stranger Things shirt. So everybody said it looked like I was out there as a Packers reporter.
Yes, it did.
You do look like a Packers reporter.
Which is not on purpose. It's a yellow lanyard from the stadium, and then it's a green Welcome to Hawkins, Indiana Stranger Things shirt.
No, that is your superstition. When it's game week, you always wear the opposing team's colors because that's your thing, and I get that.
We've talked about that incessantly on the station, right?
Yes, we have. One thing we've also discussed over the years is Dak Prescott in cold weather games. Is this?
Yeah, you want to talk about the interception he threw against Chicago? Cheech?
No, we've already addressed that. We know he's colorblind.
Right. What do you think about that interception against
that interception?
Chicago?
Yeah. As Cheech said, how do you not see a traffic cone standing in the middle of the football field in that orange jersey?
Can you explain the catcher interference for us, please, Bobby?
But seriously, Bobby, Dak in a cold weather game, is this a good opportunity for him, right? To go into Lambeau, it's going to be 30 degrees or whatever, cold game, go sling it around and come away with better narratives about his cold game numbers?
Yeah, if you want to change the narrative, absolutely. Go in there and perform at a high level. Now, he's had some good games in cold weather before, but it's not necessarily been the norm. In fact, his 7 lowest passer rating performances on the road in his career came in games that were 50 degrees or colder. And so
was that New England one the worst that he ever had?
No, the worst he ever had was his rookie year, the road game against the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
That was a pretty bad
10-7 game, something like that?
Yeah, that was the one. And so, you think back over some of the games that he struggled where that, fits it. Last year against Washington where he doesn't see Cole Holcomb. Last year against the Chiefs. The New England game. The Philly game near the end of the year a couple years ago. The Giants game. So it's been a consistent issue for him. But I mean, he's also had some games where he's played really well. It's just not been common for him. He has absolutely struggled in colder weather games, and that's also something that happens a lot to a lot of quarterbacks. He's not unusual in that sense, but I think that it's definitely happened at a greater tick than others at times. And so, it'd be good to turn that narrative around and show you can step up and throw the ball better in cold weather games, especially if Ezekiel Elliott still isn't 100%.
Yeah, Beef, before we let you go, I wanted to touch on Zeke. I've been assuming he'd be all right, but now they're saying things like, well, we don't want to hurt the team, and there is a sense of urgency, but we need to be careful and all that. And they're more worried about the postseason. So is it 50-50 now? How would you categorize Zeke's probability of playing?
Yeah, I think it bears monitoring into tomorrow. What's his level of participation tomorrow with the padded practice? Thursday's always a good tell for guys if they're going to be able to go or not. It's a good tip-off a lot of times, their level of participation. And so I think Zeke is somebody who routinely will tell you, I'm going to be out there, I'm going to be fine, I'm going, no matter how banged up he is. So when he says, we'll see, that always kind of raises some red flags a little bit. It raised red flags the week of the Bears game. When he started talking like that, that's when everybody went, uh-oh, okay, hold on, slow down. He may not be good to go. And so the fact that he's talking a little, he's trying to approach this a little more conservatively, it sounds like, is interesting to me. But he did get some practice in today, which he mentioned he was able to do more today than he did all of the week leading up to the Bears game. So that's encouraging. And we'll see what type of participation he has for the padded practice tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Anything else before we let you go?
Just that I love you all.
Love you too. Bobby, the Beaver Belt, with you most evenings, 5:30 in the G-Bag Nation. The Rangers did acquire Jake Odorizzi for Colby Allard. He has 1 year at $12.5 million left on his contract. If you're wondering how much more could they spend, it's still a lot. Okay, they exercised their option on Jose Leclerc, and they're going to let Cole Calhoun go. It's time now for L.A. Live with Lucius Alexander. Here he is, L.A.
I thought you were going to keep talking just a little longer. Trying to put this Capozano's order in, you know what I mean?
Okay. What you getting?
Trying to eat, bro. Chimichanga, man. I can't branch out. I need to, just can't do it.
It's hard.
Anyway, we're going to introduce you, Tolos, to King Cap. King Cap, right after Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Yeah.
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk.
Yeah.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
All right. I imagine Jerry Jones, if he's driving home, is very nervous with this tease. King Cap.
Why would he?
Here we go again.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah. Bobby's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, by the way.
Right.
Let me write that down. 6:30. This is LA Live for November 9th, 2022. What it do, folks? I got a question for the Tolos before we all get it started. You know how it goes. What is a movie that actually changed your life? What is a life-changing movie for you? Talking about a personal situation. Anybody? Class? Anybody?
The life change.
As good as it gets, I think, with Jack Nicholson. Maybe
Okay.
slow down and appreciate relationships a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy that Jack
I was
played that.
I was a bitter old man by the time I was 20, you know? So I could really relate to that character, Jack.
Okay. I got some answers like Tree of Life. I've never seen that movie.
Oh my gosh.
Is it good?
No.
Okay.
That is literally maybe the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
Shout out to that Tolo that sent that to me.
And I apologize to that Tolo.
No,
but
no,
that
no.
is a crap film.
It's a personal thing. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Great movie.
Okay. Scarface, because it turned some folks into drug dealers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it sure did.
It did turn.
Yeah, glorified it.
Yeah. See, I said life changer. I didn't say it was a great moment in life.
I
It
hear
just
you
changed your
now.
life.
In that case, then it's going to be the Conjuring. That movie changed my life for the worst.
Half baked.
Yeah. See? Yeah. I watched it like
Any Cheech and Chong movie, yeah.
30 times one summer. Boiler Room, penny stock scamming. They were penny stock scamming in that movie.
All the car salesmen at the dealership I worked at, like when I first started working, they were like, "Bro, just all you got to do is just go home and watch the Boiler Room."
Yeah, Boiler Room.
I swear to God, just watch the Boiler Room. And you're gonna crush balls, bro. It's like, all right.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The Godfather. People thought they were gangsters.
Yep.
Boogie Night turned some folks out to the porn industry. Woo. Yeah.
Still trying.
Yeah. Almost Famous made some journalists out of people.
Oh,
They did.
that movie.
Sure did.
Such a good movie.
It is. The movie Kids.
Yes.
You pretty much slowed down with unprotected sex if you've seen that one.
Yeah, that was
And you stopped the
traumatizing.
drugs. Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wish I would have seen that.
Kids was like a viral thing in about 1995,
Yep.
maybe 94.
Yep.
And you had to go to like an alternative movie theater to watch this dang thing because it just wasn't fit for the big screen like with commercialized
It's wild.
movie theaters. But yes, it was jarring.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very disturbing.
It was scared straight. It scared me straight. I have no legs.
Yeah.
Let's see. Full Metal Jacket. People went to the military for sure.
Okay.
Hey, you were talking about Gummo. You've seen Gummo?
No.
Gummo is crazy. That's bugged out too. The Mac made some pimps out of folks. Pimps up, hoes down. Shout out to HBO for making pimps out of folks. Turn them out.
That ain't easy, I hear.
The Matrix opened up some eyes,
Okay.
as well as the Truman Show.
Yes.
Let's see. If you want to stop doing drugs, Requiem for a Dream.
That's.
Did you ever, Lucius, Capricorn 1? I was thinking about them, like
No.
the travel to space.
I've never seen that.
Is like they faked the landing, the moon landing,
Oh.
and like people just it went from like everybody's like, wait a minute, we really didn't go to the moon? I thought we went to the moon.
Okay.
This whole big setup. It was
Okay,
a Hollywood-
Capricorn 1 just basically red pilled a whole bunch of people.
Exactly.
There. All
Yeah.
right. Train Spotting. If you're not into it's a super dirty drug movie. The dirtiest toilet in
Danny
Scotland.
Boyle, yeah.
Yeah, if you've dug down there and grabbed your drugs in that toilet, that's rock bottom.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah. Eyes Wide Shut made some swingers out of folks. And Body Parts made some broadcasters out of people. That's Howard Stern's
Yes.
movie.
Okay, I was thinking Howard Stern.
There we go. Good stuff. If you got anything, send it to the fan text. Fellas will read it at any given moment during LA Live. It doesn't matter. G-Bag of the day, we do it every day at 2:30 here on The Fan. If you see anything out there, hit me up. Lucky Lucius P on social media. Our winner and still champ is the reporter that put Coach Prime Time in a blender.
At 9-0, you're undefeated, and obviously so far it's been a perfect season, if you will. But if you look at a team like this, would you consider this if you were looking at a team like this, is the team a work in progress? I mean, do you think that there is something that this team needs to. I guess what I'm asking is this a team that is looking for the right for answers in terms of is this a team that you're looking for the
you talking about? You got me lost now, dog. You got to come on with it now. You got what you talking about? Like, are you talking about us?
Forgive me, Coach.
No, you good? Are you talking about us?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Did you hear the swallow? Listen to the swallow. I know he was so thirsty, and it was tough for that little thing to get down. There was no water, no juice, nothing in his mouth. Listen.
A work in progress. I mean, do you think that there is something that this team needs to?
That was a tough swallow.
That was, dude.
That reporter's not ready to go with Dion to Power 5 football.
No.
Prime cut him off at 40 seconds because I was curious. Like, did it approach my 66 to Steven? And it was 40 seconds when Prime said, "Okay, I've had enough." But I think that guy was about to go. He'd still be fighting through that question right now.
He didn't even get to yours?
He didn't even get to 66. No, he got cut off at 40. I just did the. Was looking at the
nice
clock.
job by Dion. That happens to me at least once a week, but I've had so much experience with it now over the years. I have a list of just default questions I can go to in the back of my head.
Good for you.
Yeah.
You didn't do that with Jerry Jones.
I did not do it with Jerry. No. That was the last moment. That was the last moment where I was like, this will never happen again.
Are you afraid that Des may shoot somebody on the football field? I'm sorry about that,
Man,
Jerry.
I wish you had that cut.
Moses, could you dump that? Let me just start over again.
Bro,
I apologize.
We've got to
Yeah,
go
it was
into
amazing.
the archives and get
It
that.
was amazing. King Cap.
I still remember it. It gives me like trauma PTSD loop back.
It should.
I feel the flush coming on right now.
Yeah, you went last Boy Scouts with Des Bryant, bro. You thought this man was going to pull out a gun on the field and shoot somebody?
Well, I didn't say anything about the gun, if we're being accurate. I just said kill.
Oh, kill?
Kill. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
was thinking
All right. Well, you know what? That goes back to...
That was Des himself who said, round here, we unload the clip to Josh Norman.
Okay. Okay, yeah. That was some Cap. Let's see. King Cap.
Yeah.
Twitter is calling out LeBron James, the king. King James. They're calling him out.
Oh, no.
He claimed to be a fan of the Migos in 2010. 1 year before their first mixtape ever dropped.
Okay. He was ahead of the game.
And so the internet said, all right, man, we've had enough of this, bro. You don't have to use Takeoff's death to get the cap and telling everybody that you were here and you seen it before everybody. He's one of those captains like, I'm trying to told y'all.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. You weren't listening to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was asked about Takeoff. Listen to this lie.
I've been listening to those guys for so long. I was listening to those guys when my first year with the Heat in 2010. You can ask any one of my teammates back then. They had no idea who the Migos was. They were like cursing me out when I would play it throughout the weight room or play it throughout the locker room.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I was like, I'm telling you, these guys are next. I'm letting you know right now these days, like, turn this off. I might want to hear this.
Yeah.
He's got an advanced copy or something.
This guy named Post Malone, he's from Grapevine. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah.
He's the next one.
I called this out a long time ago when I seen him reading Jay-Z's book Decoded during like the finals. LeBron was.
Really?
I was like, man, it's not really a motivational book for the finals. Something weird. Everybody told me to shut up. You don't know what he needs to read. Blah 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 blah. Everybody's different. I was like, all right, but this man has always got like every time you see him with a book, it's on it's on the first chapter.
Oh, you really?
Like you can always tell the little bookmarks on the first chapter, his fingers on the first chapter somewhere. Like you're not getting far, LeBron.
There's no creases on the spine of the book.
Bro.
Dude, I remember him getting grilled about, I believe it was The Godfather.
Oh, wait. You talking about The Godfather right here. Hold on. LeBron James asked about The Godfather. King Cap asked about The Godfather. Excuse me.
It is a question not related to the game, but since it has been a lot of publicity yesterday and today about Godfather Part 2, which is the scene or the moment or the phrase or the quote you like more from the movie?
Anything.
Oh, from The Godfather.
Name anything, bro.
It's so many different phrases and too many different lines in that movie to just categorize one.
But which is the one which inspiration?
There you go.
Represents you more.
I mean, each movie is 9 hours long. I mean, what do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do? What do you want want to do. Quit asking me all these questions.
And that's on the heels of LeBron, talking about how much he loved it, right? I believe is what it was.
I've only seen it once, and it was like 10 years ago on TNT, right? So I had to stop for the commercials, but I still remember my favorite line. It's when Diane from Cheers tells young Michael, "You're being naive." And he turns back on her and explains to her that politicians and gangsters are the same. And he says, "Now who's being naive?"
That's a great scene.
Wow, let's talk about it.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli, baby.
For sure. LeBron was also reading Malcolm X autobiography written by Alex Haley.
Okay.
He says he was reading it.
Alex Haley, I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago, but I've read and a lot of notes over the years. This is my first time actually reading it from start to finish. But just a very smart man.
Very smart man.
Hey.
So you think he takes the book and he's like, "Where's the cameras?"
Yeah.
He walks by nonchalant, like, "Yeah."
No, but he'll sit
Check it
down,
out.
he'll meet with the media, and he's like flipping through a book. And so, of course, they're going to ask him about it.
Yeah.
And then he's got. No,
Man, at least
that's
watch
amazing.
a YouTube video about it real quick.
Something. You know they're gonna ask you about it. He knew that Kobe had 81 in him before everybody else knew. Oh yeah, I knew it. I knew that tonight was gonna be the night. Listen to him.
I watched the whole game. I seen the whole game. I was at home watching the game, and I said he was gonna. Before the game even started, when I seen, I said he was probably gonna score 70 tonight.
Damn, son.
I don't know what made me say that, and my friends was with me, and they was like, "Okay." So when he got to like 70, I was like, "Well, he might as well go for 80 now."
He might as well go for 80. Oh, King Cap!
But I knew it wasn't going to be 90. I never thought 60 or 90.
Phil Jackson
70 or 80.
in the 90s. He sat him.
Show me your ways, King Cap. Show me your ways.
Once he had the second most points ever, I said he's going to add another 10.
No, I didn't want him getting to Will.
That was so good.
Draymond Green poked this man in the eye. I'm talking about King Cap. LeBron James got poked in the eye, but he still made the shot. He seen 3 rims. He told the media he seen 3 rims.
About a minute left. The 3. You didn't even look in rhythm there. What were you thinking as the ball left your hands?
I put in a lot of work in my game. After Draymond finger to the eye, I was literally seeing 3 rims out there. So I just shot at the middle one, and I was able to, with the grace of the man above, I was able to knock it down.
God bless me. I seen the middle. I just went at the middle one. And God said, "You know what, my humble and faithful servant, I'm gonna hook you up with that shot."
I love it, Lucius.
Yeah, man.
I mean, Jordan would have just done it, close his eyes. He would do that to you.
Yeah, that's right.
To one up you.
That was amazing.
Let's see. I got another one. We cannot play because we're up against it.
Is it more Cap?
Good choice.
It's King Cap capping for sure.
We want King Cap.
We do want more Cap.
He's lying about the Liverpool situation. Listen to this. LeBron is he's owner of Liverpool.
Go Reds.
Yep. He's got a little percentage of it.
He does.
Okay, this man get to talking.
You own 2% of Liverpool. How does that come about?
I read about the franchise and how amazing it is, and I actually made a trip over, to Liverpool as well and see all the sights and the arena and everything. So it was pretty unique.
Yeah, Crouchy is actually a Liverpool legend. He used to play there. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I knew that. I didn't get an opportunity to see him play when he was with the club, but I definitely knew that.
The current captain, Jordan Henderson, just scored his first goal for England the other day. It was amazing to see. Are you a fan of his?
No, absolutely, and I saw the clip of that too. I didn't get an opportunity to actually see the game live, but I saw that he was able to score one in the match the other day, and I thought that was it's pretty unique. The fact that he would do that and then also be with Liverpool Football Club.
Were they asking him about real people, or were they just throwing out names like that Jimmy Fallon bit?
That would have been really good.
Thank you, Lucius.
I'm out, man.
LA Live.
Shout out to King Cap.
Every night, dude, he is the king. I had no idea. Every night about 5:40, LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Now, when we come back, it is time for hour number 5 of the show, and Christy Scales, Cowboys sideline reporter, is going to join us here in the Nation.
But first, it is Miller time here in the DFW Metro.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day as we got Christy Scales here, Cowboys sideline reporter, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk about all of the news that was out there today and her reaction to the things at Cowboys practice and this Cowboys-Packers game coming up at 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Christy Scales joins us now here in the Nation. Good afternoon, Christy. How the heck are you?
Gavin, I appreciate you having me on because any time to talk about going to Lambeau Field or Cowboys-Packers, I mean, it's special. This is my favorite road trip anytime we get to go up to Green Bay. Brian knows how special it is, but I've talked to so many Cowboy fans that say, you know, when something comes up about Packers, they're like, oh, it would be so great to go to Lambeau Field. And I always say, if you're going to make one road trip, to me, Lambeau is the mecca for NFL football. So, yeah, I'm fired up for this weekend.
Scoop, do you like the old Lambeau Field the way it used to be, or are you kind of liking what they've done here with all the additions to it?
Well, what they've done, the additions like the atrium, where which is and it's indoors, so you can enjoy it, and that's where they have the Packers Pro Shop, the Packers Hall of Fame, a couple of sports bars and stuff like that. So that's great. But what I like about Lambeau Field is the additions that they've made, added to like the one end zone and then all the suites up top. That lower seating bowl remains the same.
Right.
So when you're down on the field, it still feels like Lambeau Field. Whereas other places like Soldier Field in Chicago, that's like a UFO landed on the Parthenon. It's an abomination. It's horrible. It's so bad that Soldier Field, and I'm not making this up, this is true, lost its designation as a National Historic Landmark because of the way that they mucked that up. So, but anyway, so that's what I like about Lambeau Field is the new stuff. You have like the cool amenities and things like that. The old lower seating bowl, heck, you don't even have handrails, okay? You know, it's not compliant. Because what happens is if you make a modification down to that original area, then you have to redo the whole thing. But the original seating bowl is grandfathered in.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, as soon as they make a change to that bottom level, they're going to have to redo the whole thing. That's why all the cool stuff, the new stuff, is in that, the upper end zone area.
Christy, what's your favorite Cowboys game at Lambeau of all time?
Well, I shouldn't say it because it was the divisional round loss, but how can it be the Dez catch, no catch? I mean, because it was so
historic,
heartbreaking in a way, but Dez ran right past me. I was at about the 28 or 30-yard line. He went right past me, and I'm like, oh my God, there he is. And then when Tony let the ball go, it's like, there it is. And I couldn't really see the ball touch the ground as he reached it out towards the end zone. But I did see the ball pop up just a little bit. I saw it come up, and I'm like, well, hopefully. And then when McCarthy challenged, I'm like, oh, no. So I didn't really have a great view of it hitting the ground just because it was down the sideline. But, man, so I don't know that it's my favorite game, but it's the one that stands out the most just because of the significance.
And what is Lambeau Field the coldest environment you've ever found yourself in, or is there a different?
Chicago,
Chicago on Thursday night, right?
Oh, Thursday night, Soldier Field in Chicago, and I think officially the temperature was like 5 degrees or 7 degrees. It's only the second coldest game in Cowboys team history. Obviously, the Ice Bowl in Green Bay is the coldest, but it was -7 wind chill that night in Chicago. So that was very miserable. And then there was a game in Pittsburgh, a night game that was so cold. So, but, you know, I'm prepared for this weekend, and the weather's really not going to be bad. It's going to be in the 30s, and there's only like a 3% chance of precipitation. So I know Brian was talking earlier about the field conditions with that grass, that bluegrass, and how those late afternoon games, it can be kind of slippery footing can be an issue because it still can be kind of moist. So that's something that, as Brian said, McCarthy has warned the team about and things like that. And so it's going to be an important weekend for the Cowboys equipment staff, to make sure that they've got all the extra shoes, things like that. And guys just have to be really cognizant when they come out the early part of pregame warm-ups, that they're not just going through the motions, that they're, making sure that they have the right footwear for the game.
Christy, I know you've been a part of a lot of homecomings, whether it's a coach and a player, but what are your expectations and your thoughts for Mike McCarthy going back to Green Bay in Lambeau, where he won a Super Bowl and coached for so long, and the team maybe rallying around him and what I'm sure is going to be an emotional game for him?
Yeah, he started to get a little bit emotional in the press conference Monday, but that was really more, he had already been asked about 10 questions about going back to Green Bay, but the one where he started to get choked up a little bit was when Michael Gelkin of the Morning News was asking about what it means to Mike's family, because his wife is from there, the two girls were born there, and so it's significant. And I mean, when one of the streets that runs along the southeast edge of the stadium and in front of Nitschke Field is named for you, I mean, it's significant. So, but that's all just him having to answer the questions during the week. Obviously, once you get on the field and you're in warm-ups and you're in the game, it doesn't have anything to do with it. But several of the players that have been asked about it already this week are like, sure, we'd like to win for the coach. When Micah was asked about it today, he's like, oh, I just want to win because I want to win. Micah wasn't making any bones about it or trying to be diplomatic in his answer. But sure, it's significant for McCarthy, and that he wants this one so badly. And he was joking earlier in the week also about all the tickets that he's had to buy because of all the family and friends that are going to be at the game.
Christy Scales, Cowboys longtime sideline reporter with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What can you tell us about Zeke and his status right now? I know he mentioned he's still kind of dealing with that brace, and he's kind of waiting to see how the week goes, but what did you get to check out at practice?
Yeah, well, he's officially listed as limited, so Pollard got the vast majority of the work in practice. Zeke also said that it's a different brace, a little bit smaller brace, that he was wearing today than he's previously tried with that, when he had the PCL sprain. So, we'll see how it goes, but hopefully he'll be able to play. I know Noah Brown didn't practice today, so they were short at a wide receiver. And then Michael Gallup was a full participant, but he showed up on the injury report today with chest injury. Same thing with Turpin. So, but expect expect that those guys to play. Don't know about Noah Brown, but Gallup and Turpin, of course, and then Zeke remains hopeful. But, that's not necessarily a bad thing. When you're dealing with a knee like Zeke has it last year and this year, it's kind of like Aaron Rodgers with a thumb injury. He's listed as a DNP. He did not participate in practice today, but that's not unusual for Aaron Rodgers. And for veterans, when you get to the latter half of the season, that if they're nursing something, then hold them out of the Wednesday practice.
Scoop, is anybody coming up and whispering to you about Odell Beckham? Are they asking your opinion on these things? Anybody giving any insights?
If they were asking my opinion, Brian, they would have signed him already. So,
there you go.
I will say that I have heard that the interest is genuine. How about I put it that way?
There you go. Knew you had it in you.
I will try and answer diplomatically.
There you go.
So let's just say it is genuine interest.
Christy Scales here with you on The Fan. Now, the Packers have won 8 of 9. Do you feel like there's any mystique involved or anything psychological, or is this just the Cowboys going to beat a team that's significantly worse than them?
This is the wins by the Packers recently. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just Aaron Rodgers, period. He's my all-time favorite player to watch in the NFL from the sideline. I love to watch Aaron Rodgers, and I know that the pack is down this year, and I know he doesn't have the chemistry with the receivers, and they're down weapons. Hopefully, and by the way, Aaron Jones, I've seen him go off on the Cowboys' run defense. So don't sleep on Aaron Jones. He's battling injury. He got nicked up in that game against Detroit. He was limited in practice today. But Aaron Rodgers is just one of those guys. He'll just come up and just shiv you and just be grinning while he does it. You know, that play at AT&T Stadium where he hit Jared Cook, and Byron Jones had such great coverage on it. But I remember being on the sideline, and I thought the ball, if Jared Cook wouldn't have come out of nowhere to slide, he caught it on his knees just before he went out of bounds. If Jared Cook had not been there, I would have caught it on a one-hopper. And as soon as I saw Aaron throw it, I'm like, whew, good, incomplete. And then all of a sudden, here comes Cook with Byron Jones right on him, and he made the play. And it's just like, oh, bleep. Aaron Rodgers did it to us again. And, of course, that's the one where they extend the drive and Mason Crosby hits the game winner. So anytime Aaron Rodgers is on the field, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is it's going to be a tough day for the Dallas Cowboys. Just even that divisional round game I referenced earlier, Brian, wasn't that the one where Aaron was playing on one leg? He had the calf injury?
Yep.
You know, so it doesn't matter. You can never count that guy out. I love to watch him play.
If you were struggling with your coworkers or a distant cousin or something like that, and Aaron Rodgers said, hey, Christy, I know you're a big fan. I'd like to take you on a tour down to the Peruvian mountains where we're going to sip on some ayahuasca and go on a spiritual journey, learn to love ourselves and others more. Would you be interested?
Do I have to imbibe what he imbibed?
That's part of the process, part of the awakening.
You got to do it.
And the self-love.
Ooh, wow. And it's legal down there, obviously?
Or decriminalized. Not quite sure which one.
I would think about it. I would think about it.
All righty.
Hard maybe from Christy.
Good to know here about Christy.
We'll think it. We'll party.
Yeah, can I straddle the line on that one?
Sure, watch some YouTube videos. Do what you need. Yeah.
Hey, Christy, you mentioned about Aaron Rodgers. Do you think that's the one player that's caused Jerry Jones caused him the most heartache of any opponents that he's ever dealt with?
Ooh, wow, great question. Yes, probably. Certainly over the last 15 years. Yeah, just being gutted by the outcomes of those two games in particular. So, I would say yes. But the one thing about Aaron Rodgers, I was talking with one of the Cowboys defensive players today in the locker room, and the thing about Aaron Rodgers is it's not just the way he can manipulate defenses, but you can do everything right as a defender, but then Aaron can improvise. You know, you're going to your spot, you're there, but then he throws it right behind you or something. You know, I mean, the way he can manipulate you, and I don't just mean with his eyes, like pulling a safety over one direction and then throwing it on the opposite side. But what the defender was telling me today is, you know, it's not that he doesn't have weapons. I mean, these are some talented young players, but what they don't have is time on task with Aaron Rodgers. And so they're not seeing what he sees with his veteran eyes. So even though he can still manipulate the defense to do what he wants them to do, even though he can still throw it into a tight space, Randall Cobb is on injured reserve, for example, you know, and we all know Devontae Adams is in Las Vegas. So that's what's missing with this Packers offense. Also all of the injuries they've had along the offensive line, but that's it's just missing a few of those key plays. But the thing is, Aaron Rodgers has lost nothing off of his fastball. He can still, if he needs to move around and get a first down or buy extra time with his legs, he can still do that. It's just time on task and experience of the receivers.
What's going on? What's the buzz with your Aggies in this disappointment? Are you trusting the process with Jimbo still?
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Well, as my mother always told me, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So, no, it's been very frustrating. I'll be honest, I have not gotten to see any of the last 3 games, thankfully, just because of family commitments. And so what I always do is tape the games and then go back and watch them, tape them, because most of the time we're traveling to away games, so I don't get to see a lot of college football on Saturdays. But, I hadn't even bothered, I've just been hitting delete. So, so I can't really analyze the team just because I haven't watched it. But, yeah, it has been a very sickening season.
You're not missing much. Hey, have you ever done a Lambeau leap, Christy, in your time going to Lambeau?
There's a first time for everything, so maybe on Sunday.
Let's do it on Sunday. Let's get a video going and let's do it on Sunday.
Early in warm-ups, might have to have one of the players lift me up there, but Zach's always out there early, so I'll get Zach to help lift me up, and maybe we get a video of a Lambeau leap.
Maybe Mr. Discount Double Check can do it for you.
With the ayahuasca.
Christy.
Hey, white sideline reporters can't jump.
Facts.
Is it the cheese curds, just the ice cold beer? What are we looking forward to? The brats?
Cheese curds, and then the Kroll's hamburger, where it's a butter burger.
There you go.
You don't have condiments, no ketchup, no mustard, no anything like that. It's just big pats of butter on the hot patty. And so if you don't have the grease running down your wrists and then down your forearms all the way to your elbows, then you're not doing it right.
Christy, have you ever tried the brownies in the press box either? Have you ever tried those up there?
Well, unfortunately, I don't, by the time they put out the brownies, I'm already down on the sideline for pregame. So if you guys will let me skip my pregame segments this week, then I'll go upstairs and can give you a report on the brownies.
There you go.
I hear Aaron Rodgers got some great brownies.
That's right.
I bet he does.
Thanks, Christy. Have yourself a great night. And enjoy Green
thanks
Bay.
for having me on, guys.
There
Good
she
night.
goes. Christy Scales with you right here in the G-Bag Nation. We have some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. And then we'll be heading off to the Get Right here before too long. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about Twin Peaks before we do anything else. Twitter here for you. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that will not settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. One of the most annoying things about last year for the Cowboys was that Tony Pollard's amazing. They only give him the ball 5 times a game. And Zeke was hurt, but he kept playing through it. And it was presented at the end of the year like it was a good thing. I think they have learned from that mistake of last year. Ezekiel Elliott at practice today talking about his health, his availability for this Green Bay Packers game. And we have a couple of different cuts. We played the cut for you on how much they want Odell Beckham Jr., and they're stoked about that, and they want him and all that. But cut number 1 here, how is your health? Here's Zeke.
Feeling good. Got some reps in practice. So, yeah, getting it going.
Are you good to go, or how do you feel about this Saturday?
I'm not sure yet.
Why are you not sure yet?
I'm not sure if I'm ready to go.
So are you feeling some limitations in your knee? Or?
What do you need?
I just need to, get some more reps just to see where I'm at.
Were you able to do more today than before the bye week?
Yeah, I did a lot more. Before the bye week, I didn't practice at all. And today, I got some reps in team. So it's good to get out there.
Is this gamesmanship, or is it just him giving the real and inside story? Is there urgency for you to play on Sunday? Here's cut 2 from Ezekiel.
I would say there is urgency, but I think, what's important is just making sure my knee is good and ready to go. I think, that's the priority. The priority is, the long run. Our plan is to play deep into the playoffs, so the long game is definitely the priority.
It doesn't surprise me, when the injury was described, you were talking about a torn MCL, and to what extent it's torn or strained or something like that. Like the way it was described that day, I still remember thinking, oh my goodness, is he going to be out 4 to 6 weeks? And then when they're like, oh yeah, he's going to sit out a game and then come back after the bye probably. Okay. I see on like the Googles that this partially torn MCL, you can be out just 2 weeks. But I like how they're saying the priority is the long run and getting to the playoffs. I don't think they're going to rush him back, Brian, and I think that's a good thing.
No, they're looking. He's going to do a little bit more tomorrow, I believe, from what I'm gathering. But they're also thinking about what's about to happen. And you got these 3 games, and they're going to come real fast. You're going to get this Packer game, you're going to get the Viking game, and then you turn around and you're going to have to play against the Giants on Thanksgiving. And they're thinking that potentially if he can't go this week, then you have him ready for Minnesota and then have him ready for the Giants game. If there was a little bit more space to these games, I think they might take a little bit different approach. But right now, again, tomorrow's going to be real important to see how he does going forward from there. But these games come real quick. That's something they're concerned about.
Well, and for this game, not only is it the cold weather, and you've heard Odell Beckham Jr. talk about with the recovery of his ACL. He doesn't want to go to the cold weather teams because anybody who's had the surgery on the knee or somewhere, the cold weather makes it hurt a little bit. But it's the slick field, right, Broadus? You're saying like this field is a little bit.
This will be an unusual field to play on.
So if that might be, I wonder if that's a factor in the considerations of a guy who's banged up in the knee like Zeke is. But I do think it's a good play that they are potentially going to play this thing a little bit more cautious. And it's just a learning from last year. And last year probably bit him in the rear end.
Right, and I think it shows the confidence they have right now in Tony Pollard, one, and then also in Malik Davis, and what he showed them against Chicago right before the bye. I think they feel like, look, if Zeke's not 100%, we don't have to force him out there. We love him. We know what he brings to the table, but it benefits us to have him ready to go come playoff time, and we believe that Tony Pollard's good enough to win us a game and carry the load, but also Malik Davis can spell him a little bit, and they were able to get creative with Kellen Moore and put CeeDee Lamb in the backfield. Maybe you get a little bit more from Turpin as well and get creative in that way.
All righty, and then we have Ezekiel Elliott cut 4, the importance of beating Green Bay for Mike McCarthy.
When you spend a lot of time somewhere, every place becomes important to you, and I can only imagine what the feeling for him is to go back up there and kind of being on the other side, and I think it's super important for everyone in this locker room to go out there and do everything we can do to get him a win. And main focus is the Super Bowl, but this week we definitely got to get that win.
Yeah, I think this is a huge barometer for how the team feels about him. We know they love Dan Quinn and would run through a wall for him. We know, there's other coaches where there's great relationships with players, but how do they feel about Mike McCarthy? I think you can either resent your coach because he's pushing all the wrong buttons, or he has a special way of relating and inspiring you that you want to go out there and return the favor. And when you get a coach like that understands how to keep players happy, sometimes you get these extra efforts. And I don't think they need one to beat the Packers. You shouldn't need an extra effort, but it would be cool to see that. I think it'd be a sign of great camaraderie.
I think so too. And from what we've heard from some of the players, and we've talked about this, quite a bit. J-Ron Kurtz in particular, talking about he's one of the favorite coaches he's ever played for. I think they will show a very galvanized and supportive effort for their head coach on Sunday.
Is this a Gatorade bath game, or is this just still not big enough?
Is it too cold for Gatorade? They still do Gatorade up there?
Yeah, they do Gatorade up
McCarthy
there.
will suck it up.
In 30 degrees?
You got to motivate him and say, this is a gravy bath.
Yeah, queso. We got something like that.
We got to win, General. We got to win.
You're wasting the gravy, man. I can't believe you poured it all over the coach. No, I think that's an interesting idea, though. Do you just go straight to the shower if you get Gatorade bathed in Green Bay? Or in that kind of weather?
No, you hate that.
Oh, I'd be mad.
You do not want to.
I'd come up swinging on a player.
You remember
At least one player wouldn't like me very much.
God, I think it was one of those. It was. Did you remember the Super Bowl when Belichick won it? And, well, he's won several of them. And his dad was down there.
Yeah.
And his dad was like 80-something, older gentleman and all that. And that cold water hit him. I thought they lost the granddad right there.
Yeah, he's shocked.
He just completely.
Yeah,
so it's the same when you get hit with when you hit with the cold Gatorade and the water, but you got those jackets and coats on. Yeah. But then but walk into the locker room, it's all wet.
But
sticky.
Is there any regular season game big enough to provoke the Gatorade bath?
No, I don't think
that's
so.
my thing. I don't know if this is you just win the game. Is it, hey, for our coach, we're gonna bathe them here, or do we just wait for the locker room and we give them the game ball?
When did they do that with Parcells all the time? It seemed like that was the first time I ever saw it growing up. Was Parcells was that like after regular season games?
Yeah, and the Rangers will throw stuff on you for anything, won't they?
The Rangers like to do that after wins.
Any win, if you're doing the post-game interview with
Emily Jones.
Yeah. And I think that's just the fun, like you're trying to embarrass your teammate while he's on camera.
And
but
there's
I don't
162
know,
of these. We got to keep it light.
The coach Gatorade bath in the regular season. I don't know if that's
a
really
good
something
point.
we see very often.
Chief, I hadn't thought about it, but it probably starts at NFC or AFC championship game, right?
Maybe a division title. Maybe you do it then, but then you give the hats in the locker room. I think you just pick them up and you carry them off the field.
Week 18, you
go Lombardi on it.
About both teams?
Yeah, both teams just join together and you carry them off.
Get some help.
That's terrific.
That's why they signed Hankins for moments like that.
Elsewhere at Cowboys Twitter, Michael Gelkin, Morning News, tweeting, left tackle Tyron Smith made a brief visit to practice. During the period of open practice, reporters chatted with Cable Johnson, who's the director of team security. Is this Rosie's replacement, Cable Johnson?
No, this is another guy.
Smith has missed the entire season so far, but is considered on track for their debut later in this year. I couldn't tell anything from the picture of Tyron, but you can tell Cable's more of a weapons security guy than a martial arts dude.
Yeah,
he got a big old boiler stomach.
I think he was he was a police officer with I think the Arlington Police Department is how he got his start. Yeah, he's not a big fan of mine at all.
Try to get after you. Were you violating security protocols all the time?
He hates me.
Brought us walking around here like he owns the place.
He's always patting you down when he sees you come over here.
No, he wishes he had his sidearm and just hit me upside the head with it. That's really what he wanted to do.
Because late at night he'd be patrolling and brought us to be up there in the film room, and then he'd sneak over to the area where he gets all the snacks, the M&Ms, and the Gatorade bottles, and they were always running dry, and it's because Broadus was sneaking around late night doing the film crunching, and he needed little snackies and little hydration with the Gatorade.
For you for putting the work in late.
Okay, let me ask you a real quick question here. Who do you think the first coach was ever to have a Gatorade bath?
Madden.
It happened in the 2008.
Chuck Noll.
2008?
Yeah, 2000.
What?
Notable examples.
There's no way.
Marty Schottenheimer.
It's got to be Florida. Somebody in Florida.
Well, they're saying notable examples. Okay, I'm just saying Doc Rivers was reported to be the first NBA coach in 2008.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do many Gatorade baths on a parquet floor.
I'm trying to think of some. Okay, but yeah,
Bobby Bowden.
No, but it started. Okay, it started with the Giants in the mid '80s.
Linebacker Harry Carson.
George Snellenberger.
Jim Burt of the Giants began it, and this is Parcells.
Okay.
And Harry Carson dumped it on Parcells. So
It was Jim Burt's idea?
Yeah.
Was it a regular season game?
I thought it'd be Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
He could get away with that.
But Dave Hampton of the Bears claims he invented it in 1984. They did it to Mike Ditka.
Dan Hampton?
Yeah, he's doing that LeBron
There's
thing.
a lot of going on in this thing.
Oh, man.
I've been telling him to use the Gatorade. I've been telling you this whole time.
They're feuding.
Use the Gatorade.
I think it was LeBron.
The
really,
86, all right, here it is. The 86 Giants, Parcells got doused 17 times.
What?
That year.
Wow. Okay, they overplayed that one. They were
So
playing
that
the hits.
was every game.
Every game.
You beat the guy, boom, Gatorade bath every time.
And it gets
Dude,
boring.
Parcells had to have hated that.
Okay, Anthony Barr limited. There's a chance that he could still play against the Packers coming up this weekend, but more Damone Clark is likely. Zeke, along with Noah Brown, went through extended warm-up with Britt Brown during the open portion. And then Tyrell Basham has been officially activated from the IR for the Cowboys. So I guess he could be a part of the rotation once again. I think Basham's a good player. He's just on a hell of a team.
Like Basham a lot. Yeah.
Like other teams, Basham would be in there all the time. All right, we got to run. When we come back, we'll give you the final segment of the night before we get to the Get Right. You will have KG and CA coming up from 8 to 11 after Cowboys Crosstalk, which is coming up at 7 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. Let's chat about Men's T Clinic.
in the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find a new road, Joe.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We have about 10 minutes here for you, and usually we're talking with the Get Right, Reggie and KG, but tonight is the Cowboys Crosstalk show that's coming up from 7 to 8, and you're actually going to have CA in for Reggie. So coming up from 8 to 11 is the Get Right with KG and CA, which means we have time to talk sports with you here. A couple of other notes. Bills getting ready to take on the Vikings. Josh Allen today, guys, a non-participant. That could be very interesting because the Cowboys face Minnesota next week, and Minnesota, you could get involved with a tiebreaker situation with them. They're sitting there at 7-1. You kind of look to this game against Buffalo as a chance for them to pick up their second loss, be even with the Cowboys, but not if Josh Allen can play, right? And Sean McDermott announced before practice Allen's going to spend the day rehabbing and calls him day to day. If you're a DNP on Wednesday with an elbow, Brian, that does not sound like a set of circumstances where you're going to play on Sunday, if you ask me.
No, we'll see what the situation, we'll see, but I think you're right about that. It was so, when you're watching that game and you could start to see him, he was messing with it.
Yeah, he was holding it.
And he's usually a guy that tries to kind of shake things off and play through things. But man, that might be one of those ones that, everybody's learning about that joint there and all that and what it all entails and how it affects baseball players as opposed to quarterbacks, and can you play through that, what's the discomfort and all. But yeah, if he doesn't roll out there tomorrow, they might be a situation where they just say, we're not going to practice him at all and then go play him, which
shoot, I mean, if the elbow is that bad and that sensitive, I know you just lost your second game, you want to get back in the win column and everything, but you got to be looking at the playoffs, and if an extended absence is going to bring that inflammation down, you don't want to play with that. Like, that is one of the most difficult areas of the body to heal with sports injuries.
Yeah, they're in a really competitive division right now too, much like what's going on in the NFC East. If you look at what's going on with the Jets and the Dolphins,
they all have 6 wins, and then the Patriots are last at 5 wins.
Yeah,
it's like, geez,
that's a very competitive.
It's a hell of a division.
Right. Wouldn't you guys be pretty confident in Case Keenum though? Like, he's one of the better backup quarterbacks. He went out there and won 13 games for Minnesota 5
with that
years
supporting
ago.
cast.
And it's a revenge game for him because he was a Viking.
No doubt.
So you're going to get the best version of himself.
And the Vikings are playing close games. I mean, we've seen a lot. The Bears took them close. I mean, last week that Commanders game wasn't easy. So, yeah, I'd still feel decent about my chances, even with Case Keenum.
The Vikings are the Mavericks of the NFL.
They are.
Okay, elsewhere in our final sports segment of the day, Russell Wilson just getting crushed today. Pete Carroll throwing jabs at him.
Yeah.
I'm seeing. Yeah. Ted Wynn had a thread from his article in The Athletic about him. According to True Media, Wilson has the NFL's longest time to throw average. Just behind that time is Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, all of whom are more effective with their legs. Wilson should be getting rid of the ball faster because he doesn't have the athleticism to elude pass rushers like those other quarterbacks. But Wilson doesn't seem to have a great understanding of NFL coverages just yet, which is slowing down his process. Guys like in his 12th year in the league, this is alarming. And I don't think Ted Wynn would write that recklessly. I don't think Ted Wynn makes a mistake with his writing. Wilson has completed 21% of his passes under pressure, which ranks last out of 32 qualified quarterbacks and is nearly 17 points lower than the next worst quarterback, which is Kirk Cousins. So under pressure, Russell Wilson is 17 points lower than Kirk Cousins. He can't do jack squat. And when kept clean, his passer rating ranks 5th, but his air yards per target goes down to 6.22, which ranks 27th for qualifying quarterbacks when kept clean. You can't find something that Russell Wilson is doing right now at the quarterback position, and I feel like Denver does have enough of a winning roster that it shouldn't be the case.
It shouldn't be this bad, and he's always been an off-script kind of guy, and when he was younger and more athletic, it was something that worked for him. And then the older he got in Seattle, the more frustrated Pete Carroll and the rest of Seattle got with him because he wasn't able to just play on script. Boom, boom, boom. Here's my read. Here's my read. Here's my read. Get the ball out. He doesn't have that in him. He's never done that. And when he was younger, it worked for him. The older he's gotten, it hasn't worked for him. That's something they love about Geno is not trying to play hero ball. He's just like, okay, this is my first read. This is my second read. And I know when I need to get the ball out. And it makes sense that Russell Wilson struggles versus the blitz. Because when they're blitzing you and they're pressuring you, you have to get the ball out quickly. But he never wants to do that.
No, he holds the ball. He holds the ball. And I don't think he's seeing the field well either. I mean, it goes to the point of how many times have we seen receivers that are jumping up and down, their arms are wide open. They're like, dude, throw me the football. And he just doesn't get rid of the ball. And you're right, Eric. I mean, it worked when he's able to extend plays with his legs and he'd run around a little bit. Or he used to have one of maybe the most beautiful deep ball in all the NFL when he's chunking it deep to Tyler Lockett. But that just hasn't been there for him anymore.
I think maybe he wants to drop 20 pounds. You got to try to get your mobility back if I'm Russell Wilson right now.
Man, I'll tell you what, they are wasting one of the best defenses in the league, though.
Really?
They are, man.
That team will not give you any points. They will not let you throw the ball. You know, they are tough. I mean, they are super, super tough.
That's the nightmare. The Broncos only need to score like 20 points a game, and they'd be winning a bunch of games, but
yards,
they cannot do it.
Plays, it doesn't matter. They're top 5 in most every defensive category.
That Pat Surtain's a baller over there.
He is.
I mean, Russell Wilson had bad offensive lines in Seattle, and they would still figure out a way to be very successful running the ball with Penny or Carson or whoever it was after Marshawn Lynch. I guess they have a horrible offensive line. I don't imagine it's worse than what Seattle had going, but maybe a bad running coordination. Latavius Murray, Melvin Gordon, Chase Edmonds. Maybe it's just a bunch of washed up running backs. Murray's been in the league for a long time. Same with Melvin Gordon. Maybe they just need an infusion of running backs because that's the path, right? It's obvious. Run the ball a lot more and get 4.5 yards per carry, which should be guaranteed in this league. Everybody gets 4.5 yards per carry if you're just trying. Jeff Saturday says Jim Irsay called him during the Colts loss Sunday, but he's adamant they have not discussed the job while he was in Indianapolis for a Week 8 Ring of Honor ceremony. So this really came up during the game. This is
the drunk calls that you were talking about.
Yeah, I threw it out there yesterday. I felt pretty good about it, but the longer we go, the more I'm 100% convinced he got hammered, got frustrated, and decided to do something that when he sobered up and woke up, he was like, oh, wow. I must have really been on one to make these kind of decisions.
Hey, what you got going on this weekend?
Unreal. Okay, and then the final thing we can talk about here. What do you think of this Blog and the Boys article? This year's Cowboys are strikingly similar to the champion Packers of 2010. Well, Chuck, I know you had this in your prep email, so you got to like the article. But there's a lot of fun similarities in here. The most interesting thing is that Mike McCarthy, year 3 with the Packers, year 3, I think, with the Niners. Like it was Super Bowl time. Like, so there's something to Mike McCarthy's magic coming together in year 3 for him.
Yeah, you had, it is kind of an RJ Ochoa-esque where it's like, okay, both teams take a first-round tackle, late in the 20s. Brian Bulaga gets taken by the Packers that year, and he's a rookie starter.
Sabermetrics.
Tyler Smith starting, right, for the Cowboys, and he's a starting tackle. But then both teams carried by their defenses, right? That 2010 Packers team, their defense was awesome. Charles Woodson, Defensive Player of the Year. Clay Matthews really blossomed that year and kind of broke onto the scene.
There's a Micah-type player.
Micah, absolutely. And then you got Diggs. Maybe he's the Woodson type for the Cowboys. So both defenses were awesome. And then you had 2 quarterbacks at that time. Aaron Rodgers was being compared to Favre. Was he better than Favre? A lot of people still wouldn't give him that, and a lot of Packer fans were still saying Rodgers isn't as good. It took him finally winning the Super Bowl for them to give him that kind of love, and there's a lot of Cowboy fans that won't give Dak the credit because they still think he stole Romo's job, and they won't give him that love because of Romo.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I think Rodgers way better than Favre, Brian. I know Favre's your guy, and Aaron Rodgers is annoying, but like the body of work for Rodgers, it seemed to me there was so much more precision. Make your case for Favre if you'd like to, though.
No, I mean, I wasn't part of the team that drafted, or we traded for Favre. But to me, they're 2 different quarterbacks in my opinion. The both of them have shown great durability throughout their career. One, I think, just superior arm talent. I think Favre throws the ball. I think Favre was built to throw the ball in Green Bay. I really do. Just the body type and the way he was able to handle
He was
things.
careless with it, wasn't he?
I tell you what, though, the carelessness at times would be brilliant, and it would show up, and you were like, early in his career, he struggled with that because I don't think one guy was super football savvy, intelligent when it came to reads and things like that. Brett just went out there and played.
Yeah.
And I think that's where
I love the audio of him bragging about not being able to read defenses and
he'll
stuff.
admit
It's
it.
insane.
He'll admit it.
know.
I mean,
Oh my
the physical the physical things that Brett Favre was able to do was super impressive. Now, the thing with Rodgers, he's more accurate. His touch is better. I think at time he's smarter with the football. He doesn't make the mistakes. But yeah, I mean, to me, I just, because always with Favre, it was, we needed him for that time. We probably could have won with Aaron Rodgers playing quarterback too at that time, but we had Favre and that's, we were much better for it, I think. But yeah, at the end, he wore out his welcome. He became a two, people, it's kind of like what's happening with Rodgers now. People up there are kind of like, okay, it's about time for this guy to go.
Yeah, I'd be
He's
happy
pissing
with either
everybody
one
off.
of them for their careers. And while Favre was playing, he was magical. I mean, but so many years, like with 16 interceptions, 23 in back-to-back years, 29, 22, 21. Different era where now taking care of the ball is more important than ever. But I think I'd have to,
He has
if I had
the same,
to pick one.
if you base it on Super Bowl wins and all that, he's got the same amount. I mean, both these guys have.
Brett Favre's going to have the locker room more, isn't he?
Well, yeah,
He's in there dancing and having a good time,
he
going
was
out
always,
drinking with them.
Yeah, he was he was one of those guys that everybody kind of gravitated towards. And I don't know if Aaron Rodgers, I'm sure his teammates appreciate him.
Yeah.
But the same things happen. These guys at the end, they start to wear on everybody there.
940 says, a lot of similarities, but the big difference is Rodgers and Dak. Yeah, they're in a similar situation where they have to prove themselves, but as far as talent to talent, I mean, Dak's a pretty dang good quarterback, but Rodgers, Hall of Fame level. Amazing defenses, though. Amazing defensive coordinators, Dom Capers and Dan Quinn. We got to go. The Get Right's coming up 8 to 11. Cowboys Crosstalk is 7 to 8, so stick around. Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup, Woolchuck and Chia Follow. There's Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Tomorrow we have the Tank Lawrence Show at about 4:45, so we look forward to you tuning in tomorrow, 2 to 7 here at the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Attention, if you owe money to the